Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter became unstoppable to face the Dark Lord. Here is short summary. After Dumbledore's death, Harry vanishes into the shadows, only to return stronger, smarter, and more dangerous than ever. Voldemort thought he knew his enemy. He was wrong. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The Dark Lord believes in shared blame for his followers' failures. Your idiot father already rots in Azkaban. Your mission would have redeemed his failure in the Department of Mysteries, but instead you compound the failure. And like a fool, I made an unbreakable vow to your mother to ensure your success. Hopefully, the death of Dumbledore will be enough to satisfy the Dark Lord and he will let who actually cast the spell go. But don't expect it. Snape reached forward and grasped the shocked Malfoy roughly by the shoulder. Pulling him close, Snape muttered, "Now to find out our fates." And with that comment they apparated away, leaving the forest with a loud snap and then silence. So, my two servants return. I have felt a great deal of pain from Potter. Tell me of your success. The form seated on a great wooden chair wore a black wizard robe with the hood pulled up over his head. One looking directly at the figure would notice the odd, snake-like distorted face within the hood. But no one in the room had the courage to attempt to look that directly at their master. 15 Death Eaters gathered around their Dark Lord to witness the report of Draco and Snape. They included one Draco recognized as Wormtail, and his aunt Bellatrix Lestrange. Draco knew that the fact Bellatrix was his mother's sister did not mean he would receive any support from that quarter. The elder Malfoy had warned him in the past she would only support strength or to strengthen her own position. Draco and Snape knelt before Lord Voldemort. Draco took a deep breath and in as firm a voice as he could manage started to report. I was able to open the passageway into Hogwarts as we planned. When your agent in Hogsmeade sent word of Dumbledore's return to Hogwarts, we left the room of requirement and made our way to the astronomy tower. Potter's little gang sought to prevent us, but I used the Peruvian blackout powder to get us past them. The Death Eaters held the entryway while I went to follow your orders to kill Dumbledore. Did you succeed in your assignment? The voice hissed out of the hood. I confronted Dumbledore, but Professor Snape interfered before I could kill him and did it himself. Draco replied instinctively, seeking to place the blame as far from himself as possible. The boy froze. My lord. Dumbledore was wandless, weakened, and he still managed to talk this spineless fool into lowering his wand. Yes, I killed Dumbledore to keep the mission from becoming a total failure. I believed you would seek Dumbledore's death no matter who wielded the wand. With a flick of Voldemort's wand, Snape flew across the room to smash into the wall and land at Bellatrix's feet. The Death Eaters stepped away from the groaning man on the floor. Bellatrix drew her own wand with a look of excited anticipation as she glared at Snape. Crucio. The cry surprised the Death Eaters, looking at Snape, and they turned to see Draco on the floor grasping as every nerve in his body felt extreme pain like Draco had ever experienced. Did you really think you could deceive me, the most accomplished legilimens in 300 years, with your petty lies? I knew of your failure before you even opened your mouth. Your thoughts announced your failure and guilt even as you schemed to place the blame on Severus. My lord, please have mercy on my son. Isn't the fact that Dumbledore no longer stands to oppose your power enough to grant Draco another chance? Please, my lord. My family serves only you faithfully. Draco's mother had entered the room to find Draco writhing on the floor in agony and fell to her knees before Lord Voldemort. Ah yes, Narcissa, the third in the trio of Malfoy failures. Do you remember my orders to keep your son's mission a secret? Yet you took it upon yourself to bring Snape into it. I was most put out with you and your sister for that action. Mercy. When have I ever granted mercy? You gambled and lost. But I will promise you this, Draco will live past today. Oh yes, he will. Thank you, my lord. Thank. Avada Kedavra. And with that shout, Narcissa Malfoy was hit by a green flash and dropped to the ground dead. Yes, Narcissa. Draco will live past today. And just long enough to see both of his parents dead for their failures as well as their own. With a raspy chuckle, Voldemort waved a hand at the wide-eyed Draco staring at the body of his mother in shocked disbelief. Take him away and secure him someplace until we can reunite him with his father. Once an hour hit him with the Cruciatus curse until then so he can truly appreciate the weight of his failure to do as I command without hesitation. Two Death Eaters dragged the sobbing boy out of the room as Voldemort approached Snape, who had risen to stand during Draco's ordeal. Well, my faithful servant, you were correct. I should not have expected the weak-willed child of Malfoy to make that attempt. You counseled me last summer that he would not be able to perform the task. I had hoped with your guidance he would prove you incorrect. Master, his final plan did succeed in leading to the death of Dumbledore. Draco is a bully but lacks the killer instinct to seize the ultimate opportunity. Fortunately, that is not something you appear to lack. Turning to face the other Death Eaters in the room, Voldemort glared at them. I have heard the whispers since my return that I should not trust Severus. That he had truly gone over to Dumbledore's camp. I trust that the questioning of my judgment is at an end for all of my followers. This last was said while looking directly at Bellatrix. My lord, I bow again to submission and admit my error. Please forgive my concerns. I only sought to ensure your rise to power. As the other Death Eaters moved forward to assure their lord of their acceptance of Snape, Voldemort waved them away. Enough, leave me. Snape, take 4 of your fellows and bring me the father of that young fool. Then we can start planning our final end game to destroy the Ministry, the Order of the Phoenix and, above all, Harry Potter. The Hogwarts professors met in Minerva McGonagall's classroom to discuss the question of the coming school year. The shock of Professor Dumbledore's murder at the hands of one of their own showed on all of their faces. McGonagall looked at the other professors and sighed. The governors have decided to allow the school to reopen next year. I have been asked to act as headmistress for the time being. I don't know how many of our students will be returning, but the ministry has committed to providing a team of Aurors to provide security for those students that wish to return. Professor Flitwick nodded rapidly. Yes, I believe that is what Professor Dumbledore would have wanted us to do. I believe it would have broken his heart to know that we failed to keep the doors open. That may be, but how many students will want to return, and will their parents allow them to return? Asked Professor Slughorn, shaking his head. That is a good question, and we will also need to fill 2 vacancies left for next year. But the biggest question is, will Mr. Potter be willing to return? More than he realizes, many of the students will follow his lead in returning to the school. Albus's loss seems to have hit young Potter particularly hard. Do any of you have any idea what Albus and Mr. Potter were doing on the night of the Death Eaters' attack? Professor McGonagall looked around to see the head shaking of the rest of the staff. Hagrid, has Harry confided anything to you? No, Professor. Ari hasn't said much of anything since the attack. Well, Professor McGonagall sniffed, we shall have to talk to Mr. Potter and see if we can convince him and his friends to return to the school in the fall. Hagrid, I believe the 2 of us should approach Harry over the summer to get his agreement. With Hagrid's nod, Professor McGonagall turned to the other professors. Please prepare for the coming school year like any other term. If we have any news, I will communicate with all of you via owl. Minster of Magic Scridgeour stalked away from Dumbledore's funeral in a rage at the stubborn arrogance of Harry Potter. Percy Weasley and Delores Umbridge followed behind him. Minister, I am sorry for your rude treatment back there by Potter. Percy whined. He should respect your position and the importance of working with the ministry to assure the people that everything is under control. That spoiled boy is simply no good, Minister, Umbridge chimed in. Mr. Weasley is exactly correct. I don't believe all of this prophecy nonsense. I have never seen anything that would indicate that the boy is anything special. Quite the contrary, he never showed any gifts in my class. You are both right and also both wrong. The simpletons of the wizarding world believe he is special and it gives him a great deal of power, however undeserved it is. Very well. I have agreed to provide Aurors for next year at Hogwarts. It is important to my government that the school stays open as a symbol. He who must not be named seems fixated on our young Mr. Potter. Since Mr. Potter will not work with us, we shall use him as bait to end this war. And if Mr. Potter is stuck in the middle, the minister shrugged his shoulders and with a nod and 3 cracks, apparated with the other 2 back to the ministry. June 1, 1997. Harry sat alone in the car as the Hogwarts Express pulled out of the Hogsmeade station bound for London. This was the 11th time Harry had ridden the express. This was the loneliest and most miserable he could remember ever feeling. Harry considered Hogwarts to be home, but how could it be home with Dumbledore gone? A stray thought wandered through Harry's mind as he realized this should have been his 12th trip. 2 trips per year. However, he and Ron had never actually made the train for the start of their second year. Harry smiled briefly as the memories of that trip in the flying Ford Anglia came back to him. Although the whole flight to school and their arrival had seemed a nightmare at the time, over 4 years later Harry could only smile at the memory of the 2 second-year boys' adventure. The sliding door to the compartment suddenly opened to admit Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood. "Hey Harry, can we join you?" asked Neville. Luna did not wait for an answer. She floated into the compartment with her normal, distracted expression. Dropping onto the seat across from Harry, she looked around and noted, "This is much better." The humbites in the other compartment were much thicker. With Harry's nod of accent, Neville walked in and sat across from Harry next to Luna. "I expected Ron, Ginny and Hermione to be in here with you already." "Ron and Hermione are with the rest of the prefects meeting with the Aurors guarding the train. They should be along in a bit," Harry replied. He shrugged. "I haven't seen Ginny since Professor Dumbledore's funeral." Luna looked quickly at Harry without a sign of her usual Luna-ness. "Why Harry? Did something happen?" Harry's gaze moved towards the window without really looking. Harry thought for a moment and answered, "Voldemort is out to get me and anyone close to me will also be a target. Being close to me makes Ginny a target for the Death Eaters. I owe her and the Weasleys too much to allow that to happen." "But Harry," Neville protested, "all of the Gryffindors and definitely the DA are already targets." "I know, but I can make sure Voldemort doesn't have a special reason to target Ginny," came Harry's quiet reply. "Harry, you prat. And people think I am clueless," Luna yelled. Before Harry could respond, the door opened to admit Ron and Hermione. Hermione sat immediately next to Harry while Ron slid the door closed. Ron then sat down next to Hermione. "Mate, I understand what you did and why. I just wish that you didn't do it," Ron said while looking down at the floor. "Ginny was allowed to go straight home with my parents. Forget about that right now," Hermione yelled. Turning towards the door and pulling her wand, Hermione said, "Silencio." Putting her wand away, Hermione turned to Harry. "Have you made up your mind on what your plans are for the summer?" Harry glanced at Neville and Luna, who was still pretending to look out the window, and then back at Hermione and Ron. "I have to go to the Dursleys until my birthday. Then I will go to the Burrow for Bill and Fleur's wedding on Saturday. After that I will complete the mission that Professor Dumbledore and I started." "What was that, Harry?" asked Neville. "I can't tell you, Neville. I trust you, but I can't risk Voldemort finding out what I am doing. I know I can't do much, but if you need any help just let me know." "You don't need to ask. I will be visiting Luna for part of the summer, so I won't be far from Ron's house," Neville hesitantly offered. "Neville, do not sell yourself short. When we fought the Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries last year, you were the only one but me left on their feet at the end of the fight. Even with a broken nose and a broken wand, you never gave up. You have done well in the DA sessions." Harry responded, "Thank you for your offer. If I need help I will let you know." Neville turned a little pink at Harry's praise, then turned very red when Ron shouted out, "Hold on, why are you going to be at Luna's house?" Luna reached over to hold Neville's hand and looked at Ron. "Just because Neville is braver than you or doesn't give you permission to give him a hard time." As Ron turned redder than Neville, Harry leaned back and closed his eyes. Listening to his friends bicker did detour his brooding on the future and was mildly amusing. Harry felt that he needed to store up some of that amusement. He knew it would be in short supply at the Dursleys. Listening to his friends, the exhaustion of the past 2 weeks came calling as Harry passed into a deep sleep. The Hogwarts Express pulled into platform 9 3/4 exactly on time. Most of the students rushed off the train, eager to see their parents and try to forget the disturbing events of the last 2 weeks. Harry gathered his things and pulled his trunk along behind him. Following behind Ron and Hermione, Harry saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley approaching the train in their usual odd assortment of Muggle clothing. Harry felt his stomach roll as he noticed Ginny was not with them. I can't think about her as my girlfriend, Harry told himself. She is just Ron's sister. Mrs. Weasley enwrapped Ron in a great hug. Mum, you just saw me yesterday. Ron protested within the hug. I know, but I am just so relieved to see you again. His mother replied. Turning to Harry and Hermione, she gave them the same treatment. While hugging Harry, Mrs. Weasley whispered into his ear, I appreciate what you are trying to do for Ginny, but I think we will need to talk when you come to visit us. With that, she said, she held Harry out at arm's length but did not let go. Instead, she just gave Harry a sad smile and nodded her head. I've told you before that it was a lucky day for the family when Ron sat in your compartment your first year. Leaving a surprised Harry, Mrs. Weasley gathered them all up with her eyes. Okay, let's get all of your stuff loaded up. Hermione dear, your parents are waiting outside at the cars. We wouldn't want a Muggle policeman to ticket the car. They were already looking at us funny because Mr. Weasley was trying to take the parking meter apart. Mr. Weasley gave the group a sheepish grin and admitted, it is amazing how Muggles get the device to count down the time without magic. Harry, can I talk to you a minute? Sure, Mr. Weasley. Harry and Mr. Weasley walked a little bit down the platform so they were out of earshot of everyone. Mr. Weasley looked around and then handed Harry a small scroll from inside his mismatched Muggle clothes. Harry, I want to say how proud I am of you and all that you have accomplished. I know your parents and Sirius would be very proud of you also. Harry felt his emotions filling up with this expression of approval from one of the wizards he most admired. Mr. Weasley was not the wisest or most powerful wizard around, but he stood up for his beliefs and welcomed things that were different into his life. He and Mrs. Weasley had accepted Harry immediately and accepted him like one of their own boys. After some many years with the Dursleys, being included into a family meant a lot to the orphaned boy. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. That means a lot to me. Mr. Weasley smiled. Harry, the Ministry is concerned for your safety. And, I think, finally made a correct decision. You are underage for 2 more months. This scroll is permission from the Ministry waiving the age restriction. Don't abuse this and you should still take your apparition test, but this should keep you out of trouble for protecting yourself. Harry looked at the scroll and then back at Mr. Weasley. Wow, I feel relieved that I won't have to go back to the Wizengamot again this year. Harry laughed. Mr. Weasley laughed also and patted Harry on the shoulder. I wouldn't want to go back there again either. Come, let's join the others. The whole group trooped out into the Muggle area of King's Crossing. Mr. and Mrs. Granger came to greet them and were followed by a sight that Harry certainly didn't greet. Mr. Dursley followed them with a dark scowl upon his face. Being seen in public with Harry and his ilk infuriated Vernon Dursley. Harry really did not look forward to the trip home. Then Harry noted a stranger following behind Uncle Vernon. He was barely 1.5 meters tall but almost that wide also. None of it seemed to be fat but pure muscle. He looked like a moving fireplug. Looking at his face, Harry noticed he looked a bit like Uncle Vernon, but mixed with a bit of troll. He even appeared to have a scowl permanently mounted on his face like Uncle Vernon. Before Hermione's parents could do more than say hello to their daughter, Uncle Vernon shoved his way in and demanded, "Come now, boy, unless you want to walk to Privet Drive." Mr. Weasley's face clouded up at this rudeness. You will treat Harry with respect. He has had a very difficult time and does not need you making things more difficult. I don't care what kind of time that freak has had. Making me come all this way to pick him up early shows the ungrateful whelp he is. Mr. Dursley bellowed in response. Before Mr. Weasley could overcome his shock to reply, the ugly troll man quietly moved into the group. I hate to break up the party, but we are attracting a lot of attention here. We should end this or take it somewhere else. An odd smile crossed the ugly face. I am used to being stared at, but this is making me uncomfortable. Harry stared at the man in amazement. He had an American accent and seemed to be in his early 30s. Harry had never seen anyone else cut off Uncle Vernon without earning a serious tongue lashing. The ugly man stuck out a shovel-sized hand to Harry and said, "Hi, I am Mike Dursley. I am the black sheep American cousin." Harry shook his hand in surprise that someone with the last name of Dursley was being polite to him. Harry's amazement grew even more when Mike proceeded to introduce himself to all of the Weasleys and Grangers. Finishing with the introductions, Mike turned back to Harry. Is that your gear? I'll put it into Vernon's car while you say your goodbyes. Mike then picked up the stuffed truck as if it was empty and walked out of the station. With the exception of Hagrid, Harry had never seen another person that strong. Harry turned and saw duplicates of his surprise mirrored on all of the Weasleys and Grangers. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat and said, Mr. Dursley, we will be picking up Harry before his birthday to take him to our house for my son's wedding. Yes, and then he will never be coming back. That Dumble character told us last summer that you freaks consider 17 of age. So he won't be coming back to my house, ever. Harry's face went black with anger. You will never see me again after I leave in July. Why would I ever want to see you again? He shouted. Well, boy, there is something we do agree on then. Now get in the car. With that parting shot, Uncle Vernon turned on his heel and stalked out of the station. Hermione looked at Harry. If you need anything, let us know immediately. I really don't like the idea of you being alone with that man. Harry gave them a game smile. I survived for 11 years in that house without knowing who or what I was. Then 5 more summers. After all that, 2 more months should not be bad. Just watch out for that cousin. I mean, bloody hell, did you see him lift your trunk? Ron exclaimed. Ron then had to duck quickly as Mrs. Weasley reached up and smacked him in the back of the head. You may be taller than me now, Ronald Bilious Weasley, but I refuse to hear that kind of language. Harry looked out in the direction that Vernon Dursley had gone. Well, I better get going or he really will leave me. The Weasleys and the Grangers all said their goodbyes to Harry and then watched him leave the station. The magical people in the group all understood the weight that Harry carried on his shoulders. Hermione's parents did not understand all that was happening, but they did see a boy that their daughter spoke very highly of who was in a nasty situation. Once Harry was out of sight, Mrs. Weasley turned to Mrs. Granger and handed her an envelope. My son Bill is getting married on July 26th. We would really like to have your entire family join us for the event. Mrs. Granger smiled and replied, we would be glad to attend. I would love to get to know some of the other people that I have heard about from Hermione. Then, with final goodbyes made, the two groups separated to make their way to their cars. As Hermione reached the family car, she looked over to where Ron was waiting to climb into a ministry car. Just a minute, Mum, Hermione said as she ran over to Ron. Ron, you don't think Harry will do anything crazy, do you? Like go off after Voldemort without us? I am sure he will be fine, Hermione. Ron then surprised himself by wrapping his arms around Hermione to give her a final hug. Ron enjoyed the feeling of holding Hermione in his arms until he realized what he had done. Letting her go, Ron started to turn red again. As Ron moved to step away, Hermione grabbed him and kissed him on the cheek. She whispered, "Thanks, Ron," into his ear and then turned back towards her parents. Ron could only stare in stunned disbelief until his father called him to get into the car. Harry sat quietly in the back seat of Uncle Vernon's car during the drive to Little Whinging. It was easy to go unnoticed as Uncle Vernon held forth on everything the politicians were doing wrong. Of course, Uncle Vernon knew exactly what they should be doing to fix it. In Harry's opinion, Uncle Vernon's ideas would lead to collapse of Western civilization. During a pause in Uncle Vernon's diatribe, Mike turned to Harry and said, "You have been quiet back there. I hope you don't mind, but I have been using your room for the last week. I will be out tomorrow, but we will be bunking together tonight." Harry looked at him suspiciously. "You are leaving soon to go back to America?" Mike shrugged. "Yes and no. I have recently gotten an apartment, excuse me, a flat as you say, and I will be moving in tomorrow. Actually, most of my stuff has already been moved, but I can officially move in tomorrow. Michael just left the United States Army. He won't put up with any of your hooligan ways, boy." Uncle Vernon spat back at Harry. The odd American glanced at his cousin and turned back to face the front of the car. Harry gratefully slunk down into the seat to wait out the last of the trip. Not long after, Harry looked out the window to see Privet Drive coming up. He was back. Harry looked around his room at the Dursleys' house and had to admit he had never seen it cleaner. Uncle Vernon's cousin left the room immaculate, even the debris Harry had left out after his quick departure with Professor Dumbledore last summer. Harry knew that Aunt Petunia would never have touched any of his things. She was probably afraid she would get magic on her, like it was a germ. Harry put Hedwig's cage on the desk and turned to go get his trunk from the car. To his surprise, Mike Dursley was standing in the doorway with the trunk in his hands. Harry jumped a meter back from the door. "My God, I never even heard you coming up the stairs." Mike smiled. "You might want to work on that. You should keep a good situational awareness at all times, even when you feel comfortable." Mike tilted his head in thought, "And maybe even more when you are comfortable." The odd, ugly little man shrugged his shoulders, walked into the room and placed the truck at the end of the bed. "You sound like a former professor of mine. He was always going on about the need for constant vigilance." Harry muttered. "Sounds like he was a smart guy," Mike replied as he sat down on the bed. "So, Vernon tells me that you go to school at St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys. You don't seem like much of a criminal to me." Harry felt his blood start to boil at the thought of the lies his Uncle Vernon told people to keep from admitting that magic existed. Harry did not have a problem with muggles in general. He saw Uncle Vernon's prejudice against magic in the same way that he saw the purebloods' disdain for mudbloods and halfbloods. However, sometimes Uncle Vernon made the desire to start shooting out hexes just too strong. "That is a lie, and if you want to believe his rubbish you can get out of my room." Harry's anger burned at the thought of yet another insult. "Easy kid, I didn't say I believed old Vernon. Vernon and I hardly know each other. Until my visit, I have seen him about 6 times in my entire life. But you need to control that temper before it gets you into trouble." Then Mike grunted a rumbling chuckle, "Or at least more trouble. I heard something about an incident with my other cousin Marge." Harry's anger dropped abruptly with the calm response from this oddest of Dursleys. Harry dropped into the desk chair and just stared at the man sitting on his bed. The bed creaked under the weight of the short but very broad man. Harry looked at his arms and realized that his forearms were thicker than Harry's own thighs. The corded muscle looked intimidating. Then Harry realized that the most intimidating thing was not the man's apparent strength, but the absolute stillness that he sat that watching Harry in return. The statues around Hogwarts showed more animation than this man sitting on his bed. Harry finally had to say something, just to break the silence. "Why are you here?" Mike raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you mean in your room or in England?" Harry answered, "I meant in England." Mike gave another of his odd smiles and looked towards the window. "Well, I spent 10 years in the US Army, and then decided to get out and go into website design and programming. The tech boom and the Y2K panic are really making technology and the internet the place to be. I was just getting started when Vernon called me up and asked me to help set up Grunning's site. A website for drills won't be too exciting, but it is a good start." Mike turned back to Harry. "I will tell you the oddest thing is Vernon pushed for me to be here before you returned and for the contract to end after you left for school again. Now, Vernon and I never enjoyed each other on our occasional visits. My grandfather moved to the US after World War II and we grew up in very different environments. He never said that my visit was connected to you, but I am not as dumb as this face of mine suggests." Harry was stunned by this information. Did Uncle Vernon really bring this strange man to protect the Dursleys? And from who? The Death Eaters or Harry and his friends? Before Harry could think of a rational response to the question, Aunt Petunia could be heard down the stairs calling that dinner was ready. Mike grimaced and rose to his feet. "Let's eat, kid. We can talk more after dinner." The little troll man then walked out of the room followed by a bewildered young wizard. Harry and the strange American never got the chance to talk after dinner. Uncle Vernon dragged Mike into the living room to discuss the website. Harry used this distraction to get into his room and write a quick note to Ron saying he had reached the Dursleys safely. Hedwig hooted as Harry attached the scroll and nipped playfully at Harry's hand. "Here you go. Go see Ron. Try not to let Pig teach you any bad habits." Hedwig hooted again and then took flight out the window. Harry watched, slightly jealous of the freedom the owl was experiencing. Then Harry turned to get ready for bed. Rise and shine, sleepy head. Harry jumped at the bellow in his ear. He shot up in the bed and slammed against the wall. To his shock, he saw Mike standing there in running shorts and trainers with a big grin on his face. Come on, kid. The dawn is breaking and we can get a good run in before breakfast. Somehow I don't think your cousin Dudley will be joining us. Mike then threw some clothes to Harry and said he would meet him downstairs in 5 minutes. Then Mike disappeared out the door so fast that Harry almost thought he had apparated. 4 minutes later, Harry was standing outside the Dursleys and starting to stretch. Mike watched him and then motioned for Harry to lead the way. Harry started at a good pace. Although Harry was still small for his age, playing Quidditch had developed quite a bit of strength in Harry. The ability to resist the stresses of the sudden acceleration and turns coupled with the endurance to stay in the long games and the usual pain from injuries left Harry in good shape. After 30 minutes of running, Harry had worked up a solid sweat and was feeling his endurance waning. Harry glanced back at Mike and saw the man looked like he had just started the run. The man had barely broken a sweat yet. Mike caught the look on Harry's face and asked, "Do you want to pick up the pace?" Harry motioned for Mike to take the lead. Harry did not want to try to talk at this point. Mike increased his speed with Harry making a determined go at keeping up. Harry refused to let a Dursley run him into the ground. 10 minutes later, the pair were passing the park where Harry had in years past seen Dudley tormenting smaller children. Mike led the way into the park and to a picnic bench. Harry stumbled to the ground gasping for breath. Bloody hell. Harry felt like he had just played a dozen back-to-back Quidditch matches. Each breath felt like he was on fire. Get up, kid. Walk it off. Mike reached down and lifted Harry effortlessly to his feet. Mike then started walking Harry in slow circles. As Harry started to get his breath back, Mike let him sit down on the bench. Now don't you feel better? Last night you looked like you were looking for any excuse to let your temper get the better of you. Mike watched as Harry started to cool down. I bet right now you couldn't work up the energy to shout, "Boo." Harry had to nod agreement to that comment. Mostly because it was true, but also because he still didn't think he could even talk. Mike gave him a hand up and they started walking back towards the Dursleys' house. After a time, Mike looked at Harry and said, "Do you want to talk about what is riding you? And don't tell me anything about street Brutuses. Only a total idiot, like Vernon, would believe that story." Harry looked at the man walking beside him and said, "I have thought that myself, but I don't think you will believe my story either." Mike replied, "Try me out." "Okay." Harry sighed. "I am a wizard and attend the best school of magic in the UK. Magic? Huh. Well, I've had a couple girlfriends that claimed that they were witches, but never really saw anything that would prove that." Harry pulled out his wand and pointed to a distant football left in the park. Accio ball. The ball flew through the air and directly at Harry. Harry snatched it out of the air and presented it to Mike. "Now you have seen magic." Mike nodded. "Okay, I'll give you that, but it doesn't explain the look on your face last night while you were sleeping. The only time I have seen people with that look on their face has been when they have been in combat ops for too long. Especially officers who believe they have the weight of the world on their shoulders. That would be a long story. The Dursleys know parts of it but have done their best to believe I've made it all up." Harry looked at the ground while they walked. Why was he telling this to another Dursley? "Sit down, kid." Mike pointed at the curb. "I had a teacher tell me once that the only way to tell a story is to start at the beginning and go through to the end." Harry sat down and started telling the strange muggle about Voldemort, the death of his parents, school and the loss of Sirius and Professor Dumbledore. Harry had never sat and had to tell the whole story to anyone before. It was amazing all of the events that had happened over the last 6 years since Hagrid had come to take him to his first year at Hogwarts. Talking about the dangers and adventures he had faced, Harry naturally talked about the roles of Ron and Hermione in his life. He also talked about the Weasleys and their inclusion of him in their family. Talking about Sirius was difficult and Harry almost could not talk about Dumbledore. Harry realized that while he viewed Sirius as his surrogate father, Dumbledore was his surrogate grandfather. This last thought caused Harry to break down and start to cry. Mike placed his arm around the boy and pulled him into his shoulder. Mike realized that this was the first time the kid had ever let the feelings he was bottling up out into the open. Mike bought the whole story. The emotions were the key, but also it was consistent throughout and matched the pieces that Vernon and Petunia had dropped when they had thought he was out of earshot. Mike had been slightly nervous coming to England during a time when terrorists seemed to be heavily active. Mike had spent more time than he wanted to admit, in countries that he could not admit to visiting, fighting against terrorists. Something about the news stories and the official explanations had never seemed to fit. The kid's story about this Voldemort answered a lot of his questions. Mike was angered to realize that his relatives had added to the boy's burden. Not even 17 years old and already a terrorist target for the last 16. No wonder the kid seemed like he was ready to explode. The constant stress must be crushing him. Harry was gaining control of himself again and sat up. Thank you for listening to the whole story. I have never had to talk about it like that before. It is okay, kid. You obviously needed to talk it out. Your school may be preparing you to be a wizard, but obviously, they never talked to you about dealing with this kind of pressure. If you would like, I think I can help you. How can you help me? You can't do magic. Magic isn't the answer to everything. After my time in the military, I can show you some different ideas for handling the pressure you have been letting crush you. Plus, I know your way of fighting is different, but I can talk to you about the tactics and strategies that we, Muggles, have used in our wars. Harry looked at the man and realized he was honestly offering to help. This was something Harry had never expected to find at the Dursleys. Harry realized this was the best he had felt since leaving with Dumbledore to find the Horcruxes. I would appreciate that, Mike. I really would. Harry stuck out his hand and the two new friends shook. But I don't think Uncle Vernon will be too happy about you spending time with me. Ha! Wait till you see how we get around my jerk of a cousin. Mike laughed. I will have you help move me into my apartment and then I'll bet you that I have Vernon throwing you at me. Harry laughed and then decided that he would not bet against this man. Mike started asking a large number of questions about the war with Voldemort. After another 20 minutes of questions, Mike asked Harry, why do you have to face this wizard? Surely there are older, more powerful wizards that could fight him. Harry explained about the prophecy and the effects of his mother's sacrifice. It seemed as though Harry's sacrifice would be to face Voldemort to determine if light or darkness would win. Mike found it amazing that something with a potential impact on the entire world would not be much more widely known. And it all hung on the shoulders of a kid not even 17 years old. Mike hummed a few bars and then sang quietly, so bury fear for fate draws near and hide the signs of pain. With noble acts, the bravest souls endure the heart's remains. Discard regret, that in this dead a better world is made, that children of a newer day might remember, and avoid our fate. Harry could just look at Mike and nod. It is called Winterborn, by a great band, Crusados, and it seems to fit this situation. Harry and Mike jogged into the Dursleys' driveway. Mike paused at the Dursleys' front door and gave Harry a wink. Then he opened the door and strode in like he owned the house. Vernon. This boy is just as good for nothing as you have said. I took him on a little run and he could not make even 5 miles. Mike glared at Uncle Vernon and then turned to glare at Harry. Obviously, that school of yours fails to instill a strong physical discipline. Uncle Vernon was attempting to leverage his bulk out of his chair while yelling back, you are quite right. I completely agree. I have said the kids today are treated too soft. A bunch of Nancy boys if you ask me. If I had him in my unit I would have gotten him straightened out or killed him trying. Mike screamed this from only a few inches in front of Harry's face. Harry could not help flinching under Mike's bellow. Uncle Vernon heard that bellow and noticed Harry's flinch. Vernon realized that he had the perfect opportunity here to get rid of the boy and to pay him back for all of the disrespect Harry had done to his household. A sly smile flashed on Vernon's face. I say that is a capital idea, Michael. Would you be willing to put the boy under your own version of military discipline? Mike turned to Vernon with shock on his face. But Vernon, what about the website? You know I would love to break this brat, but I need money from that job. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. While you do this little, side project for me, we will just build a company. Uncle Vernon stated with a huge grin on his face. I don't know, Vernon. That might cause the contract to go over budget. Wouldn't that look bad? Mike stood with a considering look on his face. The company will never know. I'll change the bill. Simple. Uncle Vernon chortled in glee. With a nod, Mike said, if you are sure, then I would be glad to whip this kid into shape. Turning to Harry, he yelled, get changed into work clothes and be in my car in 5 minutes. Move. Harry sprinted up the stairs and into his room. While he was getting changed, he was shocked at the way Uncle Vernon was manipulated into doing exactly what Mike planned. Harry shook his head. After all this time with magic, you would have thought that he had learned not to simply judge things by their appearance. Harry ran out the front door and into Mike's car. As he ran out, he heard Dudley snickering in front of the television. Harry jumped into the car and shut the door. Mike turned and smiled at Harry and said, you can't cheat an honest man. The car pulled out of the driveway and started down Privet Drive. As they came to the end of the street, Mike muttered, oh, please don't throw me into that there briar patch. Harry dropped to the ground as if hit by a killing curse. Harry had been training with Mike for 4 weeks now. Harry also started to wonder who was really tricked that morning in Uncle Vernon's living room. Mike started showing up in Harry's room at 6 a.m. every morning to chase Harry out of bed. After quickly getting dressed, they would start their run. Mike insisted that they run with weighted bags on their backs. Mike called them rucks. He also kept adding greater distances and speed. Harry would have claimed that Mike was torturing him, but Mike took every step with him. Their run always ended at Mike's flat, where a large American-style breakfast would be prepared. The first couple of days Harry had a hard time getting the food down, but now he realized that he would need the fuel to get through the rest of Mike's training day. After breakfast, Mike and Harry would go to a local gym. Mike coached Harry in the correct methods of using the various equipment and weights. When Harry remarked on Mike's knowledge, Mike answered, first off, I was not born with this build. I put a lot of time in to build up my strength. Also, I worked as a trainer after the military to make some extra money while going to college. The gym time ended in time for lunch. Mike had insisted that Harry bring various study materials from Hogwarts to his flat. While Mike worked on the website project after lunch, Mike pushed Harry to study and review all of his different materials. Harry felt like he was ready to take his NEWTS right now. This was worse than studying with Hermione. At least with Hermione she was distracted by her own studies and bickering with Ron. Mike had no distractions and kept his attention right on Harry. Fortunately, it was not all work. After they broke for dinner, they would watch movies on Mike's video recorder. Harry had never seen the Star Wars trilogy before. Mike also introduced Harry to some really oddball comedies like The Princess Bride, Spaceballs, The Rocky Horror Picture Show, and Army of Darkness. Harry would roll around laughing at the dread pirate Roberts and Ash. Harry really found the portrayals of the wizards in the movies particularly funny. Harry imagined that the Princess Brides, Miracle Max and Dumbledore would have had a wonderful time together. It was amazing that Harry could think about Professor Dumbledore without the intense pain when he had first left school. Harry still knew that he was Dumbledore's man and always would be loyal to the great headmaster. Mike's training had left Harry so exhausted that it gave Harry a chance to work off the hurt and anguish that the professor's murder had left in Harry. As Harry lay in the grass and contemplated the sky above, he realized that he would miss the time he was spending here with Mike. Harry loved magic, but there was an odd enjoyment to working out physically. Get up, kid. Didn't you learn anything yet? Okay. Maybe, Harry thought, maybe I won't miss it all that much. Harry pulled himself up off the ground and gave Mike a grin. I was just realizing that dying would be so much easier than getting up again to go into the gym. Death is light as a feather. A ruck is heavier than a mountain, Mike misquoted. But don't worry. I have another way of adding to your torture today. Mike nodded for Harry to follow him into the flat. As they sat down to eat breakfast, Mike explained. We have been working out now for about 3 weeks. A little less than a month from now you turn 17. At that point you will be an adult in your world and you have a mission to complete. Harry sat back in his chair. Voldemort and the Horcruxes were still out there. Finding the Horcruxes and ending Voldemort's reign of terror were up to Harry. Ron, Hermione, and others would help, but ultimately, Harry was responsible. Mike continued, "Now, I don't expect to get too far in this, but I want to introduce you to some different types of fighting styles." Mike grinned. "I know you wizard types don't go much for hand to hand, but I don't think it would hurt. Someone who is expecting only a certain type of attack often forgets to defend against other ones." "That sounds like a good idea, Mike. I have been caught a couple times where I could not get my wand out or lost it." Mike smiled at the considered answer. "Just remember, the most important weapons you have is your mind and your spirit. Keep them both about you and you'll be fine." "Mike, you sound like Professor Moody again." You must have had much smarter professors than I had." Mike grinned at Harry's groan. "Come on, kid, let's go get some breakfast." Mike was impressed with Harry's quick reactions and highly developed eye-hand coordination. Harry was a natural as a Quidditch seeker. His natural combination of eye-hand coordination, broom control, and awareness of where all of the other players and balls were at any given time made Harry the best seeker that Hogwarts had seen in some time. Mike decided to focus on different styles that took advantage of Harry's natural speed and coordination. Mike introduced Harry to a number of other people studying the different martial arts. One was a young man from South America who came to study at university in England. The man started to dance in an odd fashion with lots of leaps and twirls. Harry thought it was somewhat funny until one of those twirling leaps turned into a kick that almost took Harry's head off. Mike also introduced Harry to an old Japanese gentleman. Master Ayoshi started explaining the art of Japanese sword fighting and kendo. The first time on the mat with Master Ayoshi, Harry barely had time to blink before his kendo stick went flying across the room. After that, Master Ayoshi just shook his head and got down to the serious business of introducing Harry to sword fighting. Master Ayoshi became Harry's primary teacher in his evening sessions. Except for learning to fly his broomstick, Harry had never picked up a skill like he took to fencing. The speed and coordination that made Harry the best seeker in many years at Hogwarts also benefited Harry in his training. The night of Harry's confrontation with Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets was a confusing, chaotic night. Finding out that Tom Riddle was a 16-year-old Voldemort was a shock, and concerns for an unconscious Ginny made Harry forget many of the details that night. Learning to use the sword made Harry realize how natural the sword felt in his hand. Although Harry had never even held a sword before that night, he had still been able to wield the sword enough to kill the basilisk. At first, Harry felt he had made no progress with the sword. After 1 week, Harry started to feel increasingly frustrated. Harry complained of his lack of progress to Master Ayoshi. The master listened and pointed Harry to the practice mat. Harry took his place and the master faced him. "I have improved my defenses to match your increased ability. I will match you now at the level you were at 1 week ago." The old man bowed and launched an attack. Harry was able to defend easily and soon seized the initiative to launch his own offensive. Harry drove the master back to the edge of the training circle. Then Harry was amazed as the master raised his level back to Harry's current level. The master indicated a pause. After Harry stepped back, the master stated, "You are here to learn. Focus on the learning. When you stop making progress, I will let you know." Harry spent almost 4 weeks running and working out in the morning, studying in the afternoon, and then fighting after dinner. 2 evenings a week Mike would declare it movie night. Harry usually fell asleep as soon as the movie ended. Harry woke up at 4:45 and knew that Mike would be here soon for their morning run. The Dursleys had been ecstatic about the amount of time Harry had spent out of the house this summer. Harry was gone before they rolled out of their beds. Since it was usually after 10:30 before Harry returned in the evening, they almost never saw him. Harry got up and kicked off his pajamas. Before he could put on his running clothes, he looked at himself in the mirror. Harry realized he had gained at least 7 kilograms, 15 pounds, since the beginning of summer. Harry would never be a large, imposing man, but no one would call him scrawny anymore. Harry looked at the calendar, and realized that today was Thursday, the 24th of July. Bill and Fleur's wedding was only 2 days away. Soon he would be leaving Privet Drive and never returning. The training had kept Harry so busy that the time had simply flown by. Harry realized that he would have to buy a wedding present soon. The Weasleys would be coming to pick him up sometime soon. Harry heard a faint creak at the back door. He quickly threw on his running gear and grabbed his cloak from his trunk. Just as the cloak settled around his shoulders, the door opened. Mike quietly stepped into the room. Mike stood over Harry's messed up bed and shook his head. Shame. Shame. Kid should have realized weeks ago that this was a bad idea. As Mike reached to wake up Harry, he felt a finger tap him on the shoulder. Mike turned quickly, but no one was there. Glancing around in a moment of shock, Mike stood up and let out a muted laugh. Okay, kid, you got me. I didn't hear you and I have no idea how you were able to hide on me. Harry let the cloak drop down and grinned at his friend teacher. Easy. It was magic. Mike's eyebrows rose as he looked at the silvery cloak in Harry's hands. I have seen you studying and practicing your magic, but that just messed me up. Harry laughed. Now you know how I always feel. Harry turned and put the cloak in the trunk. Okay. I've had my fun. Let's run. As you wish. The chuckles followed the pair out the Dursleys' front door and into the street. Mike surprised Harry by allowing him to drop studying for the afternoon to go shopping. Mike took Harry to a local shopping center. Riding with Mike was almost as bad as the trip with Ron at the start of second year. Mike kept trying to drive on the wrong side of the road and complaining that everyone else was on the wrong side. Finally arriving at the center, Mike and Harry went in different directions. Mike told Harry to meet in 2 hours near a particular store. Harry really wished he had Ginny with him. Harry realized that she was the person he was most excited to see when he got to the burrow. The nights that he had actually had the energy to dream, she was in every one. However, even more, Harry realized how much he hated shopping. What was he ever going to get Bill and Fleur? Fortunately, Harry had converted a substantial amount of galleons into Muggle money. Harry could just imagine the clerk's reaction if he had tried to pay in gold coins. After 90 minutes, Harry found an antique silver tea set engraved with a wolf and a fox chasing each other's tails around the pieces. Harry snickered at the pun and asked the clerk to wrap the present. Harry was walking back to meet Mike when he spotted an open bench near a railing across from a jewelry store. Harry sat down and started watching the Muggles going about their business. Harry was amazed because of their easy, relaxed manners. The entire English wizarding world walked in fear of the Death Eaters attaching. Harry started to feel anger at Voldemort in a whole new way. Ever since learning who had murdered his parents, Harry had plenty of personal reasons for hating Voldemort. This anger was due to the damage and injuries Voldemort and the Death Eaters had caused to the magical community. The wizards and witches of Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and all of the other magical places in Britain should be able to walk this freely in their own business. Living in fear, in terror, of a small group of bullies in pursuit of power or wealth they had never earned was simply wrong. Harry suddenly felt that he was being watched. Harry looked around expecting to find Mike testing if he was paying attention. To Harry's dismay, what he found was Dudley and 3 friends striding towards Harry. Dudley had lost much of the baby fat, but was still a rather large individual. Enforced physical activity and dieting at Smeltings had trimmed a lot of the Dudley's weight. Harry doubted that either would continue 5 minutes after Dudley left the school. Dudley's friends were all smaller than he, but none of them were tiny. They were all boys that Dudley could dominate but large enough to take part in his bullying. Dudley spotted Harry before Harry could attempt to blend into the background. Dudley changed his course and headed directly for Harry. Harry stood up and faced his cousin as he approached. Before Dudley could say anything, Harry simply said, "Hello, Dudley." Harry really did not want a confrontation in the middle of the shopping center. After dealing with Voldemort and the Death Eaters for the last 6 years, Dudley did not even rate as a distraction. Dudley seemed a little surprised at Harry's calm greeting. Dudley glared at Harry and said, "Who let you out with the normal people, you freak?" Dudley's gang of friends chuckled at his comment. "Dudley, I am out of here in 2 days forever. I have avoided you all summer. Leave me alone for the next 2 days and it will be all over." "You mean my cousin Mike has been beating the crap out of you every day? I have heard how you still can't finish one of his little runs. Mike was telling my da all about it." "Little wimp." Dudley sneered. "Without your freak stuff you can't do anything." Harry realized the other four boys were starting to move around to his sides. The situation was going bad quickly. Why did Harry seem like a magnet for bullies? First Voldemort, then Dudley and then Malfoy. It was ridiculous. Harry placed his hands up in a placating gesture and spoke a little louder. I am not looking for trouble. I was just here to buy a gift. Although this did nothing to get Dudley to leave him alone, it did get a couple of passers-by to stop to witness the confrontation. Dudley said, I'll give you a going-away present, and threw a quick punch at Harry's head. Harry ducked and stepped to the side next to one of Dudley's friends. Before the surprised boy could move, Harry pushed him into the path of Dudley. The second boy reached to grab Harry, but Harry blocked his swing and gave him a quick kick to the knee. This put the boy on the ground, howling in pain. Harry used the momentum from his kick to spin him towards the third boy. This boy was a little quicker than Dudley's other friends and he hit Harry in the stomach with a fist. Harry turned to absorb some of the blow as Mike had showed him. Muscles developed from Quidditch also helped lessen the hit. Harry stepped into the boy and delivered 2 quick hits to the boy's side, followed by a knee to the stomach as Harry stepped past him. Harry then turned to see his cousin rising from where he untangled from the other boy. Harry jumped and delivered a kick to the side of Dudley's head. Dudley's head snapped back and he stumbled over his friend still on the ground. As Harry stood ready for any of the boys to get up, a number of men on the crowd that had gathered stepped in to pull the 4 boys on the ground up. A police officer came running up and demanded to know what was going on. Seeing Harry standing alone, the officer grabbed Harry's arm and shouted, "Tell me what happened here." A man stepped forward from the crowd and stopped the officer. The other 4 boys attacked this boy. He was only defending himself. You saw all of this, sir? Yes, I am the manager of the jewelry store and I heard the confrontation. The officer let Harry go and looked at the crowd. Did anyone else see what happened? 3 people from the crowd nodded and confirmed the manager's story. The boy was just sitting on the bench when the other boys approached and the largest boy threw the first punch. The officer turned to Harry and said, "In that case, I have to ask you if you would like to press charges." Harry was really tempted for a moment but then shook his head. No, the big git is my cousin. I would never hear the end of it from my aunt and uncle. The officer grinned. Well, I can still run them in and make their parents pick them up. That should be good for something. Harry thanked the officer and then approached the manager. Thank you, sir, for helping me out. It was my pleasure. I have watched those boys bully many other children around here for years. It was nice to see them get justice. Why don't you step into my shop until this all clears up? Harry agreed and entered the shop. The manager moved behind the counter. Harry wandered around the shop and stopped at a jeweled necklace. The necklace had a bright green emerald. Harry thought that it would really look good on Ginny. The manager noticed Harry's interest and said, "That is one of my nicer pieces, but it is a little costly." Harry asked how much and the manager gave him a price. Harry considered for only a minute and then pulled the money out. It used the last of his muggle money, but Harry figured he could just visit Gringotts after the wedding. The manager was surprised that Harry had the money with him, but he wrapped up the necklace in a box and gave Harry a receipt. Harry thanked the manager and left to meet Mike. Draco huddled on the floor of the small cell in misery. The cell was more a small crawlspace. The ceiling was only 4 feet high and the entire area was made of crumbling concrete. A damp, musty smell of mold and decaying matter filled the cell. A small bucket in the corner had been provided as a privy. The Death Eaters emptied it occasionally when they remembered to feed Draco. Not that feeding was something that happened too often either. The failure to follow the Dark Lord's command haunted him. The daily applications of the Cruciatus curse by Voldemort and Aunt Bellatrix were bad enough. His mother's murder burned in his memory. He relived the scene several times a night. The torture was almost a relief. Why couldn't he cast that final curse that would have proven himself and redeemed his father to Voldemort? In a dark corner of Draco's mind, he knew the reason. He was always the sly one, the planner. Never let your own hands get dirty was a lesson he had learned from his father. But even more, Draco suspected he was simply a coward. Draco never fought a fair fight in his life if he could help it. Even as a first year in the forest during that detention with Potter, he had run at the first sign of trouble. All of his confrontations with Potter, Weasley and that mudblood Granger had all occurred with some kind of backup, either other Slytherins or his position as a perfect. It all came down to Potter. This was all his fault. If Potter wasn't in his year, someone else would have been assigned the task of killing Dumbledore. The door to Draco's cell suddenly swung open, filling the small, musty room with bright light. A figure appeared and crouched in the doorway. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy. Having a pleasant day?" asked Professor Snape. Draco had not seen Snape since his mother's murder. But Draco did know the task Voldemort had assigned to his former teacher. Draco summoned what courage he had and turned to face Snape. He stood as straight as possible and looked his former professor in the eye. He could not help raising a hand to shield his eyes from the bright light spilling from the hall. With his throat dry from a lack of water, Draco could not really answer, so he just glared in silence. Snape glared at his former student and sneered, "I am here to inform you that you are now an orphan. Your father met with a sudden, unexplained accident while sitting in his cell in Azkaban." Draco felt a sudden jolt of mixed emotions. Part of Draco held Lucius Malfoy responsible for the whole mess with his involvement with Voldemort. Lucius was a difficult man to please as a child. The elder Malfoy always had a vicious temper and frequently beat Draco when he displeased his father. The worst beating Draco had ever received was when a 5-year-old Draco mistakenly played with a Muggle boy who lived near the Malfoy mansion. However, Lucius was Draco's father, and Draco felt a sharp pain at the thought of his death at the hands of his fellow Death Eaters. Snape watched Draco's warring emotions and then tossed a small container of water to Draco. "You will need this to get your strength back. The Dark Lord will be returning shortly. Since your wand is safely on the table in the next room, you will not even be able to resist when he comes for his pleasure. You might be happy to know that first we are crashing the Weasley wedding to provide some entertainment." With that, Snape turned and slammed the door shut. Draco slumped to the floor and eagerly drank down the water. It tasted better than all the butterbeer ever served in the Three Broomsticks. Draco was able to keep from drinking all of the water, instead saving some for later. Draco slumped into the dark, damp corner as his world rocked around him. First his mother's death in front of him and now his father's in prison destroyed Draco's world view. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy had served the Dark Lord since they were teenagers. Their belief in the pure bloods was absolute and the Dark Lord was the key. Voldemort recruited them during a Hogsmeade weekend during their 6th year at Hogwarts. Armando Dippet was retiring as headmaster at Hogwarts and the Dark Lord wanted them to spy on Professor Dumbledore, who would be taking the position the next fall. Draco was born into a family of Death Eaters. He was raised on the superiority of the purebloods. Even before the rise of the Dark Lord, the Malfoys had maintained their honor and pride by staying with their own kind. Draco's grandfather had not agreed with his son in swearing allegiance to the Dark Lord, but he had agreed that the lesser magical folk were gaining too much power in the wizarding community. Mudbloods, half-bloods and blood traitors were less than the scum on your boots. They could never truly understand the greatness of the purebloods. Yet, Draco now questioned this greatness. He and his parents had fought long and hard on behalf of the Dark Lord. Even when the Dark Lord appeared lost, Lucius remained as a spy on Dumbledore. Lucius pressured a Hogwarts governor to step down and got himself installed into the position. During Draco's 2nd year, Dumbledore was actually removed as headmaster for a time when the Chamber of Secrets was reopened because of Lucius's manipulations. Then, for a short period of failures, they were condemned to torture and death. It wasn't fair. Draco suddenly realized the cell was not as dark as before. The cell door was cracked to let some light in. Draco crept towards the door and gently pushed against it. A soft creak of metal on metal, and then the door swung slightly open. Draco looked down and realized that a small stone had blocked the door from closing properly. Draco grabbed the stone and peered out into the room outside his cell. After so much time in the black cell, it took a little while for his eyes to adjust. Eventually, Draco could make out a table across the room and another door leading out. The cell Draco had been locked in seemed to be the basement of a very old house. The room was light with magical torches that bathed the room in a flickering light. No one was around. Draco listened for a little but did not hear anyone. Remembering what Snape said about his wand, Draco stole over to the table. Sitting there was Draco's wand and a small amount of cheese. Draco grabbed them both and looked quickly around for any sign of Death Eaters. A vain hope faded as Draco realized that the area had an anti-apparition shield. A plan? Draco needed a plan of what to do next. Oddly, Draco realized that the first person he would have run to in this situation would have been Dumbledore. Draco suddenly realized that the old wizard was the only one who never expected anything from Draco based on who his father was. Whom else could he go to now? Draco quietly walked over to the other door and listened for any sounds. Hearing his own pounding heart, Draco opened the door. A quick glance revealed a stair going up. As Draco stepped on the first step, it let out a loud creak. He froze and waited for the sounds of Death Eaters coming to investigate. 30 seconds and 2 lifetimes later, Draco continued moving up the stair. Draco placed his feet on the outsides of the stairs so to make as little noise as possible. A lifetime of sneaking and spying, first on his parents and then at Hogwarts, was saving his life tonight. Draco reached the top of the stairs and opened the door at the top. The room beyond looked like a gardener's shack that had been abandoned for years. Years of grime covered the windows, making them impossible to see through. No torches lit the room like the stairs and the room below. Layers of dust covered everything except a track worn across the room from the doors to the stairs. Draco moved to the door outside and tried the handle. It opened easily and quietly as if it had just been greased. Looking outside, Draco saw a moonlight-neglected garden and a huge mansion that was in no better shape than the garden. Neither looked like they had been seriously maintained for more than 10 years. Draco shut the door behind him and moved into the garden. A garden path led to a gate and a small lane. In the distance, Draco could make out the unflickering lights of a Muggle village. Why would the Dark Lord maintain a house so close? Muggles? Draco could feel the strength draining out of him with each step. The water from Snape and adrenaline had given Draco a boost to get out of the cell, but now it was waning. But Draco still shuffled down the lane towards the light. Draco suddenly slammed into a wall and crashed to the ground in surprise. Looking around, Draco realized he had stumbled unknowing into the Muggle village. A voice called out, "Hey mate, you had better learn to hold your beer at your age." Draco turned to find 2 local Muggles staggering by. In his haze, Draco realized they were both drunk and assumed that he was also. Vaguely waving at them, Draco looked at the wall he had run into. A sign hanging outside proclaimed it was a pub named the Hanged Man. Draco stood and moved into an alley along the side of the pub. Draco realized that in his stumbling haze he had moved outside the shielded area. Draco tightly held his wand as he decided where he had to go. With a loud pop, Draco was gone. Harry met Mike at their designated spot. As they walked to the car, Harry learned that Mike had witnessed the entire incident. Mike had stayed out of sight to watch the confrontation. He was close enough to jump in if Harry had gotten into trouble, but he wanted to see how Harry handled himself. Overall, Mike was impressed with the progress Harry had made. However, this did not keep Mike from analyzing the entire incident. Harry was very nervous as he approached Privet Drive a couple of hours later. When he opened the front door, he braced for a nasty confrontation. No one was in the house yet. Harry guessed that they might not be home yet from picking up Dudley from the police. Harry ran up to his room and shut the door behind him. As much as putting his cousin down had been, Harry was sure it would not make up for the pain that would be coming soon. Harry started placing his stuff in his trunk for leaving on Saturday. Harry heard Hedwig scratching at the window. Harry opened the window and lifted his beautiful snowy owl into the room. "Hey boy, what have you got for me?" Harry unrolled the scroll. It read, "Hey mate, we have not heard much from you in the last couple of weeks. Are the Muggles treating you okay? I did not like the look of that short, ugly git with your uncle. My mum is convinced that she is going to have to stuff you to regain the weight you lost this summer before school. We will come and get you in 2 days to bring you to the burrow. I can't wait. All of this wedding stuff is driving me spare. Hermione has been here for a week. Please write back and let me know how you are doing. Ron." Harry grinned. Harry felt ready to deal with whatever was necessary in order to defeat Voldemort. The time with Mike had given Harry a chance to release the stress he had built up and to focus on his studies. He realized that he would have to maintain a good balance between responsibility and fun. After all, his father, godfather, and favorite Dada professor were all marauders. They would be upset if he did get into some trouble. Harry dashed off a quick note to Ron and Hermione that he was fine and would see them in 2 days. He also told them to have fun until he got there. Well, they would have fun if Ron would ever open his mouth and tell Hermione how he felt about her. Harry figured everyone, including Hermione, knew already. After all, Hermione had spent more time with Ron than Harry did over the last 3 or 4 summers. In fact, the only time Harry could not remember her beating him to wherever Ron was spending the summer was after first year when her family went to France. With a smirk at that thought, Harry set the note aside. He would send the note after Hedwig had some time to rest. Turning back to his packing, Harry heard the front door open. The door was barely open before the yelling started. "Get down here, you ungrateful whelp." Harry looked around his room and realized he was being foolish. Pulling out his wand, Harry flicked it at the rest of his stuff to send it flying neatly into his trunk. Another quick spell shrunk the trunk to fit inside a bag. Harry quickly made a note onto his letter to Ron and Hermione saying that he would make his own way to the burrow and that he would explain later. Harry attached the note to Hedwig and said, "Sorry to do this before you could rest, but I think it is time for us to go. Go to Ron and wait for me at the burrow." Hedwig hooted and playfully nipped at Harry's hand. Then with a toss from Harry, took flight out the window. Harry then shrunk Hedwig's cage down and placed it into the bag. The yelling was getting closer, so Harry put the bag on his back and started to the door. As Harry opened the door, Uncle Vernon appeared in the doorway. "What do you mean picking on my son? After we took you in all these years, fed you, clothed you, this is how you repay us? I don't care what that doddering old fool told your aunt, I want you out of my house." While he was yelling, Uncle Vernon kept leaning further and further into Harry. Harry felt his anger start to boil over the insult to Professor Dumbledore. Harry took a deep breath and looked Uncle Vernon straight in the eye. "When have you ever showed me any kindness or concern? You and Dudley have bullied me and harassed me all of my life. Dudley made the mistake of trying it again after I learned to defend myself. No magic, no tricks. I beat Dudley and his friends using only Muggle means. You get out of my house. I won't have you here another minute," screamed Uncle Vernon. Harry moved around the fat man and said, "I was just leaving. You will never see me again." Harry moved quickly to the stairs and was surprised to see his aunt waiting at the bottom and holding a cardboard shoebox. "I am leaving so you don't have to say anything." Harry's aunt vigorously shook her head and said, "Yes, you should go, but take this too. It was your freak mother's. I found it in with some of my mother's things and I don't want it in my house." Now Harry felt really angry. "You have had something of my mother's and you never gave it to me before today." Petunia went white and stared at Harry's face. Her hand drifted up to her forehead as she backed away. It was in the attic. I just found it last week. I did not know it was there." Harry grabbed the box and walked angrily outside the Dursleys' door for the last time. He was free. The problem with his freedom was that Harry had not really had a chance to plan it since it came a day early. Harry started jogging down the road towards Mike's flat. Harry figured he could catch the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron and then flow to the burrow in the morning. But first he had to stop and thank Mike for all of his help this summer. In a short time Harry had covered the ground between Privet Drive and Mike's flat. The jog had helped Harry work out the anger of Uncle Vernon's parting shots. The Wizarding World placed Harry on a pedestal. Harry knew they should not, but if the wizards valued Harry so highly, why couldn't his only family accept him as he was? Harry ran up the stairs to Mike's third-floor flat. It stood over a bakery, so it was always filled with the best smells. Harry heard Mike's voice coming from inside the flat and it sounded angry. Harry tentatively knocked on the flat door. Mike opened the door while still holding a phone and smiled when he saw Harry. Beckoning Harry inside, Mike continued his conversation. Harry walked into the small flat and closed the door. "Tell me, Vernon, on what basis are you closing my contract?" A moment of silence and then he said, "You directed me to stop that work." You said you would change the agreement. A longer silence followed. So you are saying that you will not keep your word. That is fine. I always knew you were a dishonorable bastard. I submitted the completed project to your people today on time. They reviewed the site and agreed it met all of your requirements and exceeded their expectations. I will expect full and prompt payment or you will hear from my lawyers. Good day, sir. And with that, Mike hung up the phone. Harry had sat down on a couch to listen to the conversation. Harry felt selfish when he realized he had never considered how the incident with Dudley and his friends would affect Mike. As the conversation progressed, Harry felt his spirits raise as Mike told off Uncle Vernon. Harry enjoyed the final moments of the conversation and Mike hanging up on his cousin. Mike turned and looked at Harry. Looks like I won't be invited to Christmas dinner. Harry laughed and apologized. I am sorry, Mike. I did not mean to make trouble for you. You have only helped me and this is how I repay you. Mike sat opposite of Harry. After a moment, Mike said, Harry, I suspected something like this would happen the moment I started training you. That was why I worked on Vernon's project whenever I was not with you. Harry sat in shock as Mike suddenly frowned at Harry. You seem to have a habit for taking all of the responsibility for all of the situations you are in. You are not responsible for decisions people make when they are in full awareness of all of the facts. Did you know that you could have died your first year when you prevented that professor from stealing the stone? Yes, I did. But I knew that Voldemort would return if he got the stone. Your friends understood this also. Harry nodded and felt uncomfortable where he saw this was headed. If they knew all that you did, how could you take responsibility for their actions? You demean their courage, intelligence and loyalty. They chose to stand with you. It is not your fault. They are not your Avs are servants. Harry hung his head and realized that what Mike said was true. Ron and Hermione had made that same point. Harry also realized that Neville, Luna, Dumbledore, Ginny and half of the DA had tried to make that same point at various times. In some ways, Harry placed himself on the same pedestal as the rest of the wizarding world. Mike moved next to Harry and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The same thing is true of your parents and Sirius. They also knew of the prophecy, yes. They knew what they were doing and knew the risks. There was nothing you could have done. Harry sobbed. How can you be so sure? You were never there. Mike quietly replied, Kid, I have been with you for the better part of 2 months. You are the type that would dive on a grenade to save his buddies. I know, I have seen the type before. Mike got up and walked into the small kitchen and poured Harry a glass of water. Handing it to Harry, he asked, What are your plans now? Harry told him of his plan to catch the night bus. Mike considered for a moment and asked, How far is the burrow from here? Harry had never really considered the matter in Muggle terms. After a moment Harry replied, About 3 hours or so. I am not exactly sure. Why? I figured I could just run you down. It is not like I have anything pressing at the moment. It is 5 o'clock now. We should have you there by 8. No problem. Harry tried to beg off. You don't need to do that, Mike. You have done so much already. But Mike shook his head. From the sounds of it, kid, you shouldn't be in the open that way anyhow. I don't think the bad guys will expect you to be traveling by car. Harry agreed with both of Mike's points and accepted the offer. Mike told Harry to hang out for a while until he could throw a bag together. Within 5 minutes, Mike was back with a black duffel bag, a tube and a book. Mike handed the tube and the book to Harry and said, Master Ayoshi told me to give you these as a present. Come on, you can look at it in the car. Harry and Mike got into the car and started off for Ottery Street. Catchpole. Mike stopped for a map since neither knew how to get to the burrow. While Mike was getting the map, Harry read the note. Master Potter. The book is The Book of 5 Rings, by Miyamoto Musashi. In 16th century Japan, he was considered a great swordsman and military leader. He was also accomplished at the arts, including sculpting and poetry. His book teaches the art of strategy and swordsmanship. The sword was created by my great-great-grandfather. His creations have been treated as pieces of art and magic. I believe he would have approved of my gift. May it continue to be magical for you. Hijiro Ayoshi. Harry opened the tube and slid the katana from the tube. It was gorgeous. Harry had never seen anything even close to it. It was like seeing a firebolt for the first time after only ever seeing clean sweeps. Seeing Mike was returning to the car, Harry slid the sword into the tube. This would have to wait until later to be properly admired. Harry and Mike moved quickly once they moved out onto more open roads. Harry soon dozed off while Mike moved agilely through the traffic. Harry figured riding with his eyes closed kept him from panicking whenever Mike tried to drive on the wrong side of the road. As they approached the area of the burrow, Harry started looking for familiar landmarks. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the road in front of the car. Mike slammed on the brakes and swerved the car to avoid the person. When the car came to a complete stop, Harry looked out and saw that the person laying on the ground in the road. Harry jumped out of the car and ran to the collapsed figure. Harry called to the person and received no response. Realizing the person had fainted and not been hit by the car, Harry gently grasped the person's shoulder and rolled him over. Harry had just noticed the blonde hair when he realized he was looking at Draco Malfoy. The car pulled into the yard of the rambling house known as the Burrow. The sun had set behind the trees, casting long shadows through the yard. The Weasleys were surprised to see a Muggle car drive into the yard. Although the house was not covered by anti-Muggle charms, most Muggles seemed to just miss the fact the Burrow existed. The Weasleys watched with some nervousness as the passenger car door opened. A figure jumped out and ran towards the house. As it approached, they realized it was Harry. Molly Weasley moved to open the door, but Mr. Weasley stopped her. "I know, Molly, but not until we are sure it is Harry." Harry reached the door and waved to the Weasleys peering out the windows. "Sorry to scare you, but my plans got a little messed up today." "Harry, is that you?" "Yes, Mr. Weasley. Can you open the door? We have an emergency out here." "Harry, how did I help you the first time we met?" called Mrs. Weasley. "You helped me pass onto platform 9 3/4 at the beginning of my first year," Harry answered. The door swung open and Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in a great hug. "Oh, my poor boy. Are you okay? What is the emergency?" "Mrs. Weasley, the problem is not me. It's bloody hell," Ron yelled. "Is that who I think it is?" Harry turned from Mrs. Weasley's hug to see Mike approaching the house carrying Draco's unconscious body. Mr. Weasley walked over to where Mike had stopped and asked, "What happened to him?" Mike looked at Mr. Weasley and answered, "This kid jumped out in front of my car out of nowhere. Almost like magic." "Harry, you caught Draco?" Harry looked to where Hermione had joined Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ron standing around Mike. "Not exactly. He really did just pop out. I think he apparated and ended up in front of the car. We did not hit him, so I think he just fainted. The boy looks like he has been starved for weeks. He probably did faint. Bring him into the house." "Yes, Arthur. I know we should contact the ministry. But I want some answers first. Contact the Order and ask if Tonks and Remus could get here tonight." Mr. Weasley nodded and said, "Yes, you are right. We will never get a chance to talk to him once the ministry takes him." Mr. Weasley then turned to a silent Mike, who had been holding Draco. "Well, this is an unexpected honor, Mr. Dursley. When Harry sent his note, I had no idea that you would be bringing him." Mike grunted at the polite greeting. "You mean you never expected anyone with the last name Dursley to knowingly come within 50 miles of this place?" Mike then smiled at Mr. Weasley. "Please don't judge me by my fool of a cousin. After all, you can't pick your family. And, please call me Mike." "Thank you, Mike. I am Arthur. This is my wife Molly and—" Mrs. Weasley interrupted, "We can do this in the burrow. Mike, please follow me and bring Draco into the house. Lead the way, Molly. Hey kid, grab my bag when you get your things." Mr. Weasley followed Mike and Mrs. Weasley into the house. Harry leaned against Mike's car and looked at his two best friends. He noticed they were standing closer together now. Their hands were almost touching. Did this mean that Ron had finally admitted to Hermione how he felt? "You have no idea how glad I am to see you two. Coming here after being with the Dursleys is like waking up from a particularly bad dream." Hermione stepped up, giving Harry a hug. "Harry, it is good to see you too. You look really good. How was your summer? What is Mr. Dursley's cousin doing here with you? How did you catch Draco?" She backed up to hold his shoulders at arm's length. Are you okay? He will probably be better if you give him room to breathe. Hermione flushed a bit at Ron's comment and backed up while flashing Ron a dirty glance. Harry let out a mock sigh. I am not here for even 10 minutes and you two are already starting. You sound like an old married couple. Ron punched him lightly on the shoulder. It is good to have you back, mate. Let's get your things inside and then you can answer Ms. Nosy's questions. Harry snorted in amusement as Hermione shot back. Sure, and you are dying to find out also. They grabbed the bags and the tube. Harry closed the car and they walked into the burrow. Walking into the burrow was almost like a religious experience for Harry. Growing up with the Dursleys had never given Harry a sense of family. True families seemed to be a thing only seen through snatched glimpses of the television. Walking into the burrow was always a truly magical experience. It was not the wizard kind of magic that Hogwarts taught, but a special magic only available to loving, close-knit families. Harry walked into the kitchen and stopped. He looked around as enchanted as the first time he had ever stood in that kitchen. Harry remembered coming down the summer after his first year of Hogwarts for breakfast. It was after Fred, George and Ron had stolen Mr. Weasley's flying car and rescued him from the Dursleys. The family's clock hung on the wall. Each Weasley had a hand on the clock. They all pointed at mortal danger. They had pointed there since Voldemort's return. Harry felt his temper rise as he thought of the danger facing this house and the Weasleys. Why did Voldemort feel that he had to destroy and control everything? Harry took a deep breath to calm his nerves. The smells of the burrow helped to calm him. Except one particular flowery scent sent his heart racing faster, but in an entirely different way. Harry looked around the room and quietly asked, "Where is Ginny?" Hermione looked back at where Harry had stopped. An odd look of mixed affection and exasperation filled her face. She went shopping today with Fleur and was staying with Fred and George tonight. We can talk upstairs later, Harry. Harry and Ron ran Harry and Mike's things upstairs to Ron's room. Then they ran back down to see what was going on with Draco. They found the Weasleys, Hermione and Mike in the living room. Draco was unconscious on the couch. The Weasleys and Mike were talking quietly in the corner. Hermione was sitting in a chair opposite Draco with a disgusted look on her face. Ron elbowed Harry and snickered. I bet if the bugger woke up now he would pass out again in shock. Harry grinned at his friend. It felt good to be back with Ron. Mrs. Weasley looked up at the trio. You might as well go off to bed. We will watch young Mr. Malfoy. I don't think he is going anywhere, but we will make sure of that. Mike, you are welcome to spend the night. Mike said. Thank you, Molly. I accept. I would like to stay around to figure out where this boy came from. I've heard the name from Harry. I can't guess why he would be in this area. Arthur agreed. This should have been one of the last places he would be. Ron, take Mr. Dursley up to Fred and George's room. Good night, boys. Good night, Hermione. After saying their goodnights, the trio led Mike up the stairs to the twins' bedroom. Ron cautiously opened the door. One never knows with those two. Mike made himself comfortable while Harry grabbed Mike's bag from Ron's room. Go ahead, kid. I'll be fine here. I can tell your friends are dying to talk to you. Turning to Ron and Hermione, he said, please call me Mike. I can tell every time you call me Mr. Dursley you picture that fat oaf Vernon. Hermione pinked a little and said, we are sorry, but that family treated Harry so awfully for so many years it is kind of hard not to. I understand. I heard how they talked about him before you returned from school and saw how they treated him after he returned. I did not know they were that bad before I came over from the States. The trio left Mike and walked down the hall to Ron's room. Ron plopped onto his bed while Hermione sat down in a chair next to his bed. Harry grabbed his bag and pulled out his trunk. A brief wave of his wand and a muttered word returned the trunk to its normal size. As Harry started digging through his trunk, Ron asked, he still seems a little strange to me. Why does he call you kid all the time? Harry still had his head buried in the trunk, murmured, I think he has a Han Solo complex. But at least I know that Voldemort is not my father. Hermione started laughing while Ron got a really shocked look on his face. You thought, I mean what? Hermione started laughing harder at Ron's confusion. Relax, Ron. He is talking about a Muggle movie. Oh, I don't get it. Hermione patted his hand. Never mind, Ron. Harry, tell us what has been happening this summer. Your letters were very brief, but you look like you've gained weight. Yay, mate. You look more like a beater than a seeker now. Harry started telling the pair about training with Mike and his final blow-up with the Dursleys. Although it did not take long to tell, the pair were amazed at how busy Harry had been for the last 2 months. I think it really helped me. If I had just sat there and sulked, I would probably be going insane with the build-up tension. Between the workouts and the studying, I have been able to focus on what I need to do without going spare. Well, Harry, I am very glad. You seem much more relaxed and rational than you did on the train. I was very worried you would do something stupid without Ron and I there to hold you back. Hermione smiled a little. Well, without me anyway. Hey, I resemble that remark. With some final chuckles, Hermione got up and said good night and walked out of the room. The two boys settled down into bed. After the lights were out, Harry asked, "So, anything interesting happening here this summer?" Not much. I'll tell you in the morning. Ron rolled over and faced the wall. Harry grinned in the darkness and thought of the day's events. The sun was creeping into Ron's bedroom when Harry woke up. Quietly, Harry changed into his running clothes and trainers. He made his way down the stairs with the sword in the tube. Seeing no one in the kitchen, Harry walked into the living room and saw Tonks sitting in the chair reading a book. Watcher. Harry. Good morning, Tonks. When did you get here? Shortly after you lot went to bed. Remus just went up a little while ago to get some sleep. Has our guest moved at all? Harry asked. No, Poppy was visited last night and said he was seriously dehydrated and malnourished. Apparently, his apparating used the last of his energy. He may be out the rest of the day. Tonks looked at the sleeping Malfoy. He is my cousin of a sort. But I get so angry that he was the key to killing Dumbledore. Harry nodded. I know exactly what you mean. That is why I am going running to work off some of my anger. Have a good run for me too then. Harry waved and moved out of the burrow. Placing the tube against the wall, Harry stretched out. After 5 minutes of stretching, Harry moved off at a brisk pace. Running in the country around the burrow was very different than running in Little Whitting. The hills, dirt paths and trees made the run much more enjoyable. Harry had settled into comfortable pace when he felt an itch between his shoulder blades. Someone was nearby. Harry's sense went on the alert. A couple of minutes jogging went by before he spotted a brief movement by a tree ahead. Harry continued his path towards the right of the tree. As he reached the tree, Harry reached back and pulled out his wand. Then Harry turned abruptly to the left to the other side of the tree. Harry dove past the tree and pointed his wand. Just before casting a stunning spell, Harry realized the person behind the tree was Mike. He pulled his wand up and rolled as he landed on his shoulder. Completing his roll, Harry used the momentum to regain his feet. Breathing hard, Harry leaned over and placed his hands on his knees. I almost hexed you. Well done, kid. I thought I was going to catch you that time. Mike clapped as he walked to Harry. You are doing much better. You were even able to pull your shot when you realized it was me, instead of just firing off blindly. Harry groaned, and I thought Moody was bad. Mike grinned. I really need to meet this Moody. I can tell we will get along great. Oh no, I am not getting the two of you together. Harry laughed. Harry and Mike started running back to the burrow. Harry had already run a wide loop around the house several times. Harry realized that following the same path is what allowed Mike to set his ambush. The predictability of the course had been a weakness. Only Mike's training had permitted Harry to avoid the trap. When Harry and Mike entered the yard, Mike went into the house to clean up. Harry picked up the tube and walked over to the garden fence. Opening the tube, Harry slid the katana out of the protective case. Harry admired the black lacquered sheath with gold-embossed dragons that contained the sword. The sheath itself was a work of art. Harry took the hilt into his right hand and slowly slid the sword from its sheath. The beauty and delicacy of the blade astounded him. The morning sun reflected off the blade, making it appear to glow. A water pattern on the blade gave the weapon the look of something too beautiful to use. The hilt was wrapped in sharkskin that gripped his hand. The very end of the pommel was capped by a small emerald on a small gold disc. Harry assumed the stance to begin his training kata. The katana had an almost perfect balance. The blade felt just slightly heavier than the hilt. The blade length was perfect for Harry with an incredible mix of strength and flexibility. Harry started moving through the forms. The blade felt like an extension of his soul in his hand. The forms flowed effortlessly. Time seemed to stop as Harry worked through the cycle and then started again. Standing with a perfect weapon in his hand, Harry felt a peace he had rarely felt before in his life. Harry sensed when first Ron and then Hermione came into the yard. When he finished his forms for the third time, Harry came to a resting position and opened his eyes. The sense of peace remained and Harry felt refreshed. Not surprisingly, Hermione was the first to speak. "Harry, where did you get that sword?" She and Ron walked over to where Harry stood with the sword. "This summer Mike had me training with a Japanese sword master. His great-great-grandfather made this sword. He asked Mike to give it to me before I left today." While he was talking, Harry had walked over to the sheath. Pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, Harry wiped the blade and sheathed it. "Harry, that was bloody amazing. I can't believe you can move like that." Ron was in a state of shock. "I am impressed also, Harry. Usually it takes years of training to be able to master a weapon like that. My parents' neighbor teaches martial arts and I have never seen him move like you just did." Harry shrugged. "I don't know. Master Ayoshi was just a brilliant teacher. He made it just. I don't know, I guess it just flowed when he was teaching." Harry placed the strap from his sword over his shoulder. "So what brought you two out here?" "Tonks told us you came out here 2 hours ago. We finished breakfast and wanted to see what you were doing." Ron gave Harry a funny look. "Also, I wanted to let you know that Ginny just got home. She came through the Flow network while we were eating." Harry smiled and nodded absently. His mind, however, was anything but absent. Since leaving Hogwarts, Ginny had always been on Harry's mind. Getting too close to her would make her a target for Voldemort. Yet, the mental picture of Ginny's smile, her red hair, and her eyes came to Harry every time he closed his eyes or started to relax. All summer he had thought about how he had to stay away from Ginny and not show how much she had come to mean to him. Now that she was just inside the house, Harry was not sure how to handle himself. "Harry, you are going to have to talk to her," Hermione said in an exasperated voice. "We all know why you did what you did, but can't you see how much it is hurting both of you? Mate, I appreciate what you are trying to do, but you don't know what she has been like to live with this summer. She mopped around for the first week back, weeping all the time. Then she forced herself to be cheerful. That was almost worse. It is almost like living with Winky." Hermione backhanded Ron in the chest without ever removing her eyes from Harry. She stared at Harry for a moment and then shrugged. "Harry, I know that you love her. Just tell her." Harry looked up at his two best friends. After several moments, he murmured, "I can't." Then he turned and walked slowly into the burrow. Behind him, Ron and Hermione looked wordlessly at one another. Both of them feared for Harry in the coming struggle with Voldemort. He had lost so many already that mattered so much to him. His parents, Sirius, Dumbledore. It was not fair. Still, he could not isolate himself this way. Ron reached over, took Hermione's hand, and patted it awkwardly. She looked up at Ron with her brown eyes brimming with tears. "It is not fair, Ron. Why does this have to happen to Harry?" she sobbed. Ron steeled himself and placed his arms around Hermione. She sagged into his shoulder and wept softly. Ron felt an emotion rolling through his chest that he could not describe. He had never felt this before. Since fourth year, Ron had watched Hermione with a crush he could not admit. Seeing Hermione attend the ball with Victor Krum forced Ron to admit at least some of his feelings to himself. Ron's biggest problem was he knew that he had treated her horribly for their first couple of years at Hogwarts. He had been a big prat. His guilt kept him silent. Now Ron felt that it did not matter. All that mattered was that he was here with Hermione and she needed his support. Ron guided Hermione over to a bench in the corner of the yard and held Hermione. For a long time neither said a word. After a bit, Ron said, "Hermione, we will get through this. I will stay with you. Ron stopped when Hermione placed her finger on Ron's lips. Then no talking was required. Neither noticed a shape slip past them and into the house. Harry walked into the Weasleys' kitchen. The dishes were washing themselves, but no one else was in the room. Harry walked to the living room. If Draco was awake yet, Harry wanted some answers. Walking into the room, Harry found Remus, Tonks, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley sitting in the chairs. There was no sign of Draco. Remus saw Harry walk into the room and felt a familiar wrench in his chest. Harry looked so much like James that it hurt. His eyes, though, were worse. His eyes like Lily. Remus remembered seeing Lily's eyes looking like that one time. The night she heard the prophecy, Lily had eyes like Harry's right now. The green eyes showed an impeccable resolve to stand and fight. The fact that her not quite 17-year-old son stood here with the same look on his face pained Remus in his soul. None of this pain showed in his face as Remus jumped up to embrace Harry. Harry, it is so good to see you again. How are you? You look well. Harry smiled to see Professor Lupin. Lupin had been the best teacher Hogwarts had seen in Harry's time there. It is good to see you again, Professor. Are you still working with the werewolves? No, Harry. My time there ended with the fight at Hogwarts. Greyback knows for sure where I stand. He would try to kill me for sure. I had some success, but he still holds too strong a sway over most of the lycanthropes. Remus sighed. I heard how you came to get to the burrow early. I am sorry for the way the Dursleys treated you again. I thought after the talks from Dumbledore and Moody that they would have backed off. It wasn't too bad this time, Professor. I had an ally. Yes, I heard. You're American Dursley. I guess the good branch emigrated to get away from the rest of them. Molly Weasley asked, where is your friend Mike? We went to call you two down for breakfast, but Tonks said you had both gone out. I went for a run and Mike tried to ambush me. No, I just meant to see if I was paying attention. He is almost as paranoid about paying attention to your surroundings as Professor Moody, Harry smiled. Well, somebody has to be. A voice came from behind Harry. Mike walked up to stand next to Harry in the doorway. I heard you come in the door a minute ago. I could hear sounds outside a little clearer for a second. Harry grinned at his mentor. Harry then introduced Mike to Remus, whom was the only one Mike had not already met. After a couple of minutes of chatting, Harry asked, where is Ferret Boy? Did he wake up yet? Funny you should allude to that incident. Mad Eye took him this morning to an order-safe house. Remus answered. I am sure Draco will enjoy waking up to his company. Harry snickered at the memory of the bouncing Malfoy weasel in his 4th year. Of course, it was really Barty Crouch Jr. who transformed Draco, but it was still one of Harry's favorite memories. Harry, dear, why don't you go get cleaned up and I will get you breakfast? Molly rose and started shooing Harry towards the stairs. Harry smiled and agreed. Thanking her, Harry turned and started to run up the stairs. Turning a corner at the top, Harry came to an abrupt stop just as he was about to run over Ginny. Harry stopped and froze. The reality of Ginny was much stronger than his memories. The sight and the smell grabbed him and held him fast. After a moment, Ginny looked up at Harry. Her eyes had dark circles under them like she had been crying for a long time. Ginny looked away and pushed past Harry. Standing against the wall, Harry called softly after her, I am sorry if I hurt you, Ginny. Ginny turned and pinned Harry to the wall with a glare. She softly answered, you are sorry. Sorry. Do you know what this has been like for me? Do you? You selfish little boy. Are you trying to protect me or protect yourself? Harry thought about staying in Ron's room rather than going to breakfast. Ginny's comments stung Harry on a couple of levels. Stopping Voldemort was the most important thing in Harry's life. So many people had been lost during his campaign of terror. Harry had to stop him. Harry realized that he loved Ginny more than anyone he had ever met. Maybe it was selfish, but being with Ginny would only be a distraction in the coming battles. Resolving the issue for himself, Harry finished cleaning up and changed. Harry placed the sword in the corner next to his trunk and broom. Then he went downstairs for breakfast. Harry walked into the kitchen. Only Mrs. Weasley and Ron were in the kitchen. Harry gave them a smile and said, I am sorry to do this, Mrs. Weasley, but I may have to eat everything in your kitchen this morning. Mrs. Weasley smiled. Harry, you can have as much as you would like. Harry then tucked into his breakfast with an unfeigned hunger. His morning run and sword exercises had given him an appetite. Mrs. Weasley's food was delicious. It probably came from all of her practice with her 6 kids. Where is everyone? Hermione and Ginny are in the garden helping Mr. Weasley get things set up for the wedding. Also, your friend Mike is with them. We have so much to get done. Tonks and Remus left on order business, Mrs. Weasley answered. Ron's eyebrows inched up in surprise at Harry's nonchalance. He and Hermione had run into the house when they heard Ginny start yelling. They found Mrs. Weasley standing at the bottom of the stairs with Mr. Weasley holding her from going up the stairs. Everyone else seemed to have gathered near the stairs in case it turned any uglier. When Ginny stopped yelling, they waited for a response from Harry. When Ginny appeared soundlessly down the stairs, everyone was shocked. Why hadn't Harry responded? Ron had started to go upstairs when they heard Harry enter the bathroom. Hermione grabbed his arm and shook her head in silence when he glanced back at her. Mrs. Weasley sent everyone else outside to get ready for the wedding. Remus and Tonks had begged off, claiming they had to relieve Moody. Ron had waited in silence while Mrs. Weasley had prepared breakfast for Harry. When Harry came down, Ron expected him to be upset or angry, not calm and relaxed. Ron, why don't you go help the others? Then you need to get your robes for the wedding ready. Okay, Mum. Harry, come join us when you are finished. Ron clapped his best friend on the shoulder as he passed to go into the garden. Harry smiled after Ron and continued to eat. Mrs. Weasley set 2 teacups and a pot onto the table and sat down with Harry. She poured for herself and Harry. She picked up her cup and considered Harry over the brim. A silence descended on the room. Harry ate in silence while Mrs. Weasley sipped her tea. After Harry had eaten his fill, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Mrs. Weasley, I did not mean to hurt or upset Ginny. Please believe me when I say that it was the last thing I wanted to happen. A moment of silence and then Mrs. Weasley sighed. Harry, I know that. Arthur knows that. Even Ginny knows that. We understand why you felt the need to protect her. Another moment of silence followed before she spoke again. I think your parents would be so proud of the mature and responsible young man you have become. I think they would be upset at how fast you have had to grow up, but proud about how you have handled it. I know that Arthur and I are very proud. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. That means a lot. Harry ate in silence for a couple of minutes. Ginny was right about part of what she said. Being in a relationship with her would make her a bigger target, but also a distraction for me. I have to complete what I started with Professor Dumbledore. Ron and Hermione insist on joining me and I won't stop them. I can reduce the amount of danger Ginny is in. If we are together, I will spend time worrying about her, instead of focusing on defeating Voldemort. Thank you, Harry. With Bill, Charlie and the twins, as well as Arthur and I in the order, I feel like I have to protect my daughter while I can. I cannot bear the thought of her in greater danger. 2 great tears tracked down a side of Molly Weasley's cheek. I will do everything in my power to protect Ginny, Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley reached across the table and placed her hand on top of Harry's hand. I know, Harry. Just remember that no matter what happens, you will always be a member of this family. She straightened up and said, since you are part of this family and are done your breakfast, you can go out and help the others finish setting up for the wedding. Harry laughed and made his way out to the garden. Mrs. Weasley watched him go and smiled sadly to herself. Harry had grown so much from the shy, nervous little boy looking for platform 9 3/4. Ginny was her youngest child and only daughter. As the youngest child with 6 older brothers, Ginny had learned to be very determined in getting exactly what she wanted. Although she truly agreed with Harry, it would be interesting to watch how long and hard Harry would be able to run. The wedding plans were a compromise between Mrs. Weasley and the future Mrs. Weasley. Fleur insisted the wedding be held in her family's church in France. Mrs. Weasley wanted the small church in the local village where she and Arthur were married. Fleur won on the church but allowed Mrs. Weasley to host the reception at the borough. This kept the peacemaking bill the happiest of the 3 of them. Portkeys were set up between the 2 locations. For security reasons, Harry would use a particular portkey to a small room in the church so he would not be seen entering the building. The wedding party had descended on the burrow like an avalanche of robes, silk, gowns, and ribbon. First, Fleur and her wedding attendants arrived and made for the rooms set aside for them. Then Bill and Ron's other brothers arrived with their dress robes in their hands. They used a tent outside to get changed. When Harry looked into the tent, it had grown to allow all of the comforts of home. Trying to stay out of the way, Harry wandered the area set up for the reception after the wedding. Professor McGonagall had lent the Hogwarts house elves to prepare the food. Harry was surprised that Dobby was not among them. When he asked one of the other elves, the elf took a shocked and disgusted tone and said he was on vacation. Harry walked away from the disgusted elf laughing. Hermione would be happy that at least one house elf was not always working. Harry joined Mike in the tent to change into their clothes for the wedding. The Weasleys invited Mike the previous day to attend the reception at the Burrow after the wedding. Mike would not be attending the wedding itself since it would be in Fleur's hometown in France. Harry had apparated to Mike's flat to pick up his muggle suit and his jump bag. Harry changed and walked to where Fred, George, and Mike sat talking in quiet voices. "Has anyone seen Ron? It is almost time to go to the church," Harry asked as he approached. "Nah, the bugger left 15 minutes ago," George answered. "Harry, we may hire this yank. He just gave us all kinds of ideas." "Hey, I just mentioned some ideas that we used in different Bond movies. I heard these guys were your resident." "Hugh," Mike replied, looking up at Harry. Harry shuddered at the thought of the terrible twins getting together with Mike's mix of hard-headed practicality and dark humor. "No cars. I remember the last time a Weasley modified a car." Both the twins and Mike laughed at Harry's comment, although for different reasons. Indicating he had to find Ron, Harry walked away from the scariest threesome he could imagine. Walking out of the tent, Harry started to walk around to the side of the burrow. Harry was perplexed. Where could Ron have gone? Not into the burrow. The women claimed the house as their own to get ready. Harry walked to the next corner of the house that opened onto a small field with a large tree in the middle. Sitting on a swing from its branches were Ron and Hermione. Something made Harry pause as he watched his two oldest friends gently swing. Normally those two could not get into the same room without bickering. It was their favorite entertainment. They had stopped meaning it years ago. Everyone else knew that except them. Had Ron finally gotten the courage up to tell Hermione how he felt? Harry's question was answered a moment later as he watched Ron lean over and places his arm around Hermione. Then they started snogging. This was obviously not the first time they had been together. Harry wondered when Ron finally worked up the courage to say something. Harry stepped back from sight and started calling to Ron. Harry waited 10 seconds before stepping out around the corner. Hermione was nowhere in sight. "Come on, Ron. We have to get going," Harry called. Ron walked over and looked at Harry. "What is the big grin for, mate?" "No reason. What were you doing out in the field?" Harry asked with a little smile on his face. Ron blushed and stammered. "Nothing, just getting some air. Come on, we will be late." Ron ran towards the front of the house with Harry running behind him wearing a huge grin. Harry was sitting in the church with Remus and Tonks when Ginny walked in. She looked gorgeous. Her long red hair matched the green silk of her dress perfectly. Harry felt his heart leap just looking at her. Harry wanted to run over, apologize to her and beg her to take him back. However, he reminded himself it was for both of their sakes that they stay apart. Harry resolutely turned his head to talk to Remus about anything. Ginny walked back into the waiting room with Fleur and the other bridesmaids. Most of them were Fleur's Beauxbaton's friends. The exception was Fleur's younger sister Gabrielle. Seeing Ginny was upset, Gabrielle asked her, "Why so upset, Ginny? This should be a happy time." Although Ginny had problems before with Fleur, she really liked Gabrielle. "Oh, I am just being silly." Gabrielle glanced out towards the sanctuary. "Ah, boy problems, I think." "No. Yes, boy problems," sighed Ginny. "I walked out to see who was here and Harry would not even look at me. I miss him so much. I understand why he thinks he had to do this, but it hurts too much." Gabrielle smiled. "I owe Harry some favors for saving me from the mer people during the tournament. I will soon be your sister-in-law. So, I can help two of my friends at the same time. Just leave it all up to me. Giggling, the two girls hugged. Then they finished preparing for the wedding. Unaware of the plotting going on behind the scenes, Harry watched the guest entering for the wedding. Remus and Tonks were sitting in the row ahead of Harry. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout came in followed by Hagrid and Madam Hooch. Hagrid waved wildly over their heads to Harry. Professor McGonagall nodded gravely to Harry. Harry caught her expression and knew she would be seeking him out before the evening was over. A large number of other people that Harry did not know entered the church, but Harry surprised by many faces he did not see. When he asked Remus about the absences, he was told many of the Order and the Aurors were on guard duty to around the church and the burrow to prevent any mischief. The wedding music started as Bill and his brothers walked to the front of the church. Percy had declined his invitation and he was the only Weasley missing from the ceremony. Harry realized as he watched that he had never attended a wedding before, magical or muggle. Harry looked around at all of the different people until he saw Ginny walking into the sanctuary. To Harry, the rest of the church no longer existed. Ginny was the only thing Harry could have seen at that moment. Voldemort could have walked in and sat beside Harry with absolutely no comment. Ginny felt Harry's attention all through the service. It was very hard to stay focused on the ceremony. It took all of her willpower to stop from turning and smiling at him. Apparently, Gabrielle was also aware of Harry's concentration. Ginny felt a little nudge on her leg and could hear Gabrielle's muffled giggles. The wedding proceeded with no major problems throughout the ceremony. Fred and George had received stern orders from Bill that any pranks would be met with his vengeance. The ceremony ended with the new Mr. and Mrs. Weasley turning to face the congregation. Both looked incredibly happy. Even Molly Weasley looked truly content for the first time since Bill and Fleur had started dating. Fleur's insistence on marrying Bill in spite of the facial injuries at the hands of Fenrir Greyback removed the last of Molly's resistance to the marriage, but now she looked like she not only accepted the match but also wholly supported it. The wedding party moved down the aisle with Ron escorting Ginny. Ron glanced over at his best mate and caught his expression. Harry may have broken up with Ginny to protect her, but anyone looking at him would know where Harry's heart was. Ron felt a bit guilty over not telling Harry about his relationship with Hermione and resolved to tell him after the wedding. The party started at the burrow before the wedding party even arrived. It reminded Harry a little of his experience at the Quidditch World Cup. Wizards and witches were everywhere for the big party. Harry realized that having any excuse to laugh and have a good time were important to the wizarding community right now. "Did you have a good time at the wedding?" Mike asked. "It was nice. I had never been at a wedding before. The Dursleys would send me to Mrs. Fig's house whenever they went somewhere," Harry replied. Noticing some new arrivals, Harry took Mike's elbow. "I have some friends that I want to introduce you to." "Hi Harry," called Neville. Neville walked up to Harry while holding Luna's hand. "How are you, Harry? Was the wedding good?" Harry had never seen Neville look happier or more self-assured. Assuring Neville the wedding was fine, Harry introduced his friends to Mike. "Mike is my Uncle Vernon's cousin but is nothing like him. He really helped me get through the last couple of months." Luna looked vacantly at Mike. "Why does all the energy stop around you? Even the Quingmots don't hover around you. Could my father do a story on you?" Mike looked at Harry, who looked just as perplexed as he felt. "Maybe we can talk about that later. What is a Quingmot?" Luna's vacant expression disappeared as if it had never been. "I had a dream about Harry. You were in it. There was danger nearby. I could feel it." Then the look returned and she patted Neville's arm. "Can we get some butterbeer, dear? I am thirsty." When they had moved off, Harry looked at Mike and said, "Luna is a sweet girl and very intelligent. No one is ever really sure what to make of Luna's comments. She is odd even in the magical community, but sometimes her comments make sense in retrospect." Reminds me of some of my ex-girlfriends," Mike grinned. "I am going to go grab a beer before the wedding party arrives. You look like you could use a drink also. How was Ginny at the wedding?" The last was delivered with an evil-looking grin on Mike's face. Before Harry could come up with an answer, Professor McGonagall interrupted. "May I have a word with you, Mr. Potter?" "Hello, Professor. May I introduce Mike Dursley?" "Yes, I heard about Mr. Dursley from Molly earlier. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Dursley. I am glad to know that not everyone in that family is like the three representatives we are most familiar with. Mike let out a laugh. That may be the nicest thing anyone has ever said about me. It is nice to meet you also, Professor. Harry has told me a lot about your school. Harry, I think the professor would like to talk to you privately. I'll just go and get those drinks. With a smile and a nod, Mike moved away, leaving them alone. A most perceptive man. Maybe there is some hope for that family yet. Mr. Potter, I do need to talk to you. Professor, I know what you want to say, but I can't come back to Hogwarts. I need to stop Voldemort. Harry, please listen to me. I agree you need to stop Voldemort. Albus left me several pieces of information that I did not have before. I understand now what is at stake. But I wanted to make you an offer, if you would be willing to listen. Okay, Professor. Shall we sit down? Taking seats at an empty table, Professor McGonagall looked at Harry. Let me first say that Albus had complete confidence in you and your friends. I would like you to return to the school on September 1st for several reasons. Many in the wizarding world are watching what happens at Hogwarts. They almost decided not to reopen the school. If you do not attend, many other parents may decide not to send their children for the year. You are a symbol to many who do not even know you. I know you don't want this, but it is true. The professor looked at Harry and he nodded grudgingly. This was a fact he had learned to accept long ago. I understand that, but I don't think that should change my decision. I haven't finished yet. Hogwarts represents the best collection of information in the magical world. In addition, your skills are formidable for your age, but you still need training. I can arrange this for you. I appreciate that, Professor, but if I go to school, I would not be able to move around outside the school. You will have permission to leave Hogwarts whenever you need to. I will only ask that you inform me before you leave and tell me where you are going. Harry was stunned by the professor's offer. Harry looked up at Professor McGonagall. I appreciate all of that, Professor. I am going to need to think about it and I will let you know. Professor McGonagall smiled. Thank you, Harry. I have a note here for you from Professor Dumbledore. I found it addressed to you. She handed Harry a small scroll, stood up, smiled again and walked away. With his hands shaking slightly, Harry opened the scroll. Harry, I hoped to tell you all of this myself on your 17th birthday. You must go to Gringotts before you do anything else. Several items of inheritance will be waiting there for you. Dark days lay before you, Harry. I have faith in you and your friends. I am very proud of you. I often looked at my students as my children. You are my truest son. I know your parents would have been as proud of you as I am. Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt his eyes tearing up. How did the professor know he would not be here for his birthday? What additional information did he have? A shadow crossed over Harry. Wiping his eyes, Harry looked up to find a smiling Gabrielle. Harry, it is so good to see you again. Are you okay? I am fine. Just some painful memories. Great. Come dance with me. She grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him towards the area set aside for dancing. As she did, Harry realized the rest of the wedding party had arrived while he was talking to Professor McGonagall. Dancing with Gabrielle, Harry realized she was much like her sister but much less formal. Harry felt his spirits rising as he relaxed during the dancing. Just as Harry started to feel relaxed, Gabrielle said, "There is my cousin Pierre. I have not seen him yet. Would you mind switching partners with me for the next dance?" She smiled up at Harry with an ingenious smile. Harry laughed and said, "Okay. Great. Let's switch." Gabrielle called out, "Pierre, you are mine now." As the two couple passed, Gabrielle let go of Harry and Pierre let go of his partner. Harry moved to Pierre's partner. As Gabrielle and Pierre moved off, Harry suddenly realized he was holding Ginny. Harry tensed and waited for Ginny to say something. "Can't you stand touching me now, Harry?" Came a quiet, sad voice. Harry felt shock at her words. "Ginny, you know that is not true. I just don't want you to be in danger. I have to deal with Voldemort. I don't want you in more danger." Whatever comment Ginny would have made to that was lost as the ground beneath their feet erupted in an explosion. Landing against a table with Ginny on top of him, Harry looked up to see the dark mark appear in the air over the burrow. The Death Eaters were attacking. The dark mark hung in the sky over the burrow. Harry lifted Ginny off himself and set her down. Ginny, get under cover. I need to go stop the Death Eaters. Harry, I can help you. Ginny, please just do it. I promised. Without looking back, Harry ran towards the attacking Death Eaters. Many of the wedding guests were apparating away from the Death Eaters. Harry was glad to see them leaving as it meant less victims for the Death Eaters. The Aurors guarding the wedding reception's job was to first protect the guests and then to capture any of Voldemort's followers possible. Harry came through the remaining guests and stepped around a flipped-over table. The garden in front of the burrows had turned into a battlefield. The low stone wall marking the edge of the garden marked the boundary between the two sides. A large tree that had stood next to the wall lay on the ground near where Ron stood. The trunk looked as though sliced by a great axe. Harry could now see approximately 15 Death Eaters fighting Remus, Tonks, Professor McGonagall, Fred, George, Charlie, and Bill. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley lay on the porch in front of the house. Hermione was slumped on the ground near the garden wall. It looked like she had not even been able to draw her wand when the attack started. Another clump of bodies lay further out from the house, outside the wall. Harry suspected they were the Aurors who had been standing guard around the burrow. The Death Eaters had the defenders under a constant attack. The Weasleys and their guests held up their shields and were refusing to give up ground, but were unable to counterattack. The Death Eaters had not yet noticed Harry. Stepping back behind the table, Harry thought quickly. Concentrating, Harry apparated to a place 2 meters behind the Death Eaters. Harry recognized Rookwood, the elder Avery, and McNair. The rest of the Death Eaters fought with their hoods drawn up or were unknown to Harry. Quickly, Harry pointed his wand at the nearest of them and shouted, Petrificus Totalis. The closest Death Eater seized up and fell to the ground. Harry turned to the next and said, Stupefy. 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 The next 3 Death Eaters, including McNair, fell stunned to the ground. Realizing that the wizards next to him had fallen, Rookwood turned and saw Harry. An evil grin crossed his face. Turning to face Harry, he released a series of hexes that Harry blocked with a shield charm. The battle had reached a fine balance. The defenders were still outnumbered by 12 to 8, but the Death Eaters were facing a 2-front battle. Harry now faced 2 Death Eaters. It became a struggle of endurance and who would make the next mistake. Neither side could afford to allow this fight to drag out. The Death Eaters knew the Aurors would arrive soon. Harry and his friends did not know if more Death Eaters would be arriving. Rookwood dove away from Harry's attack. When the other Death Eater forced Harry to defend, Rookwood mumbled something and a great ball of force slammed into Harry's shield, knocking him to the ground. Stunned by the force of the impact, Harry lay defenseless. The unknown Death Eater facing Harry shouted, Cusio. A red beam of light shot from the wand toward the defenseless Harry. With a pop, Ginny appeared in front of Harry, intercepting the curse. The 2 Death Eaters paused, stunned by Ginny's sudden appearance. Harry looked at the fallen Ginny in disbelief. She was supposed to be safe, he thought. Gabbing up his wand, Harry pointed at the hooded Death Eater and wordlessly cast, Sectum Sempra. The spell slashed the Death Eater across the hood, his hands going up to cover the blood welling forth from his ruined face. Harry quickly got his shield charm up and stepped over Ginny to protect her as the curse she intercepted ran its course. The fighting continued. Harry realized that while he was stunned, both Ron and Charlie were out of the fight. A figure appeared from behind the burrow and ran past the defenders. A long thick tent pole in his hands, Mike charged the Death Eaters while screaming a loud, undulating cry. Taken aback by this charging madman, the 6 Death Eaters fired stunners. All of the spells impacted, but had no effect and did nothing to stop the charge. Mike hurdled the stone wall and landed with a roll. Suddenly, Mike was among the Death Eaters, swinging the pole like a quarterstaff. Mike speared on end of the staff into the chest of one Death Eater, then cracked it against the head of Rookwood. 2 more Death Eaters went down quickly to spells from the defenders when they focused on Mike. Seeing they had lost the initiative, Avery hollered and all of the Death Eaters still standing apparated away from the burrow. A sudden silence fell on the yard, as the defenders carefully looked around, prepared for the Death Eaters to attack again from a new direction. Harry turned to where Ginny lay unconscious. The Cruciatus curse had left her balled into a fetal position on the ground. Her bridesmaid dress had torn off one shoulder, turning the attack at some point. Harry sat down beside her and lifted her to hold her in his arms. The rest of the defenders spread out to help the others who had fallen during the battle. The Death Eaters had killed all the 4 Aurors that had initially defended the burrow. Their delay bought the others time to prepare their defense. Unfortunately, they bought that time with their lives. An hour later, the battered and bruised defenders sat in the burrow. The brief battle left them exhausted. The aftermath seemed even worse. Aside from the 4 Aurors, no one had died. Molly Weasley went to St. Mungo's after because a hit by a stunner and a confoundus charm at the same time. It left her very confused at what happened and what year it was. The rest of the defenders survived relatively intact. Professor Flitwick sat with a large bag of ice resting on his head, was the only other visible sign of the aftereffects. Moody with 20 Aurors appeared in the Burrow's garden 10 minutes after the attack ended. They had quickly taken charge of the prisoners. They found McNair and 7 other Death Eaters lumped in a pile with Hagrid and Mike sitting over them with tent poles. The Aurors took them into custody. 3 Ministry employees were included among the unmasked Death Eaters. Arthur Weasley was especially upset that one of them included Malcolm Chatelpats, a member of his own department. 2 Death Eaters died in the attack. Rookwood died as the result of a blow to the head from Mike's tent pole. The remaining Death Eater died of blood loss from Harry's spell. The spell sliced the blonde-haired wizard across the face and down the artery in his neck. Ron later recognized the hair and build as being one of the Death Eaters who attacked the night Dumbledore was killed. Later, sitting in the burrow, Moody told them they had received a tip about the Death Eaters' attack. They had come immediately after receiving the tip, but it had not come soon enough. Ron asked where the tip had come from, but Moody only glared and refused to answer. The Aurors that arrived with Moody now stood guard outside the burrow. Ron had assisted Hermione upstairs and sat with her. Hermione and Ron had walked out of the reception for some quiet when the attack started. Hermione had been hit by a spell in the first volley. She had no warning of the attack. The first spells had hit most of the people outside the party itself along with the Aurors on duty. Some of the Death Eaters fired spells in arcs that landed inside the reception area. One of these spells that ended Harry and Ginny's dance. Harry did not participate in the conversation much. Ginny sat holding his hand in a tight grip. Truthfully, Harry would not have let go even if she wanted to. Harry felt the edge of loss cut through him. It was a foretaste of what he would have felt had Ginny died from the battle. Harry felt numb from that sense of loss. All of the emotions Harry had suppressed since Dumbledore's funeral came pouring out. Charlie watched Harry and his only sister. Charlie did not know Harry as well as the rest of the family. Charlie had met Harry several times since he had befriended Ron, but never spent much time with him. Watching Harry today in the battle had reminded Charlie strongly of the dragons he studied. Dragons were fearless and charged into battle whatever the odds. Granted, dragons were usually the toughest combatant, but even baby dragons were fearless. The quickest way to provoke a dragon is to attack or injure their mate or offspring. Seeing Harry standing over his unconscious sister reminded Charlie of that behavior. Frowning, Charlie realized that those descriptions all covered Ginny as well. Professor McGonagall stood up and looked around the room. That is enough for today. The Aurors will continue to guard the burrow. I suggest all of you return to your rooms and get some rest. It has been a long day. Accustomed to taking orders from McGonagall, all of the former students rose and started out of the room along with Professor Flitwick. When Mike rose with the others, McGonagall motioned for him to remain seated. Seeing McGonagall signal, Harry stopped and walked back to his seat. Ginny remained by his side. What do you need Mike for, Professor? Mr. Potter, since you are here you may be seated, but what I have to say is for Mr. Dursley. Harry sat down with Ginny. Mr. Dursley, you were hit directly by several spells today. Without a wizard's protection, a muggle would most likely have been killed. Do you now why you were not? Mike shrugged. Please call me Mike. And, no, I do not know. I half expected to be killed, but I could not let the kid here fight alone. Mike, you appear to be a very unusual type of muggle. I have not heard of one being found in almost 400 years. They are called binks. Harry frowned. Binks. I have never heard of that, Professor. Professor McGonagall smiled. I doubt even Ms. Granger could have answered this one. A bink is a muggle that magic has no direct effect on. Spells of all types cast on them just end. No one has ever determined why this happens. A spell cast on an area or a nearby object can affect them as a secondary though. For example, a blasting curse cast directly at Mike would do nothing. But a spell causing a wall to explode could hurt him with flying debris. Mike seemed shocked by this information. That is very interesting. I wish I had known that before. I was sure I was going to die on my mad dash. I just wanted to throw them off. I couldn't think of anything else. I am going to have to think about this. Very well. Now, I suggest Mr. Potter that you take Ms. Weasley upstairs and get her into bed. Mr. Dursley, when you are ready with questions, please let Professor Moody know and he will get in touch with me. Good day. Mike, I am sorry to get you involved in this. Kid, I got involved when I helped you with my cousin. Take your professor's advice and get some rest. I think we will all need it. Harry woke the next morning in his bed in Ron's room. Sitting on the end of the bed was Ginny. Harry pushed himself up and reached for his glasses. Ginny smiled at Harry with a happy look. My mother is okay. The effects wore off. She will be home in a couple of hours. Dad and Charlie are with her now. Percy visited her at St. Mungo's. She told Dad it was worth it to get him back. Harry smiled and felt his spirits rise. Mrs. Weasley was the closest thing Harry had ever known as a real mother. That is wonderful, Ginny. I am glad. How are you feeling this morning? A little shaky, really. Ginny grimaced. I don't want to have that experience again. I am sorry you did. But thank you for saving me. I wish you had stayed safe through. Harry, no place is really safe anymore. Do you really think if you had fallen they would not have killed everyone in the area? Suddenly Harry's scare hurt with a searing pain. After a brief flare, the pain started to subside. Ginny moved to Harry's side and placed his hand on the scare. Like a key in a lock, Harry felt warmth spread through his body, pushing the pain and hurt out. Harry felt wonderful. Peace filled Harry's soul and he felt refreshed, his energies restored. Harry looked at Ginny and saw a look of awe on her face. She felt it too, he thought. Ginny gave Harry a shy smile. Harry could still see the little girl who demanded to see him on the train his first year at Hogwarts in that glance. However, the little girl was gone in the beautiful young lady in front of him. A sudden peck on the window caused the pair to look. A post owl stood with a letter on its leg. Harry rose from the bed and opened the window. Taking the letter, Harry placed a sickle in the bird's pouch. Who is it from, Harry? I don't know. Harry opened the letter and read. Harry, very well done yesterday. Better than I expected. Tell Ms. Weasley that she did me a favor. My Death Eaters were told that only I would take your life. Her noble efforts saved my fun for latter. I shall have to reward her efforts with my personal attention. Like the personal attention I favored your parents with. My destiny will not be denied. Soon you will be nothing but a footnote in the history of my rise to power. Take care, Harry. Soon we will meet. Lord Voldemort. Ginny's face went bright red. At first, Harry thought she was afraid, but then he realized it was a boiling anger. A stray thought entered Harry's brain for a second. I will have to remember never to get her that angry with me. Ginny turned to Harry and said, I hope you realize this means that your noble attempt to separate from me for my protection just became completely meaningless. Voldemort is now after me for me, not my relationship with you. I didn't want you in any danger. Well, I am. Now what are you going to do about it? Harry turned and took out his quill and parchment. Tom, I hope we did not ruin your plans yesterday. You seem to be a few Death Eaters short now. Get some rest, Tom. The last time I saw you, you looked all pale and clammy. Get some sun. After all, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything at all. Sincerely, Harry. Reading over his shoulder, Ginny giggled. That's a start. Here is another one, Harry said. Sitting up, Harry wrapped his arms around Ginny and kissed her. The bright sun came through the window into Ron's room. Harry woke up and rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Today was the Thursday after the wedding and the battle with the Death Eaters. More importantly, today was July 31st, 1997. It was Harry's 17th birthday. Now he was officially an adult in the wizarding community. Harry rose and quickly dressed. Most mornings Harry kept to the training regimen that Mike had placed him on at the beginning of the summer. Today Harry would spend a very busy day getting ready for his task of finding the missing Horcruxes. Harry got up and got dressed. He noticed that Ron had already gotten out of bed and left the room. This was unusual for Ron. Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak and quietly opened the door. No one seemed to be in the hall. Moving to the stairs, Harry became even more suspicious. Everything was quiet. Things were never quiet at the burrow. Creeping down the stairs, Harry found youngest four Weasley children, Hermione, and Mike prepared to ambush Harry. Harry also noticed that Fred and George had their wands out and ready. This really made Harry nervous. Who knew what those two would think was fun to add to a birthday ambush? Drawing out his wand, Harry pointed and thought Levico RPUS. Suddenly all of the ambushers except Mike were dangling from the ceiling. Their sudden screams broke off with shouts of, "Harry!" Mike looked around and started laughing so hard he was holding his sides. Hermione and Ginny were fighting to hold up their dresses while shouting at Harry to let them down. Harry relented and thought the reversal of the spell. The five young people crashed to the ground in heaps. Ron sat up. "Where are you, Harry? That was a dirty trick." Harry pulled of the cloak to reveal himself sitting on the couch, red-faced with containing his laughter. With a big grin Harry answered, "And what you had planned wasn't." Mike laughed at the sight of the dangling kids. "I thought you well. I had no idea you were nearby until just before you struck." The sound of clapping came from behind Harry. Remus Lupin walked in and said, "Harry, your father would have been proud of that one. He did something similar to Sirius and me in our 6th year, although the use of the invisibility cloak was a nice touch." Now Harry did laugh with enjoyment. I guess the Marauder blood didn't thin too much. Yes, and Lily would be shaking her head at this point. She always said she would have to figure out a way to keep you from being led astray from our bad example. Remus grinned at Harry. Your father, however, would have been impressed and proud. Harry smiled, but with a slight sadness in his eyes. I would have loved to have them here today more than anything. Ginny sat down next to Harry and kissed him on the cheek. Happy birthday, Harry. How did you know we had something planned? First, Ron normally has to be pried out of bed, and second, it was way too quiet. Fred sat up and smiled. That was good, Harry. The only other person I have seen make George look that silly was Angelina. George looked indignant, but before he could protest, Mrs. Weasley swept into the room. Harry dear, happy birthday. I have breakfast all ready. Come in and sit down. Mike and Remus begged off from breakfast. Remus was taking Mike to meet with McGonagall over his unusual ability. Since the flow and apparating were out of the question, they were driving to London to meet her at the Leaky Cauldron. They walked into the kitchen and sat at the table. Harry sat in his new seat at the table. In the 4 days since renewing his relationship with Ginny, Harry had noticed a number of changes around the burrow. First was the relocation of Harry's seat from next to Ron to where Ginny sat. Now Hermione sat next to Ron. In addition, between Ginny's news and Percy's return, Mrs. Weasley had not stopped smiling. Fred and George had announced that they had graciously decided to give Harry their permission to date their sister. They had decided that Harry, at least, meets our minimum standards. Ginny had turned to them and asked them if they thought she needed their permission to date anyone. The twins looked at each other and then shook their heads no. Sitting at the table, Harry grinned across to his best friend. Ron smiled and said, "So Harry, now you are of age and my sister has you under control. Seems like a short taste of freedom to me, mate." Taking Ginny's hand under the table, Harry laughed. "I think I can handle it. So how is your love life going? Get any courage up yet?" Ginny and the twins roared with laughter as Ron sprayed his milk over the table. Hermione glared daggers at Harry until she caught Harry's wink to her. Then she started to smile a little too. Mrs. Weasley brought over a plate of biscuits. "Yes, Ron. When are you going to find a nice girl? I heard about Lavender." The table started laughing again as Ron went colored. "Who was talking?" "No one, dear. I just think if you opened your eyes you would be a lot happier." Or I guess you can just stay here with your father and I for a couple of years after you graduate. Off balance and having horrible visions of life with his mother after graduation, Ron blurted. But Hermione and I have been dating for the last week. Most of the people around the table looked at Ron in shock. Harry just grinned and said, and it is about time you prat. I thought you were never going to get it out. You've only been moping about her since fourth year. Harry James Potter. Stop teasing Ron. Hermione scolded Harry, but a twinkle in her eye robbed the scolding of all its power. Ron was very sweet, even if he was a little slow. This brought another round of laughter to the table. Mrs. Weasley, however, rushed over to Ron and enfolded him in a huge hug. Oh, Ron, I am so happy for you. Mum, get off. Harry, that wasn't very nice. Ron said while throwing a biscuit at Harry after she let him go. I kept my mouth shut. You decided to start the fun today. Both Ron and Hermione went red again. How long have you known? Hermione asked. Since just before the wedding. You did not get out of that swing fast enough. Harry smiled back. And what were you two doing in the swing? The twins asked together. Oh, shut up, replied a red-faced Ron. Okay, everyone eat up. We have some birthday gifts for Harry. Mrs. Weasley said in an effort to change the subject. Before we do anything else, I would like to discuss something with everyone. Harry started. Seeing he had everyone's attention, he continued. As you know, I had not planned on returning to Hogwarts for our 7th year. I talked to Professor McGonagall and I think I am reconsidering the original plan. Mrs. Weasley looked delighted at the news, but Ron and Hermione looked surprised. Ginny looked pleased, but also concerned. Why the change of heart, Harry? Ron asked. Some of the things Professor McGonagall said made sense. Also, I received a note from Professor Dumbledore. I think there is still information I need at Hogwarts. Looking at Ron and Hermione, Harry said, if you guys agree, then I will send a letter to Hogwarts today. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Hermione said, if you think that is what we should do, then it is okay with me. I was nervous about where we would stay. Ron nodded. I wasn't looking forward to any WTs, but if you think it is best, then I am with you. Mrs. Weasley sobbed in her happiness. Although Fred and George had done well in their decision to leave Hogwarts early, she was very concerned about the trio's decision. Harry looked at Fred and George. I need you two to get really creative. We need to raise the community's spirits. Also, I need some unique ideas to throw Tom and the Death Eaters off balance. Ron looked at Harry questioningly. Tom. Voldemort gave himself that name. His real name is Tom Riddle. Do you remember his diary? Calling him by the name he gave himself gives him part of his victory. Besides, it annoys him. Fred and George had looked at each other. Fred turned to Harry. We had planned on expanding to Hogsmeade this year, but we can put that on hold to pay for this. No, keep your plans to expand. In fact, add the village near Beauxbatons or the Salem Academy in the States also. I will figure out the funding later. We need those stores opened. Okay, Harry, since you are a partner anyway. What? When did that happen? Ron asked. Today, George answered. He is of age and we can formally recognize Harry's contribution to the business. There is no cash, mate, but you are now 1/3 owner of Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry was stunned at the twins' action. Thanks, mates. I really appreciate that. Hermione, I would like you to work with them on any technical issues that come up. Hermione nodded her agreement. The twins looked like Harry had just given them each a new firebolt. Harry felt a moment's nervousness about unleashing the twins' creativity with Hermione's knowledge to back them up, but they needed their products. Enough talking. Let's eat. Ron said before diving into his breakfast. The others chuckled and joined in. Harry made his way back to Ron's room with his birthday gifts. Aside from the twins' gift, Harry's friends had come up with some interesting gifts. Hermione and Ron had bought Harry a wizard chess set with Quidditch players or the equipment representing the positions. For example, a golden snitch represented the king, with a seeker for the queen. Ginny had given Harry 2 books, A Complete History of the Aurors, and Dark Wizards, an analysis of strategies and weaknesses. Placing the gifts in his trunk, Harry noticed the box Aunt Petunia had given Harry just before leaving Privet Drive. Opening the box, Harry found 5 pieces of old parchment. Opening one, Harry found his mother wrote it to her mother during her 7th year. The 7th of September 1977. Dear Mum, I arrived back to school without any problems. It was nice to see Sarah and Amelia. It is hard to believe that was the last time I will take the Hogwarts Express to school. That twit Potter made head boy somehow, so now I have to work with him all year. We have to share a common room. He had better keep his focus on his job, not harassing Severus or asking me out. Love, Lily. Harry smiled at the tones of his mother's letter. He could hear Hermione and Ginny talking in the same tones. Harry wondered who Sarah and Amelia were. Harry realized he knew about his father's friends but not his mother's. Picking up the next letter, Harry started reading. The 15th of October 1977. Dear Mum, Potter is driving me insane. He thinks everything is a joke. He never studies. All he wants to do is play Quidditch and ask me out. I may kill him before the year is out. Severus is being difficult also. Professor Slughorn assigned us together again for our potions class. Sometimes he forgets to be difficult and a nice human being comes through. That makes it worse when the slimy git is in control. Maybe I could combine Potter's charisma and humor with Severus's mind and focus. I would have a perfect boyfriend. Say hi to Petunia for me. Love, Lily. Now Harry was really confused. Snape and his mother had been friends. She had respected his mind. A nice human being. Harry had no idea what his mother was thinking. Only the part about the slimy git sounded right. Harry picked up a 3rd letter and started to read. The 10th of November 1977. Dear Mum, I actually had a civil conversation with Potter today. Amelia thinks I am too hard on him and he is only showing off when I am around. But today he was sitting in our common room working on some project. When I came in he asked what I would name my son. I said, Harry, after my grandfather. He smiled and said, I like Harry. Then he went on with his project. Very strange. Severus is acting odder than usual. I think something is bothering him but he can't talk about it to anyone. I think I am the closest he has to a friend in the school. He is getting nastier since Potter and I are head boy and girl together, but our research together is going well. I am still surprised we were assigned to research our topic. It seems a little dark. Tell Petunia I said congratulations on her engagement. I sent her a letter but the owl returned with the letter still attached. Love, Lily. Harry knew what the last part was about but the rest made things worse. Harry felt like he was listening to one side of a conversation. In addition, it was obvious that letters were missing. Harry wondered what his dad was working on that needed Harry's name. Moreover, what project was his mother working on with Snape? It disturbed her but she did not say what it was in this letter. She must have explained it in a previous letter. Maybe the other 2 letters would give Harry some clues. Harry opened the next letter and started reading. The 27th of December 1977. Dear Mum, I am glad to hear that your holidays went well with Petunia and Vernon. I understand why you asked me not to come home for Christmas this year, but I wish Petunia would get over her problem with what I am. I know you think it is jealousy but I think it is more than that. Actually, I enjoyed my Christmas at Hogwarts. Amelia stayed at school also and we helped Professor Flitwick with decorations. It was fun being at Hogwarts without the workload. It is so hard to believe my time here is almost done. My biggest Christmas surprise was how sweet James Potter was to me. I was upset in our common room and he sat with me for hours. He just held my hand and offered hot chocolate. No goofing around or showing off. It was a side of him very rarely seen before. We have had fun during our holidays. James's friends are known as the Marauders. Usually they are the biggest troublemakers in the school but they kept everyone entertained. Sirius, James's best friend, heard about skiing. So the 2 strapped a pair of old broomsticks to their feet and tried to ski. I never laughed so hard. Remember our trip to Grandfather's Lodge? It was funnier then when I tried. Give my love to Dad. Love, Lily. Harry brushed tears from his eyes. The images of his parents and Sirius on that Christmas holiday caused mixed emotions. The scene in Harry's head made him want to laugh at the skiing attempt. It also caused a sharp sadness that Harry would never be able to be with his parents. Harry also noticed the changes in how his mother spoke of his father. The change from Potter to James was a big step. Harry knew that there was a very interesting story hidden behind these letters. Harry would have to talk to Remus about it. Harry was also intrigued by the mention of his great-grandfather having a lodge in Switzerland. Opening the fifth and final letter, Harry noticed it had a faint scent to it of perfume, something like lavender. It pulled at Harry's memory. The smell made Harry feel safe and protected. The 15th of February 1977. Dear Mum, I have the most wonderful news. James and I are now officially a couple. It was so amazing last night. James asked me to take a walk near the lake with him. He had set up a picnic dinner with candles and a magical harp that played for us. He was so sweet and funny. Amelia was right all along. Once James stopped showing off for me and was just himself, I could not help myself. I love him, Mum. I really do. More good news. Severus and I finished our project. I handed the notebook in the Professor Slughorn last week. I am sure I will get a high grade, but I never want to think about it again. I will write more soon. James is calling me now for dinner. Love, Lily. Harry placed the last of the letter down and smiled. Knowing how happy his parents were when they got together made Harry feel better somehow. Picking up the letters and carefully placing them back into the box, Harry wondered about the project his mother mentioned again. Harry resolved to find out on his return to Hogwarts in September. The afternoon at the Burrow turned into a 3-on-3 Quidditch match. Harry, Hermione and Neville played against Ron, Ginny and Luna. They played only with a quaffle and did not keep score. This was just as well since the teams perfectly split up the couples. Neville and Luna joined the others to celebrate Harry and Neville's almost joint birthdays. Neville was born just one day before Harry. Harry did not explain to Neville what the significance of this was. Harry was buzzing around Ginny attempting to distract her from her scoring attempt when he noticed Professor McGonagall standing with Mrs. Weasley outside the burrow. With an abrupt twist and dive, Harry streaked towards the ground. Harry pulled up from the drive and decelerated in a smooth motion that left him stepping onto the ground at a natural walking pace. Very impressive, Mr. Potter. That skill is exactly why you became the youngest house Quidditch played in many years instead of expelled in your first month of school. Harry grinned at the memory Professor McGonagall reminded him of from his first year. I will never forget the look on Malfoy's face when I made Seeker. Mr. Malfoy is one of the reasons I am here today. Before Harry could ask her what she meant, the rest of Harry's friends swooped down to join them. After greeting her students, Professor McGonagall continued, I am very glad to hear that all of you will be returning to Hogwarts this year. First, Ms. Weasley, this is for you. Professor McGonagall handed Ginny a Hogwarts letter. I am sorry, Ms. Lovegood. I did not know you would be here today. I expect yours is waiting at your house. Luna smiled. That is okay, Professor. I know I did well. Hermione helped me study. Hermione turned a little pink at this comment. Ginny opened the letter, took a deep breath and read. Ordinary wizarding level results. Pass grades, fail grades. Outstanding O, poor P. Exceeds expectations E, dreadful D. Acceptable A, troll T. Astronomy A. Care of magical creatures E. Charms O. Defense against the dark arts E. Herbology O. History of magic P. Potions E. Transfiguration O. Mrs. Weasley wrapped Ginny in a great hug. Well done, Ginny. The others gathered around Ginny to congratulate her on her accomplishment. They were even more stunned when she pulled a prefect's badge from the envelope. Professor McGonagall nodded. Yes, well done. You placed excellently to continue with the career path we spoke of at your counseling session. Now, I have these for you three. Handing envelopes to Harry, Ron and Hermione, she waited expectantly for them to open the envelopes. Harry glanced at his friends before sliding the letter from the envelope. A shiny badge fell from the envelope and Harry caught it before it touched the ground. Turning it over, Harry noticed the large H in the center of the Hogwarts badge. Head boy. Harry looked at Professor McGonagall with amazement in his eyes. He saw her nod, confirming the question in his eyes. Unaware of Harry's surprise, Ron called out. Mum, I am a prefect again. Mrs. Weasley looked fit to burst. I am so proud. 2 prefects in the family at once. Hermione looked like someone had hit her with a stunning spell. She started to talk twice and then simply held up her badge. It had an H on it too. Excellent, Hermione. Ron cheered. Except now I have to take orders from you. You have been taking orders from her for 6 years already, Ron. Who is head boy, Professor? Ginny asked. Before Professor McGonagall could answer, they heard Harry's voice grasp, me. After the excitement ebbed, they all moved into the burrow for refreshments. There they all took seats around the kitchen table. Professor McGonagall explained that almost all of the Hufflepuffs, Gryffindors and Ravenclaws were returning this year. Less than half of Slytherin House was returning, and only 3 of their 7th years. This will be a very important year at Hogwarts. It may determine if the school can remain open. Harry and Hermione, you will have 2 very important roles this year on top of everything else. You must help me pull all 4 houses together. And one other thing. Professor McGonagall paused as if fighting to say something distasteful. As you know, the head boy and girl live in a special area with a shared common room. A 3rd room will be added to the area this year. Mr. Malfoy will be returning to the school also. I expect you 2 with the help of your friends here to oversee his return. Harry was stunned. Draco was being allowed to return to Hogwarts after all he had done. Why, Professor? He should be in Azkaban. Draco provided the warning that the Death Eaters would attack here during the reception. Yes, they left before the Aurors arrived, but he had no way of knowing that. In addition, the Death Eaters for his failure murdered both of his parents. You yourself witnessed that failure. He seems different now. Finally, I was asked to allow him back. Who asked you, Professor? Hermione asked quietly. Professor Dumbledore, was the equally quiet reply. Harry woke in a cold sweat the morning after his birthday. The sun was just starting to dimly light the sky outside. The image of Ginny lying on the ground and Harry killing the Death Eater with a spell had repeated in a dream several times in the last 3 days. Oddly, the image of Ginny did not cause the night terrors for Harry. Harry had never killed before. Even though Harry had not meant to cause the death, it still weighed heavily upon him. Giving up sleep, Harry crept quietly from his bed in Ron's room and put on his running gear. As Harry slipped out, he picked up his ruck, sword and broom. Moving silently down the stairs, Harry started towards the kitchen. Seeing the light was on in the kitchen and hearing voices, Harry coughed before walking into the room. The voices stopped as Harry walked in and found Bill and Fleur sitting at the table. Ari, what are you doing up so early? You should still be asleep. Fleur asked in her delightful French accent. Hi, I couldn't sleep. What are you 2 doing back? I thought you left on your honeymoon. Bill shrugged. We left but decided to postpone. It didn't feel right leaving with the danger everyone else is in. Harry nodded in agreement. You feel guilty about being happy when everyone else is scared or in danger. I know how you feel. Exactly. What if something happened while we were away? We would feel terrible. Fleur exclaimed with her customary hand waving. Where are you going so early, Ari? I need to get some work out today. We are going to Diagon Alley later for our school supplies. Bill looked surprised. Did you change your minds about returning to Hogwarts then? Harry brought the couple up to speed on all that had happened since the wedding. Harry did leave out the role Mike had played and his newly discovered nature. They expressed surprise at the announcement that Harry and Hermione would be head boy and girl. Bill was very upset over the news of Draco and wondered why they took Draco back. The couple laughed to hear that Ron and Hermione finally admitted they were dating. Bill grinned hugely when Harry informed them that he and Ginny were back together. Fleur pouted though. Now Gabrielle has lost her chance. Ari, you moved too soon. Harry started to protest when he caught the gleam in Fleur's eye. Shaking his head and grinning, Harry said, You are wicked. You had me going for a moment. Ari, it was too late for you before I ever met you. I saw her watching you at the tournament, especially at the ball. Gabrielle never had a chance. She stalked you down. Yes, she dated others, but she was always watching you. Harry was taken aback by Fleur's observations. Harry knew he had been blind for a while, but Fleur always seemed oblivious to many around her, only wrapped up in her own agenda and needs. Suddenly, an intuition struck Harry. You use your image as a mask, don't you? All people see is a self-absorbed, spoiled half-Vila French girl and miss the mind and wit behind it. You used it during the tournament and last year here in the Burrow. Fleur seemed to change before Harry's eyes. No facial features changed, but her whole way of carrying herself. She smiled. You are very perceptive when you want to be. Usually you miss much, but I believe it is growing with your maturity. Fleur reached over and took Bill's hand. I think Bill realized almost as soon as we met. No one else had really looked beyond the villa. Fleur grinned as she said this. It started because that was what everyone expected when they saw me. Then it became a fun way to twit people without their realizing. Harry had to laugh. You are worse than the twins. Oh, I like them very much. Fleur said with a giggle. Still laughing, Harry stood up from the table. I have to get my run in before Ron gets up. I will see you two at breakfast. Moving out of the burrow, Harry placed his sword and broom out of sight near the door. After some brief stretching, Harry moved out at a brisk pace with the ruck on his back. Harry soon worked up a sweat and was moving quickly through the lanes surrounding the burrow. It felt good to be moving and let his mind relax while his body worked. The anxieties and guilt that had ruined Harry's sleep dropped away with each step. Moving off the lanes, Harry started running through the fields and woods, simply enjoying the physical moment. After a 40-minute run, Harry returned to the burrow. Harry dropped the ruck and drew up the sword without allowing himself to cool down. Assuming a starting position, Harry started to move through his training katas. Working with his eyes closed, Harry felt someone else enter the garden and knew it was Ginny. Her presence amplified the feelings of peace the run and the blade work had brought Harry. Moving to the end of his katas, Harry sheathed the katana and looked at Ginny. She smiled at him in a way that made Harry go weak but also felt wonderful. Harry, that was incredible. It was as if you were dancing. After seeing that, you will have no excuse at the Yule Ball. Mum wants you to know breakfast is ready. We need to get ready to go to Diagon Alley. Harry smiled and laughed. He looked at his broom wistfully. Harry had really wanted to spend some time flying today. Once the quest for the missing Horcruxes started, Harry felt he would have little time for flying. Shrugging, Harry picked up his ruck and firebolt. I hope she will let me get cleaned up first. Ginny laughed. She better. Otherwise you may end up eating out here. The 4 Hogwarts students with Mrs. Weasley, Bill and Fleur flowed to the leaky cauldron. There Mike Dursley and Remus Lupin met them. Remus and Bill were to act as Harry's guards while in Diagon Alley. Since Bill worked for Gringotts, he would be able to accompany Harry into the bank. Fleur would accompany Ginny and Hermione on their shopping trip. Mike and Remus were enjoying a butterbeer when Harry and his friends started appearing. They rose to join Harry and Bill, who were the first two through the flow. Ron appeared next. I can't wait until Ginny is old enough to apparate, or Mum would just let us meet them here. Hermione and the others followed quickly after him. Tom the barkeep waved to Harry. Hi Harry. How are you? Harry moved over to the bar. Hi, Tom. I am good, thanks. Have you been busy? Harry asked. The amount of business at the Leaky Cauldron would tell Harry a lot about the mood of the magical community. Depends on the news. If the Death Eaters attack somewhere, business drops for a few days. Ah, Harry. It is quickly becoming like the worst of the bad days of the last war. Tom shook his head sadly. I am sorry to hear that. Things will get better. Take care, Tom. Thanks, Harry. You watch out for yourself. Harry rejoined his group and walked with them to the entrance to Diagon Alley. It bothered Harry to hear Tom's report. People should not have to live their lives in fear. Harry wondered what had made Tom Riddle want power so much that he would bring this fear to so many people. Mike, how did your conversation with Professor McGonagall go? Harry asked. It was very interesting, kid. I cannot believe that no one has ever discovered this whole other world alongside the normal world. I have some other things to tell you, but not right now. Mike answered. Harry nodded and let the matter drop. Walking into the alley brought Harry's spirits up a bit. Wizards and witches were everywhere in their robes of every color. Many seemed to be shopping for their children preparing for the start of school. Harry smiled because of the additional excitement that all the people brought to the air. In order to blend in better, Harry had worn wizard robes over his normal Muggle street clothes. A cannon's hat borrowed from Ron covered his scared forehead. This made Harry stand out less from anyone watching the crowd. Walking in a cluster of redheads and with a half vela made them a remarkable group, but Harry was hoping to remain personally unnoticed. Just before leaving the burrow, Harry had strapped the katana across his back. The billowy robes hid the outline of the sword and the collar hid the hilt sticking out of the top. Harry could not articulate why he wore the sword, but he had not felt dressed until he had donned the sword. The group moved through the crowds. Approaching Gringotts, Harry, Bill and Mike separated from the group. At Harry's request, Remus would accompany the girls on their shopping expedition. Voldemort's threat remained fresh in Harry's mind. Remus had frowned when Harry asked him to accompany the girls. "Are you still upset I only gave you an A on that test your third year?" Seeing the amusement in his former professor's eye, Harry grinned back at him. Promising to meet them at Flourish and Blott's in 2 hours, the threesome moved into the bank. Entering the bank, a young goblin greeted them. "Why are you here, Bill? You took vacation." "I am just accompanying a friend, Krangnook. This is Harry Potter. I believe Griphook is expecting us." Bill replied with a smile. The young goblin looked Harry over, grunted and gestured of them to follow him. They followed the goblin to an office off the main lobby. A bald goblin with pointed ears and nose sat behind the desk. He sat counting coins and making notations in a ledger. He motioned for them to sit. Sitting in a large, well-padded chair, Harry felt lost within the chair. He shifted so the katana was not poking into the back of his head. After a minute, the goblin looked up and studied the group. "So you are Harry Potter. I remember your parents and grandparents. I have a question for you. Where did you get that sword?" Harry was startled by the question. Reaching back, Harry slowly pulled the still-sheathed sword off his back and set it into his lap. Harry looked Griphook in the eye and said, "Mike Dursley delivered it to me as a gift from my teacher, Master Ayoshi. Ayoshi-sama gifted this blade to you. I am impressed. Both that he sent this sword to you and you told me that exact truth. Ayoshi-sama is held in high regard in the goblin community, as was your grandfather. Master Ayoshi is a wizard." "He never said anything," Harry exclaimed, stunned. "Ayoshi-sama runs the Japanese equivalent of the ministry's orders. That he has been your teacher is a great honor. It gives me much to think about." Seeming to shake himself, the goblin cleared his throat. "You are here for the reading of your parents' will. As you know, a portion was set aside to pay for your schooling. Most has been spent over the last 6 years, the remainder will be spent this year with a small residual. First we will discuss the physical and investment aspects. Your parents left you title to their property in Godric's Hollow, plus 600 acres in Scotland. Your grandparents' former house is located on the property although it was destroyed in a fire. In addition, your grandfather purchased a 20% interest into Puddlemore United." Harry was stunned. All that property, plus ownership in one of the top professional Quidditch teams was his. Harry almost giggled at the thought of telling Oliver Wood he worked for Harry. "I can't believe my parents left me all of that." Griphook looked down his pointed nose at Harry and said, "If I may continue. In addition to the gold in Vault 687 for school expenses, you also receive the contents of Vault 727, your family vault. With interest, the cash value is 6 million galleons, plus the non-cash items contained within the vault." Now Harry was truly stunned. How did his family gain so much wealth? Harry looked over at Mike and Bill. Bill looked as stunned as Harry felt. Harry suddenly felt very glad that Ron had not joined them in the bank. Harry had almost insisted, but Harry was not sure how Ron would have handled this discovery. Harry wasn't really sure he could handle this discovery. The goblin cleared his throat again. Several items of value were also left with the bank and are stored within the vault. Here is your vault key. That concludes the Potter will. Reaching below the desk, the goblin picked up a small bowl filled with water. Setting the bowl down, the goblin said to Harry, "Tape the bowl with your wand." Harry pulled his wand out of his robe and tapped the bowl. A haze gathered over the bowl and a small image of Professor Dumbledore appeared. The figure faced Harry and said, "Harry, I wished to be present for your 17th birthday." Obviously, that was not to be the case. Most unfortunate. I am very proud of all that you have accomplished, Harry, and I know your parents and Sirius would share this sentiment. You are a true Gryffindor. Since I could not be present today, I have left you this message. Happy birthday, Harry. I have asked several associates of mine to prepare your parents' house in Godric's Hollow. In this bowl is a portkey that will take you to the village. It is located in a small valley in Wales. I hope you like your gift. Harry felt tears in his eyes with the gift from his professor. Knowing that the professor had thought about this meant a lot to Harry. Harry, I know a lot has happened to prevent me from being with you today. I believe you must return to Hogwarts to finish your education. I have left information with Professor McGonagall and requested a course of studies for you. I believe these will be very important for you and help you with what you search for. Good luck, Harry. The image over the bowl disappeared in a blink. Harry reached in and pulled out a small ring on a chain. Glancing at the ring, Harry saw GG on the face with a griffin engraved on the sides. Harry realized that the ring must have belonged to Godric Gryffindor. Harry placed the chain over his neck and within his robes. The ring felt warm against his skin. Griphook rose and rang a small bell on his desk. In a moment the young goblin from before returned. Crangnook will take you to your vault. If you need any other services from Gringotts, let him know. The goblin led Harry, Bill and Mike out of the office and into the cars to the vaults. The ride was much as Harry remembered from his first year, except Mike and Bill yelled in their enjoyment of the ride. Reaching the vault, the four exited the car and approached the vault. Harry pulled out the key Griphook had handed him and unlocked the door. The great vault door swung wide to reveal huge piles of galleons stacked everywhere. The vault seemed barely able to hold the coins. Along the wall near the vault door was a shelf with a number of other objects. You will soon need a bigger vault, Mr. Potter. I will send you the information, Griphook grunted. Harry walked into the vault and ignored the coins. The objects on the shelf called to Harry. A number of old books gathering dust appeared to be family records of some type. Also he saw his parents' head boy and girl badges along with other awards that had been given to the Potter family over time. After all this time with no information about his family, it felt like a feast after a famine. A rectangular box about a foot long sat on the shelf with a tag, for Harry. Harry picked up the box and opened the note. Harry, after Hagrid took you from your parents' house, I realized what had happened. Peter must be the traitor. I have to go after him. Before I do, I had to leave these here for you. I knew your parents would want you to have them. Your godfather, Sirius. Harry opened the box to reveal two wands. One was about 10 inches long and was made of a pale-colored wood. The other was slightly longer and a polished deep red color. Harry realized he was holding his parents' wands. Harry emerged from Gringotts with a pouch full for galleons, his parents' wands and some of the books. It was now almost noon now and time to meet the Weasleys and Hermione. They started towards the bookseller when 5 cloaked Death Eaters apparated into the street in front of Harry. Wizards and witches ran screaming in all directions away from the figures. Harry drew his wand and cast a quick shield charm on himself. Realization that the bank steps was not a good place to fight from, Harry moved down the steps and to the Death Eater's side as the first spells started to fly. Harry sent out a couple quick stunning spells and a blasting curse in quick order. Bill fought at his side, defending Harry's flank. Mike stood behind them and guarded their backs. One of the Death Eaters pulled off his hood to reveal Fenrir Greyback. Bill pulled back a bit in natural reaction after his previous encounter. The werewolf called to Harry, "Give it up, little piglet. The big bad wolf is here." The opening from Bill stepping back allowed a blasting curse to slam into Harry's shield, knocking him off balance. Mike stepped between Harry and the Death Eaters. 4 of the Death Eaters fired a combination of spells at the new target with no result. Seeing this, Greyback pulled out a knife in each hand and said, "So, you are the Bink. Lord Voldemort heard a rumor of your existence. This changes nothing. I rather enjoy being able to do it with my own 2 hands." In a frenzy, the werewolf started swinging his blades, ending in a stance prepared to charge Mike. Mike reached behind his back, pulled out a small crossbow and fired it directly into the chest of the werewolf, throwing Greyback off his feet. The werewolf lay on the ground and howled in pain. Harry seized this opportunity to renew his attack on the remaining 4 Death Eaters. Taking the initiative, Harry launched an impressive display of verbal and nonverbal spells upon the shields of the Death Eaters. The barrage was so intense that they were unable to apparate away from the battle. Bill regained his composure and joined Harry in the attack on the Death Eaters. Not wanting to distract Bill or Harry, Mike waited on the sidelines and kept an eye on Greyback. The battle ended in 5 sudden flashes as binding spells hit the Death Eaters from behind. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fleur and Remus fired their spells simultaneously as they approached from Flourish and Blots. Bill stepped next to Harry and apologized. "I am sorry, Harry, that I spooked like that. Seeing Greyback again brought it all back to me again." "It is okay, Bill. I know the feeling," Harry assured him. Mike walked up to the bound Greyback and flipped him over with his foot. The werewolf had died after the binding had been applied. Mike asked the body, "Who brings a knife to a crossbow fight?" Looking at the approaching Remus, Mike called, "Remind me to thank Moody for the silver-tipped bolts." With the battle over, the wizards and witches of the community emerged to cheer Harry and his friends. Harry felt confusion for a minute. Harry could understand how the 5 Death Eaters had panicked the wizards, but at least 40 people had fled when they appeared. Why hadn't they fought the Death Eaters? Even weak wizards should have been able to make a stand at 8-to-1 odds. Why had he and his friends faced them alone? Harry sat at a table in a small Muggle cafe near the Leaky Cauldron while everyone else placed their orders at the counter. The battle had taken a lot out of Harry. The aftermath led to some uncomfortable times for Harry and his friends. The Daily Prophet's offices were just down the alley from Gringotts. Several reports appeared instantly as the battle ended to report on the incident. Then orders arrived in response to the alarm and Harry had to answer their questions also. "Excuse me, Mr. Potter." Harry looked up to see one of the younger reporters from the Prophet standing a few feet away. From Bill's comments, Harry knew the young witch had left Hogwarts a few years before Harry arrived and had been a Hufflepuff. "Would you mind talking to me briefly? I just would like to talk to you about everything that is going on." Harry considered the witch and the fact she had asked him his opinion, rather than shouting questions at him. Harry motioned for her to sit down and asked her name. "I am Elizabeth Mandelbot. I am not senior enough for this story, but you seemed upset earlier. Is there anything you would like to add or say to the magical community?" Ginny and Hermione arrived with their tea but stopped silently when they heard the question. Harry hung his head, considered for a moment and said, "Yes, there is something I would like to say. The Irish philosopher, Edmund Burke, once said, 'The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.'" Harry looked up at the reporter. "The wizards and witches of Britain must stand up and fight the Death Eaters however they may. I am not saying for them to fight Tom Riddle himself. But helping the ministry track down and stop his followers or just living your life as best you can. And stop calling him, he who must not be named, or even Lord Voldemort. His name is Tom Riddle. Yes, he is an extremely powerful wizard and insanely dangerous, but he is not invincible, nor omnipotent. The U.S. Muggle President Franklin Roosevelt said, 'The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.' I think Mr. Roosevelt's words fit our situation today perfectly." Harry leaned back in the chair and looked at the only slightly older witch. Harry smiled. "I think that is all I have to say for now. I know we will win, but all of the witches and wizards must pitch into the fight." "Thank you." The young witch stood up with a smile and eyes filled with unshed tears. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you very much." Harry sat in the small office Fred and George used in their shop. The twins and Mike sat around the room as they discussed the expansion of the business. With Harry's inheritance, the funding was available to move forward with the plan. "We need to establish the Hogsmeade location quickly. I would like to have it open before school starts on September 1st. Can we do that?" Fred shrugged. "We looked into buying the Zonkos location last year. Since they closed, the building has been empty. It is larger than this location. We should be able to move quickly. The problem is production. We only have our workshop here for producing our stuff," George included. Look into finding a small warehouse we can use, Harry replied. Harry was silent for a moment. We lost Grimmauld Place as the headquarters for the Order when Snape murdered Professor Dumbledore. I am not sure what effect Professor Dumbledore's death will have on the Fidelius charm, but Snape can go there anytime. Make sure the warehouse has an area we can set up as living quarters. Mike, can you help them? Mike nodded his agreement. It might be easier for me to set up. It will be less noticeable. Harry looked at the twins. Remember to set up portkeys between the 3 locations. I want to make sure we can move around quickly. I have an idea I want to work on with Hermione that will help. I will also have Professor Flitwick teach me the Fidelius charm for the warehouse. A knock on the door announced Ginny entering the office. Harry, Remus and Tonks are here. Are you ready to go? After yesterday's battle with the Death Eaters, Harry and his friends spent the night in the rooms above Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes. Harry had planned to travel to Godric's Hollow with only Ron and Hermione. Ginny insisted on joining them. Remus asked to join the group as protection and to visit his friend's home. Tonks simply attached herself to Remus. Harry had risen early with Ron and gone to the Ministry of Magic to take his apparition test. Passing the test the first time, Harry quickly left the building before Scrimgeour could corner him. They did avoid the minister but passed Percy on the way out of the building. Percy scowled at Harry, but completely ignored the presence of his youngest brother. When Harry returned, he found that the Saturday edition of the Daily Prophet had arrived while he was out. Reading the articles, Harry was not surprised that Percy was angry. "The Chosen One saves Diagon Alley," screamed the headline. The articles featured eyewitness accounts that had Harry facing all of Voldemort's Death Eaters single-handedly. Harry's brief comments to the young witch appeared in a small article on the bottom of the front page. Rather than Harry's message of standing together, the paper made Harry look like the only one fighting the dark wizards. Great, Harry sulked. More publicity. Ron read the articles and sniggered. Bloody hell, I think we were lucky we got out of the ministry in one piece. Scrimgeour must be going nuts. Harry. Ginny called from downstairs. Harry shook himself and answered Ginny. Yes, I think we are done here. I will be down in a minute. Turning to Mike and the twins, Harry said, get a plan together and I will have an account set up to pay for it. Harry, how are you going to get the money? George asked. I have taken care of the funding. We have a donor who will cover any reasonable costs. Harry had decided for now to remain quiet about his inheritance. Mike and Bill agreed to keep the secret. Neither really understood, but both were willing to remain silent. Harry joined the 5 who would accompany him to visit his parents' house. Harry smiled to see Remus sitting in a chair with Tonks hanging over his shoulder. Since Fleur announced she would marry Bill no matter what happened to him, Tonks had mounted an aggressive attack on Remus's defenses. Harry had 5 galleons on her wearing him down by Christmas. Ginny had Halloween. Watch her. Harry. Tonks called as Harry entered the small kitchen. Good morning. Are we ready to go? Remus asked. Looking around, Harry noticed everyone seemed a little tense. Harry was working hard on his own emotions. Going home again. Those words seemed daunting. To see where his parents had died to save him and were buried. Harry felt many conflicting emotions rolling through himself. Excitement and nervousness warred within him. Thank you for joining me today. It means a lot to me to have all of you here. Seeing that Harry was on an emotional edge, Remus said, I am just going along because James borrowed a book of mine and I would like to get it back. Harry grinned as chortles broke out among his friends. He appreciated what Remus was attempting to do. Reaching into his pocket, Harry extracted the ring Professor Dumbledore had left for him. Harry, where did you get that ring? Hermione asked, her eyes going big. Professor Dumbledore left it for me as a portkey to get to Godric's Hollow. I think it belonged to Godric Gryffindor. Harry slid the ring on a finger as the others gathered around. Hermione said, according to Hogwarts, a history, only a few items of Gryffindor's remain, his sword and his family ring. That must be the ring, Harry. Stretching his hand out, Harry told everyone to touch the ring. Once everyone was touching the ring, Harry activated the portkey. Harry felt the familiar yank of the portkey behind his navel. After a second, Harry opened his eyes to find himself standing on a path on a hillside, overlooking a small village nestled in a valley. A picturesque scene with trees and neat houses lay out before them. A couple of small fields marked small farms or grazing land. One particular field captured Harry's attention. "Harry, is that what I think it is?" Ron asked, looking in the same direction. "I think it is." The field that captured their attention contained something Harry never could have imagined. A standard football pitch filled a field just outside the small village. That was normal, but what was standing behind the football goals was not. Standing directly behind the net stood Quidditch goals. How could they have Quidditch right out in the open like that? "The wizard that invented the golden snitch was from Godric's Hollow," Ginny said in a vague voice as she also looked at the odd sight. "Who?" asked Hermione, slightly upset that she did not know that fact. "Bowman Wright lived in this village. I remember reading it on one of my famous wizard cards. He created the golden snitch." Remus looked out on the village and said, "I thought you knew about Godric's Hollow. It is an oddity in the wizarding world. The magical community lives in the open here. But Professor Lupin, Hogsmeade is the only purely magical community in Britain." Hermione protested. "Ah, Hermione, I did not say it was a purely magical community. There are more muggles living here than magical folk. Nevertheless, they know about the magical community among them. Godric Gryffindor founded this town as a haven for muggles abused by magic. Isolated here in Wales, it has kept his vision alive." Harry was impressed. A surge of pride filled him that the founder of his schoolhouse had fought the prejudice of the wizarding world from the beginning. "Remus, why doesn't everyone know about this place?" Tonks asked, just as mystified as Harry and his friends. "Because Godric set it up this way," an elderly woman's voice answered. The group turned quickly to find an old witch leaning on a staff standing a little down the path. Harry noticed she had a commanding presence with long white hair that looked like it had once been blonde. What struck Harry the most was her bright blue eyes. Her eyes contradicted her apparent age. These were the eyes of a young, energetic, and mischievous witch. Whoever she was, her soul had remained fresh and optimistic. Suddenly feeling very comfortable, Harry stepped forward to introduce himself. "Good morning, I am Harry Potter." "Yes, dear, I know who you are. You were born into my hands. Albus would trust no other midwitch with your delivery. The first thing you did was piddle all over my robes." Harry looked bemused as his friends standing behind him suppressed their laughter. "Excuse me, who are you?" The old witch smiled. "I am Miranda Goshawk. I am the resident know-it-all and the leader of the town council." The 4 Hogwarts students and their escorts felt their jaws drop. Miranda Goshawk. Hermione in particular was speechless. Hermione had spent the last 6 years memorizing every word written in her standard books of spells, and here was the author. Harry was the first to recover. "It is very nice to meet you. We, have heard a lot about you." The witch chortled with a gleam in her eye. "Yes, Minerva is still using my books, isn't she? When I think how many times my name has been cursed by students writing scroll after scroll, it just gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling." Her wicked grin made Harry, Ginny and Ron snicker. This was not what they expected from the writer of one of their main texts. Hermione stepped forward and said, "Ms. Goshawk, I think your books are brilliant. I have memorized the first 6 years of books." The old witch rested her hands on her staff and considered Hermione. "You would be Ms. Granger, I suppose. I have heard you are trying to compete with my know-it-all status." Hermione went pink while the rest of the group fought a valiant fight to keep from dying of laughter. Ron in particular was turning an alarming brilliant red. "Albus told me all about you every summer. Your exploits in the classroom and these 2 ruffians," she gestured at Ron and Harry. Exploits out of the classroom was his favorite summer topic. "Excuse me, but it sounds like you knew Professor Dumbledore well," Remus said. "Albus. You could say that. He was my neighbor for more than 50 years as well as a cousin of sorts," the smiling witch answered. "And, please, call me Miranda." The old witch's casual comment stunned Harry and his friends. Before any more questions could be asked, the witch motioned for them to follow her down the trail. The witch moved quickly down the trail with practiced ease. The trail opened onto a quaint cobbled street lined by well-maintained, 2-storied Muggle cottages. Harry thought that Uncle Vernon could drive through the village and never look twice. Each cottage had a colorful yard with many flowers in bloom. A variety of cars lined the streets. The area seemed quiet. For 11 o'clock on a Saturday morning, it seemed remarkably quiet. Harry asked where everyone was. Most are probably sleeping off last night's excitement. The local football teams played last night. The secondary school played the local adult league. It is a traditional event every year. Tonight we do the same thing with Quidditch. Excuse me, but how can you play Quidditch in the open? Aren't you worried that someone will let the secret out? Remus asked. The witch smiled as she kept walking. No, the other muggles in the area just think we are a weird bunch and discount the stories they hear. Plus, the charms discourage visitors from looking too hard. As they passed a small graveyard, the old witch came to a halt. I suspect this should be our first stop. Harry, you may want to go in alone. It is straight down this path and on you left. Harry stood frozen in place. After so many years of wishing and wondering, here he was. Ginny took Harry's hand. When he looked down at her, she said, "Go ahead, Harry. Go say hello to your mum and dad." Harry nodded and walked into the cemetery. Walking past the neat rows of graves, Harry looked for his parents' graves. Finally, he reached a large double gravestone. Harry read on the marker. James and Lily Potter, 1960-1981. Defenders, parents, friends. Together forever. Harry knelt in the fresh-cut grass of the cemetery and cried. The grief and pain of 16 years released in a torrent. Years of suppressed hurt that even Harry had not realized he carried. Living with the Dursleys, the finger pointing at the boy who lived, and the chosen one, when all he wanted was to be normal and accepted. The pain of being an orphan when everyone else seemed to have parents that loved them. The Weasleys had practically adopted him since first year, but years alone and abused still rode on Harry's mind. A sudden epiphany struck Harry. Professor Dumbledore made Harry review several scenes from Tom Riddle's life. Harry understood throughout how Riddle felt getting into Hogwarts and learning about being a wizard. Harry had felt the same way. Harry and Tom Riddle were on the same road when they entered Hogwarts. Harry realized two major differences in their lives occurred in Harry's first year. The first occurred when Harry met Ron Weasley. Ron was the first true friend Harry ever had. This friendship brought Harry everything: the Weasleys as family, Ginny as his love. Hermione joined Harry's family, but Ron was the first step off Riddle's path. Without Ron as a friend, Harry would have probably been in Slytherin with Malfoy. Introduced to the importance of blood in that house, Harry would have been ashamed of his half-blood status. That set up the second deviation. When Harry learned about his parents, he was proud of them and their accomplishments. Tom Riddle hated his parents for failing to live up to an orphan's expectations. He had a Muggle father who abandoned his pregnant mother. Then a witch mother who died, leaving him alone. Even his pureblood uncle was a wretch living in a hovel. The disappointment in his heritage may have led Tom Riddle to create one of his own. Tom Riddle and his disappointing parents disappear, replaced by Lord Voldemort with no family. This is what Dumbledore had been trying to teach Harry all last year. This was part of the ancient magic. The sacrifice of his parents, Sirius and Dumbledore, was not his fault. They chose their path based on their love of Harry and their world. They died not because of Harry, but for Harry. Harry felt a gentle key on his cheek as he sat by the grave, and a warmth and peace flowed into him. Harry felt approval and love in that key. Harry glanced around, but no one was near. Harry put his hand on his cheek where he felt the key. Harry took a deep breath and realized that all around him was a single smell. Lilies. A hand gently touched Harry on the shoulder. Harry looked up to see Ginny, Ron and Hermione standing beside him. "Are you okay, mate?" Ron asked. "You have been in here for over an hour." Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Harry stood up and took Ginny's hand. Clearing his throat, Harry introduced his friends. "Mum, Dad, these are my friends and family." Harry and his friends rejoined Remus, Tonks and Miranda outside the cemetery. They resumed their walk along the road. More local residents were starting to emerge from their houses. Several waved to Miranda as the group passed by. Following Miranda onto a side street, they stopped in front of a neat cottage with a clean painted white picket fence. Everything about the house seemed clean and bright. Nothing was out of place. Miranda turned to Harry with tears in her eyes. "Welcome home, Harry. This is my parents' house. Hagrid told me it was almost completely destroyed the night my parents died. Professor Dumbledore's message said he had it cleaned up, but I did not expect this. Yes, Harry. This is your house. It was rebuilt from the ground up after your parents' deaths. It has been waiting here for you. I live 2 doors down on the other side," Miranda said, pointing to a slightly larger house a little further up the street. "And on the other side is where Albus lived when school was out." This last announcement caused the group to turn and look at the house their headmaster had called home. The oddest thing about the house was it was so completely and utterly normal. "Harry Potter, sir, you have come home. And you brought your Wheezy, Bookie and Lovey along too." Harry knew that voice. Turning in his surprise, he saw an excited house elf dancing on the front stoop. Dobby was dressed in his usual odd assortment of clothing. "Dobby, what are you doing here? Why aren't you at Hogwarts?" "Professor Dumbledore offered me a new job. Dobby is so excited. He asked me to come here to help get Harry Potter's new house ready for him." Dobby called in an excited voice. "Now you are here and it is all ready." Harry remembered a often repeated quote from a cartoon character Mike introduced him to over the summer. It sprang immediately to mind. Harry knew that this was not exactly fair. Dobby had done a lot for Harry and his friends over the years, but the pain of their initial meetings carried on. "Dobby, that is wonderful. You have done a wonderful job. You didn't do all of this yourself, did you?" Harry asked. "No, all of the other house elves from Hogwarts helped too. They wanted to work and there is not much for the Hogwarts house elves to do over the summer, Harry Potter, sir." Dobby looked at Harry with his huge eyes. "Can Dobby stay and be your house elf, sir? You won't even have to pay me." Harry knew this was an important question for Dobby. "I would be happy to have you here, Dobby. Moreover, I will pay you the same amount you received at Hogwarts. I also want you to feel free to visit Hogwarts to see your friends." Ron later commented to Harry that he had never seen a house elf explode before that day. Harry agreed that was the best way to describe it. Once Dobby managed to pull himself together, the group walked up to the front door. Miranda declined because she had much to do for the night's festivities. She invited the group to join the village at the games. With a wave, she left them and walked down the street. Harry stepped onto the porch and opened the door. Inside was a very neat, clean house. Just inside the door was a shield with the Potter family crest. Underneath it read, "Age. Fac ut Godim." Remus walked in behind Harry. Looking around, he said, "This feels odd. It looks like James and Lily's house, but not how I remember it. Dumbledore and Dobby updated it. I wonder who helped them out." "I bet it was Miranda," Ginny said, stepping in the door. Harry moved down the hall past the living room and into the kitchen. It contained a modern Muggle kitchen complete with a dishwasher and microwave. Harry suspected Ginny was right about the decorating. It was obvious an eccentric wizard and a house elf had not decorated the house. It looked like it was decorated by a committee of housewives. Harry wasn't sure what was worse. Hermione followed Harry into the kitchen. "Harry, this house is gorgeous. The furniture is all brand new and first rate. This must have cost a fortune." Harry heard Ron calling his name from upstairs. Harry walked back to the hall and up the stairs. Wizard pictures from Harry's life and his parents lined the stairs. There was a picture of Harry holding a golden snitch after a Quidditch match. Another was of Harry and Sirius taken in the Black Manor shortly before the battle in the Department of Mysteries. Near the top, a photo contained James, Lily, Sirius, Remus and 2 girls Harry did not recognize. Taken at the end of their time at Hogwarts, they were all laughing and having a good time in the photo. The last 2 photos contained Lily and James's wedding photo and a photo of Lily holding a baby and waving at the camera. Ron called Harry again. Harry walked up to the 2nd floor. Ron was standing in the hall at a shut door. "Your room is up front. Take a look." Harry walked into a beautifully furnished but not decorated room. A huge bed stood in the center of the room. It reminded Harry of his bed at Hogwarts except 5 times bigger. A matching wardrobe and dresser sat near the wall with a small sitting area with 2 plush chairs and a table completed the room. Harry could see a bathroom beyond the wardrobe. Harry walked back into the hall where Ron was still standing. There are 2 more bedrooms with a bathroom down that hall. The oddest thing is the hallway just kind of ends with a small window. Dobby appeared next to Harry. If Harry Potter needs more rooms, I can extend the hall to make more rooms. Professor Dumbledore said he used some of the same magic at Hogwarts, sir. Bloody hell. Ron swore, impressed. Dobby, what is in this room? I can't open the door. Professor Dumbledore says this is a special room for Harry Potter. For when he needs it. With a giggle, Dobby popped out again. Harry thought for a moment and reached for the door. It opened inside at his touch. Harry and Ron walked into the Hogwarts library. Not when I need it, when I require it. I think Dobby's sense of humor still needs some work. Harry looked around in wonder. We can't tell Hermione about this. I will never see my girlfriend again. She will be here studying all the time. Harry laughed. I have never heard you come right out and call Hermione your girlfriend before. Neither have I, a voice said dryly behind them. Hermione walked into the room and tapped Ron on his shoulder. Ronald Bilious Weasley, you are going to get yourself into trouble. Harry, this house is wonderful. You deserve it. Hermione grinned. And while my boyfriend may be right that I would normally lock myself in here, Ginny and I are going to have a wonderful time decorating this house with your money. An hour later, Harry and the others gathered around his kitchen table for a light lunch Dobby cooked. The girls and Tonks discussed the house in excited tones. Harry just sat with a bemused expression on his face. When they started discussing Harry's room, Ron put his foot down. You can't decorate Harry's room. He is letting you play with the rest of his house, I don't know why. But at least leave him his room. Maybe he wants to paint it orange and black and hang a cannon's banner. In his distracted state, Harry mumbled, it would have to be blue and gold. Ron turned to Harry, I thought you liked the cannons. Harry blinked and said, I was thinking about something else and was distracted. Ginny looked at Harry curiously. Why would you want to paint your room blue and gold? I don't, but I can't paint it for the cannons, either. It might be awkward. Why not? Ron demanded. Our dorm room is covered in those colors. Harry sighed. Would you please let this go? Seeing the looks of curiosity on Hermione, Ginny and Tonks' faces and Ron's stubbornness, Harry realized that his muttered comment made this a lost cause. Don't get too excited. But I found out I own 20 of Puddlemere United. Harry said quietly. Everyone but Remus looked at Harry stunned. Remus just smiled with a faraway look. Ron sat open-mouthed with conflicting emotions. Harry had seen the same thing before when Hermione was friends with Krum. His feelings of jealousy warred with his awe of Krum as a player. Now his loyalty to his lifelong team fought with his loyalty to Harry. Hermione took Ron's hand and patted it like a little boy. It is okay, Ron. You can still support the cannons and be friends with Harry. Think of the fun you will have betting on games. Ron grinned at her sheepishly. Harry, why didn't you tell us about this before? Harry shrugged. The last couple of days have been a bit of a blur. Greyback and the Death Eaters attacking kind of bumped it out of my mind. Before his friends could ask Harry any more questions, Dobby appeared in the kitchen. Harry Potter, sir, you have visitors for you at the door. After Harry left the table, Hermione turned to Remus and asked, why don't you seem surprised? I had forgotten that Harry's grandfather had purchased a stake in the team. He did it in 1971 when we were first years. The team needed to buy new equipment and Mr. Potter provided the galleons they needed. Remus looked around at Harry's friends. I don't expect Harry will say anything to you about this. It probably embarrasses him. People today only talk about Harry as the boy who lived. However, the Potter family has been one of the great wizarding families for centuries. It was always a small family but very wealthy and influential. James was an only child born late in his parents' lives. Quote, Harry is heir to a great house. James once told me that there have been Potters at Hogwarts since the founding and in all 4 of the houses. The Potters have always been strong proponents of the Muggle-friendly part of the wizard world, as the Malfoys have supported the pureblood faction. Although at one point it was a friendly argument between the two families. Hermione asked. Professor, how can the Potters have been in Slytherin if they disagreed with the pureblood faction? Salazar Slytherin wanted students of cleverness, ambition and cunning, aside from his pureblood views. Don't let your prejudices cloud your view. Properly channeled, those attributes can be a great asset. Harry would have made an ideal Slytherin in a different time. Harry walked to the door to find 3 young boys in Quidditch robes in the hall. They looked like first-year students to Harry. Had he been that small his first year? Are you really Harry Potter? One of the boys asked. Yes, I am. Can I help you? The boy who spoke blushed. Mr. Potter, we are starting at Hogwarts in September. Are you still the seeker for the Gryffindor team? Would you like to come play with us this evening in an exhibition match? Please. These questions were asked in a rapid-fire mode. Harry was taken by surprise by the question. I don't know. I have not brought any of my Quidditch things with me yet. Harry Potter, sir. I have already placed all of your things in your room. Your Quidditch uniform and your broom are upstairs. Dobby said with a smile. I can get your Weasley and Lovey's things too. Wow, said one of the boys. You have a house elf, but he is dressed. This is my friend, Dobby. He saved my life once and I freed him. Harry said, introducing Dobby. Harry Potter is the greatest wizard ever. I will say that until my dying day. Dobby gushed with tears in his eyes. Looking at the boys, Harry said, I think a fun game of Quidditch would be brilliant. I have 2 friends with me who also play. Could they join us? A boy dressed as a keeper lit up. As one of them, Ron Weasley. I heard he is a brilliant keeper. Can I meet him? Harry laughed to himself. Ron had a fan, a big one from the sound of it. This should be a fun game. 3 hours later, Harry flew his firebolt above the Quidditch pitch looking for the snitch. A young beater flew by on an old clean sweep 5. Harry smiled and waved to the young player he had met early named Adrian. Harry had enjoyed the evening's Quidditch game. Harry had never seen a recreational game before and he found it was a lot of fun. The exhibition turned into Harry, Ron and Ginny playing against a mixed team of local students without bludgers. Ron made a great show of just barely saving their shots while Ginny played keep away with the quaffle. Harry played a game of follow the leader with 3 young seekers. The town accepted Harry as a returning son, rather than a hero. A large number of the older witches, wizards and muggles told Harry amusing stories about his parents or seeing him as an infant. Harry also learned that Miranda Goshawk had not been kidding when she told them that the trio had been Dumbledore's favorite summer topic. Harry was embarrassed, but not entirely surprised, to learn that 5 years of adventures, stunts and pranks he thought he had gotten away with were well known to Dumbledore. Worse, he had shared the stories with the town. As one elderly witch put it, I never thought that any student or students would be able to replace the stories of the Marauders or the Weasley twins, but it seems that the Golden Trio managed it. Harry had never known that the Hogwarts staff had hung a nickname on Hermione, Ron and him. Yet the entire village of Godric's Hollow seemed to know it. Harry spotted the snitch streaking only a couple of feet above the ground. The firebolt dove down to intercept the golden flash almost before Harry even consciously identified the snitch. The wind in his hair, the adrenaline of the chase, and the friendship of the village made this one of the happiest days of Harry's life. Hermione woke in the simple, undecorated bedroom in Harry's house. It felt odd to think about this house as belonging to Harry. Dumbledore's gift was a wonderful surprise for Harry. When they set out for Godric's Hollow yesterday, Hermione expected a day of sadness for Harry. Instead, it was about the happiest Hermione had ever seen her best friend. Even with the surprise of discovering Godric's Hollow, a black cloud settled on Harry yesterday morning. The cloud disappeared at his parents' graves. When Harry first knelt down, the waves of negative emotions wafted off him. Tears tracked unnoticed down Harry's face. Hermione and Ginny held each other's hand to keep from running to Harry's side. Ron, in an unusual display of consideration, maybe there was hope for him, held them back from interfering. Harry had stiffened up and the emotional cloud dissipated. Harry's posture changed as if a giant weight had been lifted from his shoulders. A sense of peace and contentment Hermione had never known from Harry replaced the black emotions from minutes ago. Harry's day had begun as high as the beginning had been low, literally. The local village welcomed Harry to their Quidditch match like a long-lost son. Everyone welcomed Harry and his friends. Although no one from her year was there, Hermione saw several younger Hogwarts students in the crowd. Orla Quirk, a fifth-year Ravenclaw, and Laura Madley, a fourth-year Hufflepuff, were the oldest of the students Hermione recognized. The rest were younger students. The exhibition match eventually turned into a training session with Ron, Ginny and Harry working the young players through various drills. The children were thrilled to receive training from the three Gryffindor players. Finally, they returned to Harry's house with the three of them happy, but exhausted. Dobby helped in getting them to bed. Hermione rose and pulled on a dressing robe. After a quick brushing of her bushy, brown hair, Hermione walked quietly into the upstairs hall. The other bedroom doors remained shut. Although it was well past 8:30, Hermione did not expect the three to rise until much closer to noon. Deciding to put her time to proper use, Hermione entered the Hogwarts library via the Room of Requirement. Hermione wished she had known of the Room of Requirement since her first year. All of their time spent sneaking into the restricted section or Myrtle's bathroom could have been simplified by using the room. All the additional research she could have completed made her mind tingle. Hermione never discussed her life before Hogwarts. Hermione's parents were wonderful, loving people, but they never understood their odd daughter. Physically, Hermione resembled her mother very strongly. Mentally, she seemed on another dimension. Hermione always achieved highest marks in school but never fit in with the other children. She was always out of sync with the other girls in her school. Boys like Harry's cousin Dudley could be tough bullies, but they really had nothing on the girls. The young ladies could slice one deeper than Sectum Sempra. Hermione found herself the target of every malicious rumor and gossip in the school. In defense, Hermione blockaded herself behind a wall of books. Books were her only friends. Receiving her letter from Hogwarts was possibly the greatest day in Hermione's life until that point. It was as though a key opened a door in her mind, all the oddities explained. A very nice ministry which explained the wizarding world to the Grangers the next day. Although her parents had been reluctant, they knew the difficulties Hermione had faced in her regular school. The witch, named Rebecca Nurse, guided them on their first trip to Diagon Alley the very same day. Hermione would have gladly bought out Flourish and Blot's entire stock of magical books. Aside from buying her wand, school books and other supplies, Hermione bought 15 additional books on the magical community, history and basic magical theory. Her time until that first trip to Platform 9 3/4 was spent in excited study and preparation. At first Hermione's time at Hogwarts seemed a repeat of her Muggle school. Hermione overcompensated for her Muggle heritage by trying to prove she belonged at Hogwarts. This led to her know-it-all reputation. Even the other Gryffindors thought the first year to be a bit obnoxious in her attitude. Ron made things worse with his thoughtless comments. Hermione loved Ron, but sometimes he was insensitive even for a guy. One of Ron's comments had sent Hermione crying to Myrtle's bathroom. The troll set loose by Professor Quirrell trapped Hermione as the bathroom, where Ron and Harry had saved her. Ron and Harry had become her closest friends ever after the troll. Although Hermione did loosen up under Ron and Harry's influence, the drive to learn and master magic to prove her right to be a witch remained strong. Hermione smiled thinking of her first-year self. Ron's comment hurt so much because she had a crush on him almost as soon as she watched him try to use a spell on his rat, Scabbers. Hermione did not understand why then. Harry was much nicer, more considerate and smarter. However, even when she was scolding Ron, inside he made her laugh. At least he made her laugh when he wasn't making her want to scream. Hermione had been waiting for Ron to ask her out since their third year. However, he seemed to just see her as a friend or an attachment to Harry. It was not until Victor Krum expressed an interest in the fourth-year Hermione that Ron started showing he had any personal feelings for her. Unfortunately, Ron being Ron was only able to show those feelings in the most immature way possible. Hermione often thought she would go mad waiting for him to grow up enough to ask her out himself. When Harry and Ginny started dating, Hermione thought she saw glimmers of hope in Ron. It had ultimately taken the battle with the Death Eaters in Hogwarts to break through Ron's emotional wall. After that night, Hermione knew it was simply a matter of time. Hermione started pulling books from the shelves that discussed wizarding genealogies. Seeing a large number of books, Hermione considered the problem. Using the room, she conjured a blackboard. Pointing her wand at the books, Hermione used a charm Professor Flitwick showed her last term. He called it the searching charm. The spell allowed Hermione to pull information from any source and search it. Hermione reproduced the names of all of the wizards from the books onto the board. First, Hermione used the charm to remove all of the British wizards without the initials RAB. 20 names were left on the board. Hermione removed all of the wizards born after 1967. Hermione reasoned that the Horcrux was stolen before Voldemort's disappearance in 1982. Then she assumed the wizard must have been at least 15 years old. This left 5 names: Richard Andrew Benton, Rudolphus Anthony Barbosa, Regulus Acturus Black, Richenda Amoroso Bicontop, Rabba Ammon Bectonridge. Hermione eliminated the first one as an obvious muggle born. Writing the others down on a scroll, Hermione paused while writing the third name down. Of course. How could she have been so blind? It made sense. Voldemort killed Sirius's brother when he tried leaving the Death Eaters. Could he have taken the Horcrux with him when he left? Hermione cleared the board. She pulled the books associated with the First War. Using the searching charm, Hermione pulled up all of the names of wizards killed starting with Tom Riddle's 6th year until just before his final fall. The list was dauntingly long. First, she highlighted anyone who died from unexplained or unusual causes. Then she added known antique collectors. The list was still over 100 names. Realizing this line of research needed more information, Hermione copied the list and set it aside. Diving into another set of books, Hermione started researching the known artifacts of the 4 founders. Not much was known about the items they had left behind. Of the known items, most of them sat in the Wizard Museum in London. The British National Magical Museum had never reported a successful robbery attempt. The Ministry had insured the items with Gringotts. The goblins insisted in adding their own security to the building. According to Harry, all of the Horcruxes used to date came from family collections, not known sources. Suddenly Hermione remembered Harry's story about how Riddle got Hufflepuff's teacup. Could he have located additional items through his first job with Borgin and Burkes? Hermione wanted to discuss this again with Harry. Maybe they needed to take a trip to Knockturn Alley. Hermione left the room with her first list and walked down to the kitchen. A fresh pot of tea brewed on the counter. From the smell, it must have been Dobby's since neither Ron nor Harry could make their tea nearly as well as the house elf. Pouring herself a cup, Hermione glanced out the window to see Harry going through his morning exercises. Harry had changed since returning from school. When Sirius died, Harry was angry and out of control. No one had said anything yet, but now he had a sharp focus and balance. His training with Mike gave Harry an outlet for his blacker emotions. In many ways, the new Harry scared her a bit. Finishing her tea, Hermione wrote a quick note and left it on the table. Slipping out the front door, Hermione started for the edge of town. An anti-apparition shield covered the village. Hermione needed to reach the edge of the village before she could start on her self-imposed mission. Before she could tell Harry about Sirius's brother, she had to be sure. Hermione could think of only one person who could possibly give her the additional information she needed: Draco Malfoy. Hermione apparated to Hogsmeade near the Shrieking Shack. From the information Professor McGonagall had given her earlier, the Ministry was holding Malfoy until classes started in September. Hermione would need assistance from the new head mistress to speak to Malfoy alone. Walking to the castle struck Hermione as unusually quiet. Without the students, the castle seemed to be waiting. Hermione reached the closed front gates. As she approached, one of the winded boar statues turned to look at Hermione. "You are too early for school. Come back in a month," Hermione heard coming from the statue. "I need to speak with Professor McGonagall," Hermione replied. "Is she here?" The statue was silent for a minute. Then it answered, "The head mistress says you may enter. Go straight to her office." "Thank you." The walk to the castle seemed unnerving. The birds sang in the trees on the cool Scottish morning. The Quidditch pitch stood alone with no one around. Normally students could always be found practicing the game or simply flying on their brooms for fun. Walking by Hagrid's hut and the Whomping Willow, Hermione reached the main entrance. Hermione made her way to the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmistress's office. Professor McGonagall stood outside the entrance with her usually severe expression. Her lips compressed in a disapproving expression. "Ms. Granger, if you need to speak with me, you should have sent an owl. It is most unusual for a student to be here before the start of term." "I am sorry, Professor. I needed to speak with you without anyone else listening. An owl could be intercepted." Hermione glanced around. "Could we please go into your office?" With an abrupt nod, Professor McGonagall led the way into the office. Entering the office, differences from Professor Dumbledore's office struck Hermione. Although the pictures of the former head remained, the various ornaments and instruments were gone, leaving the room looking somewhat austere. The furniture also changed. Now a delicate desk sat where formerly a great oak desk stood. The chairs around the room also had a delicate and expensive feel to them. "Now what is this about, Ms. Granger?" Professor McGonagall gestured to one of the chairs. "I am helping Harry and I need to talk to Draco Malfoy." "What is this about?" the professor asked. Hermione squirmed slightly in her chair. "I am sorry. I can't tell you. You will have to ask Harry. It is his secret to tell. But I just need to ask Draco a couple of questions. I can assure you, Ms. Granger, that the Ministry has asked Mr. Malfoy every question possible already." "What do you need?" Hermione considered for a moment. It would seem trivial to anyone. "I need to know if his parents told him any stories about the First War, specifically a family member's participation." Professor McGonagall sat silently for a moment. Professor Dumbledore entrusted a great deal of information to Mr. Potter. "I am going to trust he knew what he was doing." Rising from her desk, the professor picked up a small coin. "Take my hand. This portkey will take up to where we have Mr. Malfoy hidden until classes start. It is a secure Ministry holding center. I must warn you, Mr. Malfoy has changed in some ways but continues to present the same personality." Taking the professor's hand, Hermione soon found herself standing in a small room. Two Aurors stood guard next to a door. Glancing at the professor, one knocked on the door, waited a moment, then opened the door and stepped aside. Hermione followed the older witch into a larger room with a table, a couple of chairs and a small cot. A slightly scruffy Draco sat on the cot. Dressing in the simplest of wizard robes, Draco maintained a lofty expression as he gazed at his new visitors. "Oh good. My day is complete. The mudblood has come to visit me. Mr. Malfoy, Ms. Granger has some questions for you. Please answer them for her." Draco rolled his eyes. "What other questions could you people ask? I've told you everything I saw or heard during my time as the Dark Lord's guest." Hermione turned a chair to face Draco. Sitting down, she said, "I don't want to know about that. This is something different." Turning to the professor, Hermione asked, "Professor, could we please have a moment? I think you and Mr. Potter will be visiting my office very early in the term to discuss these secrets of yours." "Very well. I will wait outside in the entry area." Once the professor left and the door closed, Hermione turned to the young pureblood. "What can you tell me about your mother's cousin, Regulus Black?" Draco leaned back against the wall. "My mother used to tell stories about how weak he was. He could not handle what the Dark Lord demanded of his followers." Draco stopped talking for a moment. In a quiet voice he continued, "I guess some things do follow in families. Why do you want to know?" "I can't tell you right now. But this is important. Did you ever hear anything about why he left? My father once told me he and Regulus were assigned to gather a large number of Muggle bodies for use as inferi. Regulus was upset at the grave robbing. The Dark Lord took Regulus into where he created the inferi. That was the last my father saw him. He disappeared the next night. My Aunt Bellatrix hunted him down. He tried to hide at my great-aunt's house but she gave him over. He also tried to turn to Potter's late godfather but was turned away." Draco sneered, "I guess family forgiveness is not a Black family trait." Hermione considered what Draco just told her. Could the locket be hidden at the Black estate? A sudden chill went through Hermione. What if it had been thrown out during their cleanup last summer? One of the most valuable and important magical artifacts sitting in a muggle dump. Is that what you were looking for? Draco asked with a smug expression. Yes, thank you. Hermione considered the blonde boy for a minute. Why did you do it? Draco's smug look disappeared. My father expected it of me. I was raised to believe in the Dark Lord's mission. I wanted my father to be proud of me. Draco lowered his head. My parents died because of my weakness. I just couldn't do it. Hermione felt moved at Draco's obvious sorrow at the loss of his parents. Seeking to change the subject, Hermione asked, did they tell you what their plans were for the school year? Still looking down, Draco shook his head in the negative. You are going to be living in the head's dorms. They made me head boy. Draco asked in a sarcastic voice. No, Harry and I are the head boy and girl this year. You will be living with us. Draco's head shot up with his face white. I am living with you and St. Potter. Draco, you better think about your attitude. Harry could be the person that your life eventually depends on. He is not any happier about the arrangements than you are. He was ready to explode. Why didn't he? Professor McGonagall told him who asked for this arrangement. Professor Dumbledore felt you had potential. He provided for these arrangements. To her surprise, Hermione looked up to see tears rolling down Draco's cheeks. The door opened again several minutes later. No words had been spoken in the intervening time. Professor McGonagall walked into the room. Seeing her two students sitting silently, she said, Ms. Granger, it is time to leave. Hermione said goodbye to Draco, who did not respond. After stepping into the other room, Hermione and Professor McGonagall returned to the Hogwarts headmistress's office. Hermione thanked the professor for her time and patience. I will remember to hold that conversation with you when you and Mr. Potter return, Ms. Granger. I think I will also add my two remaining Weasleys also. With a nervous smile, Hermione thanked the professor again and made her way quickly out of Hogwarts. Once clear of the gates, Hermione apparated back to just outside of Godric's Hollow. Hermione walked into Harry's house and received a chorus, "Where were you?" from all directions. I went to talk to Malfoy. I had some questions for him. Quickly she told them about her morning research and the revelation of Regulus's middle name. I should have remembered it since Cyrus mentioned once it was a family name. Harry started pacing the floor of his living room. Hermione watched him as he struggled with the issues involved. Suddenly he stopped. It could not be that simple, he murmured. Creature. Suddenly an aged and nasty-looking house elf appeared in the living room. The horrible brat that my glorious mistress's traitorous son gave me to call me. Now I have to listen to him. What does the master want? He called me to a room filled with blood traitors and a mudblood too. Shut up, creature. Do you see a locket like this? Harry held out the fake Horcrux. Did your mistress's other son, Regulus, ever bring a locket like this to the manor? Creature glared at the dangling locket. Maybe, he grumped. Creature, go get the locket and bring it straight back here. Do not talk or communicate in any way with anyone else until you return to me. Yes, master, who thinks he is so clever? The last was said in a murmur just loud enough to hear. 10 minutes later, Creature returned with a locket in his hand. He held it out to Harry. Just before Harry took the locket, he felt the negative energy pouring out. Pulling out a handkerchief, Harry had Creature place the locket in the cloth. Creature, go back to Hogwarts and stay in the kitchen. After the elf left, Harry looked around at his friends in triumph. Hermione, you did it. Everyone started to celebrate as Hermione felt a thrill of victory roll up her spine. This was better than earning 100 house points. A pecking at the window made Hermione turn to see Pig sitting on the windowsill. Opening the window, Hermione took the letter from Ron's hyperactive little owl. After quickly reading the letter, Hermione shouted for everyone to stop. After everyone was looking at her, she said, Pig just brought a letter from Molly. It says that the Death Eaters attacked again in London. A group from the Order tried to stop them. Charlie is dead and Tonks is insane. Mungos. We have to go back. The two Weasleys looked struck at this news of their second oldest brother. Ron collapsed on the couch and Ginny started sobbing on Harry's shoulder. The victory of a few minutes ago utterly forgotten. The morning sun shined brightly outside the windows of the little house in Godric's Hollow. The cool Welsh morning filtered in the slightly opened windows. Harry curled snug under the thick comforter. Thoughts about the past couple of days haunted him. Harry had more than his fair share of bizarre summers. Every summer since receiving his first letter from Hogwarts resulted in something out of the ordinary happening. Harry smirked slightly in his covers. The extraordinary was ordinary for him. This summer beat them all. First was meeting Mike. Mike was so different from any of the other Dursleys that Harry had met. Mike befriended him and physically trained Harry to deal with his coming trials. The other events seemed to blur. Finding Malfoy in the road, the Death Eater's attacks on the Burrow and Diagon Alley, and coming back together with Ginny just named a few. The Weasley family joined the Order of the Phoenix since the beginning of the Second War. Every member except Percy had joined. Several of the Weasleys had come close to death in the last couple of years. In her first year, Ginny fell under the sway of a young Tom Riddle. Voldemort's snake bit Arthur Weasley and only a dream of Harry's saved his life. Just 2 months ago, Bill received serious facial injuries from the werewolf Greyback. Now one of the family members had been lost in battle. Charlie Weasley returned to England for Bill and Fleur's wedding. Asked by the Order, Charlie remained to assist in the fight. When word was received of a Death Eater attack on a wizarding household in London, Bill joined Tonks, Remus and Moody. Tonks was seriously injured but Charlie was hit by an unknown curse that caused something like a brain aneurysm. No wounds appeared on his body, just a small trickle of blood from his nose. The news that Snape led the attack smashed through the Order. Their one-time colleague now openly flaunted his Death Eater status. Leading a group of 5 masked Death Eaters, Snape attacked the home of a Muggle-born witch who wrote for the Daily Prophet. Although Snape did not cast the spell that killed Charlie, his role in leading the Death Eaters could not be denied. The news devastated the entire Weasley clan. Molly Weasley spent 2 days at St. Mungo's Hospital due to a breakdown. Molly's grief drove her to the point she regressed to insist that she was still a student at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey arrived in from her summer holiday to help with Molly's case. On her release, the once happy and loving witch seemed distant. The rest of the family suffered the combined pain of Charlie's loss and Molly's hospitalization. Ginny cried on Harry's shoulder for hours after the initial news arrived. Ron sat on the couch holding Hermione's hand and looking out the window. Fred and George arrived a couple of hours after the news, looking as crushed as Harry had ever seen the normally irrepressible pair. Harry, Hermione and Dobby did everything they could to help their friends but felt helpless. The funeral, held 3 days after the attack, failed to help the family start to heal. Held quietly in the Ottery Street, Catchpole's small village church, Harry was impressed with the number of family, friends and others that made the journey to the small ceremony. The problem lay in who did not attend. Percy Weasley never attended the funeral or spent any time with the family. Arthur Weasley attempted to talk to estranged son but was told the Minister of Magic's special assistant was unavailable by Percy's secretary. The 4 remaining brothers swore they would never forgive Percy for adding to their parents' pain. A large surprise did occur during the wedding for the Weasleys. Towards the end of the service, a beautiful young woman with red eyes from crying approached Molly with Bill at her side. She introduced herself to Mrs. Weasley as Charlie's fiancée, Carolina. Mrs. Weasley looked shocked when she saw Bill's confirming nod, but then wrapped herself around the young woman. Bill explained that Charlie only told him about the engagement because he wanted to keep Carolina safely on the sidelines of the war. Harry glanced aside at Ginny in a stab of guilt because that was the same as his plan for Ginny. Mrs. Weasley decided that instant that she would accept the young Hungarian woman as her own daughter, as she would have been if Charlie had lived. The next 3 days Mrs. Weasley spent with Fleur, Carolina, Ginny and Hermione at the Burrow. Molly said she wanted help cleaning up around the Burrow, but most of the time was spent in the living room drinking tea and telling stories about the Weasley children growing up. Hermione tried to object to her inclusion to the group. Fleur and Carolina are your daughter-in-laws and Ginny is your daughter. I don't think I should interfere. Mrs. Weasley put that argument to rest immediately, much to Ron's embarrassment. Hermione, dear, I have thought of you as a daughter since your first time visiting the Burrow. And if you don't become my daughter-in-law someday, then Ron is a big a git, as Fred and George are always claiming. Harry rolled over in his bed and looked at the clock on the wall. It was a gift from Miranda Goshawk. She had heard about Muggle digital clocks that showed the time, date and the weather outside. Miranda went a couple steps beyond. Harry's clock did show the time and date like a Muggle clock. It also showed the weather outside. Not the forecast, but literally a bird's eye view of Harry's house so he could see the weather. Noticing the date of August 11th, Harry quickly rose and put on a t-shirt and jeans. Harry then made his way to the kitchen where Dobby already had breakfast waiting. "Good morning, Dobby," Harry said as he entered the room. "Good morning, Harry Potter. Can I get you your breakfast now?" the house elf asked with his boundless enthusiasm. "Yes, please. Is anyone else up yet?" "No, Harry Potter. I think your Weasley and Lovey did not sleep well last night." Dobby heard them late in the night, the house elf replied looking a little sad. Eating his breakfast, Harry opened a copy of the Daily Prophet. The front page stated that Edward Ollivander's body had been discovered in rubbish bin outside London. The wand maker had been missing for a couple of months but seemed to have been killed recently. The Aurors said the body was accidentally discovered by a homeless Muggle. Harry sat back in his chair to consider the news story. Why would Riddle seek to hide the body? Usually he liked to leave his victims in very public areas to add to the population's fear of his power. This seemed out of character to Riddle. The sound of footsteps coming down the stairs stopped Harry's pondering for a while. Ginny and Hermione sleepily walked in with dressing gowns over their sleeping clothes. Harry smiled as he looked at Ginny. She was a rumpled mess with hair undone. He thought she never looked more irresistible. Seeing the gleam in Harry's eye, Ginny turned a little pink and said, "Oh, shut up. I need my tea." Dobby ran to get her tea while Harry and Hermione laughed. They received a glare over Ginny's cup rim making them laugh harder. Ginny then ignored them until Hermione proceeded to get her breakfast. A couple minutes later Ron arrived looking a bit bleary-eyed. Ron had never been a morning person. Harry glanced around at his friends and felt the solace that had surrounded him since his arrival in Godric's Hollow. Harry looked at Ginny and asked, "Are you feeling human yet?" "I can still hit you with my bad bogey hex, Mr. Potter," was the reply. Then should I save my birthday gifts until it is safe?" Harry asked with a smirk. Ginny's face dropped as she realized that today was her 16th birthday. In the confusion of Charlie's death and funeral, it had been the last thing on her mind. Apparently it was also the last thing on her brother and best friend's mind as well. "Harry, why didn't you remind me?" Hermione hissed at Harry. Harry looked at her in surprise. "Remind you? I thought the fact you had not reminded me was you just trusted I would remember." Hermione looked even more stunned that Harry had remembered without her prompting. Harry rose and said, "Happy birthday, Ginny." Then he kissed her lightly on the lips. Ginny smiled in a seductive manner at Harry. Now that is a better way to start the morning. Harry turned to Dobby and asked him to bring Ginny's gifts. A moment later the house elf reappeared with several objects. If Dobby's grin grew any wider, it threatened to swallow his entire head. Harry took the first gift from Dobby and placed it on the table in front of Ginny. The unmistakable shape of a broomstick in thick paper filled the space in front of her. Ginny blinked and then looked at Harry. "Harry, you shouldn't have." Harry grinned. "Of course I should have." Ginny ripped the paper of the broom to reveal a brand new Nimbus 2002. Ginny sat back in shock at the gift Harry had given her. The Nimbus 2002 was the newest model of the Nimbus line. Not as fast as a firebolt, but even more maneuverable. A new charm allowed the flyer to perform a 90-degree turn without being thrown from the broom. If the firebolt was a seeker's broom, then the Nimbus 2002 was definitely a chaser's broom. "That is awesome," a stunned-looking Ron said. "Ginny, you just became the luckiest chaser in Hogwarts history." Ginny stood up and wrapped her arms around Harry's neck and kissed him. "Thank you for my wonderful gift." "Hey, stop snogging my sister in front of me," Ron yelled, teasing the couple. "Ginny, I think Dobby has something else for you." Ginny broke off from dotting Harry and looked over at the hugely grinning house elf. In his hands was a small rectangular box in silver wrapping paper. "Harry, you did not get me something else also, did you?" "Maybe, Ms. Weasley. I guess you will have to open it up to see." Ginny accepted the gift from Dobby and carefully unwrapped the paper. Taking a breath, she slowly opened the box. Oh, Harry. Consider it an apology for putting you through a difficult time at the start of the summer. Ginny turned the box so Hermione and Ron to reveal the silver necklace and emerald Harry had bought after his fight with Dudley. Hermione let out a squeal of delight at the beautiful necklace. Even Ron looked impressed, although he kept looking at the nimbus still on the table. Harry took the necklace from the box and placed it around Ginny's neck as she held her hair out of the way. Then he said, I bought this in a Muggle mall the day before I left Privet Drive. I also made a couple of changes to it. Ginny lowered her hair and looked at Harry with a curious expression on her face. You bought this before we got back together. Ginny, I may have been stupid for breaking up with you, but that does not mean I didn't love you the whole time. Even if you never wanted to see me again, I knew I wanted you to have this. Ginny wrapped her arms around Harry again and kissed him more intensely than ever before. I love you too, Harry James Potter, and I will never not want to see you again. Ron sighed theatrically. I would say, get a room, but you might take me seriously and then Mum would kill me. Hermione slapped him in the head for his comment, although her grin indicated she probably agreed with him. Harry, how did you change the necklace? I stole the idea off of you, Hermione. I got the idea from the DA coins you made in our 5th year. I linked the emerald with Godric's ring. If Ginny needs me, she just needs to touch the emerald and think what she needs. I will be able to hear her thoughts and she can hear mine. We will also be able to tell the direction and distance we are from each other. Ginny looked pleased at her necklace, while Hermione looked impressed. Harry, that's an impressive piece of charm work. I had to get Professor McGonagall to help me with the coins. I worked it out over the summer. Mike made me spend my afternoons revising my texts. I used your idea and expanded on it. Harry gave Hermione a slight grin. If the brightest 5th year witch could figure it out, then I figured an average 7th year should too. Hermione shook her head. Harry, that piece of work is well above NEWT level. Professor Flitwick might pass you out of his class based on that work alone. Harry suddenly stiffened and his face turned bright red. Whirling around to face Ginny, Harry said, Stop that. Ginny purred, I can do pictures too. Hermione and Ron fell out of their seats laughing as a very embarrassed Harry Potter stared open-mouthed at his girlfriend. 30 minutes later, the group had settled around the table to finish their breakfast. Harry was glad that Ginny's presence helped lighten the mood of his friends. Ginny was still snickering occasionally in her cereal. Harry reluctantly brought the Daily Prophet article to their attention. Hermione took the paper and quickly read the article. It says that he was killed by a gunshot to his head, Hermione said in surprise. What is a gunshot? Ron asked in a puzzled voice. When you are shot with a Muggle gun, it is called a gunshot, Ginny answered him quietly. Harry grinned. I guess sneaking those Muggle romance and detective books to school paid off. You shut up or I'll hex your nose off. Ginny threatened her chortling brother and boyfriend. Would 3 stop fooling around for a minute? Why would Ollivander be killed by a Muggle? Hermione asked. Could it have been a random crime? Ron asked. No, replied Harry. Ollivander has been missing for months, but the article claims he only died recently. He had to be held somewhere or in hiding for that time. Hermione, still reading the article, commented absently, why would he want to kidnap Ollivander anyway? Ginny tentatively replied, I think I have a good theory. Seeing she had everyone's attention, she continued, I don't have any evidence to back this up, but the facts fit. The simple answer is because of Harry's wand. The group looked at each other as the implications sunk in. Ginny continued, Riddle needed Ollivander because he knew wands better than anyone and he sold both Riddle and Harry their wands. We know that Riddle has set Harry aside as his private vendetta, but he and Harry can't use their wands against each other. So he must be looking for a way to change that. Hermione looked in shock at her friend. I feel like an idiot. I can't believe I didn't make that connection. You are not the only one, Harry told her. When did you come up with this theory? He asked Ginny. Ginny glanced down into her bowl and smiled slightly. I did not spend the entire months of June and July sulking over some git who broke my heart. Harry smiled. I think I will be hearing about that for the next 30 years. You will if I have anything to say about it, the red-haired girl replied. Harry, do you think Voldemort got what he wanted out of Ollivander? Ron asked, returning to the main subject. I don't have any idea. If Ginny's theory is correct, the fact Riddle tried to cover up the killing would seem to mean he wanted to hide something else. He has never cared about leaving his victims to be discovered before. Harry shrugged. We can ask the Order to keep us informed of the investigation. I am sure they know more than the Prophet has in this article. Harry and Hermione met later in Harry's room of requirement. Ron and Ginny were working on assigned homework from Hogwarts. Although not believing they were returning for their 7th year, Harry and Hermione both completed their assignments before going to the burrow. Hermione completed them simply because they were assigned. Harry completed them at the instigation of Mike during their training time before leaving Privet Drive. Harry asked Hermione to meet him in the room for some research. The room now matched the Hogwarts library. The advantage here was there was no lock on the restricted section. Also, if Hogwarts did not have the book, the room would still be able to provide a copy. Hermione, I need you to research transportation magic. We need a secure way for us to move around without raising suspicions. Harry started off their discussion. Are you talking about using portkeys or something else? I would like a doorway from one place to another. We need to be able to change what doorway we connect or turn it off and block it. I got the idea from the cabinet Malfoy used for getting the Death Eaters into Hogwarts. If we could set something up for us to leave school undetected, it would be much safer for all of us. Harry explained. Wow, Harry, you don't give me easy ones. This will take a lot of work, Hermione said, but Harry could already see the wheels turning in her head as she considered the challenge. We should be able to use the transportation from within school. That will save us from having to sneak off the grounds whenever we need to leave, Harry informed her. Hermione looked at Harry with a quizzical expression. We are the head boy and girl. Why would we need to sneak around? Harry grimaced. 2 reasons. 1. I am sure Riddle has sources within the students and staff. 2nd. I know the Order does. I don't know that I want either one knowing everything we are doing. Hermione smiled briefly. Thank you for the we, she said. Then she frowned. Why don't you want the Order to know what we are doing? The Order wants to protect us and most of them are sincere. However, Dumbledore never shared with them the secret of the Horcruxes or the full prophecy. He specifically told me I could share with you and Ron and later, Ginny, everything that I learned. But he never told the Order as a whole. Dumbledore may have told some of them pieces, but they have not approached me to say they know about any of this. I have to respect he had a good reason to keep the information secret. Hermione nodded. I understand your reasons. I don't like them much, but I understand why you feel that way. Looking around the room, Hermione smiled. At least Professor Dumbledore provided us with an excellent resource for us to work. And what will you be working on, Harry? Harry looked around the room also and said, I am going to become one of the top experts on Horcruxes and other dark magic in the wizarding world. A sudden chill of alarm ran through Hermione. Harry, do you think that is a good idea? That type of magic is very dangerous. I have to learn it anyway. I have to learn to fight the dark magic, and to really do that I need to understand it. To be frank with you, I am scared. I am going to need you 3 to support me in this so I don't get dragged in. Harry looked at the ground. I read a Muggle philosopher last summer while I was at the Dursleys. I did not understand most of it, but I understood one thing very well. He who fights with monsters might take care lest he thereby become a monster. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. Hermione shivered slightly at the look on Harry's face. Are you really afraid of that? Harry nodded. The prophecy says that Riddle and I have to kill each other. How am I supposed to do that without coming close to make a monster out of myself? Riddle has 50 years of experience in dark magic. Harry looked at Hermione. Let me ask you some questions. Do you think it would be acceptable for me to kill Riddle with anything short of the killing curse? Would the killing curse be acceptable in Riddle's case? Do you see how close that abyss really is? Hermione stood with tears forming in her eyes. We will support you, Harry. We won't let you fall into the abyss. The next 20 days passed rapidly for Harry and his friends. They saw little of each other as they pursued various activities to prepare for the eventual confrontations with Riddle and his Death Eaters. The Death Eaters had not surfaced since the attack that cost Charlie Weasley his life. No one expected that silence to last for long. Harry spent his early mornings running and continuing to improve his physical stamina. The rest of his day he spent researching various dark arts, including dark creatures and rituals. Harry often felt the need to take long showers or rides under his cloak on his broom. The dark arts had a seductive practicality to them. It seemed anything was possible to those willing to pay the price. Harry learned that the first Horcrux was created to preserve the life of a wizard who would be going on a quest to save his children from a dark wizard. The first victim was the equivalent of that Dark Lord's Death Eaters. Wouldn't most fathers be willing to sacrifice their own soul to save their children? Most of the dark arts fell under two categories. The first were created by wizards like Riddle who seemed to be seeking power for only his own gain. The other group seemed to be crusaders for a particular cause, often with the best of intentions. Harry placed Salazar Slytherin in this group. It bothered Harry that many of the causes and fights that spawned these dark creations were ones that he could support. Harry found a journal written by one of the first Slytherins at Hogwarts. Initially, the journal spoke of all four of the founders in the warmest terms. The young wizard played on a school team that seemed to include students from all four houses. Indeed, his best friend was in Gryffindor. The journal described the location of the Gryffindor common room and its layout too well for it not to be a first-hand account. The rift between Slytherin and Gryffindor began when a Muggle mob burned Salazar's wife at the stake for being a witch. Nataria Slytherin seemed to be a healer who traveled the countryside helping her neighbors. A wandering friar stirred up fear among the local Muggles against magic. Nataria was caught sleeping in an inn. Knocked unconscious, she never had a chance to use her magic to save herself or summon help. Salazar flew into a rage at the news. He and his best friend, Godric Gryffindor, immediately traveled to the village, but it was too late. After taking his wife's remains back to Hogwarts, Slytherin returned alone and slew the entire village. He would have moved on to the next village, but he was stopped by the other three founders. Rowena Ravenclaw, Nataria's older sister, appealed to her brother-in-law to stop. She asked him if Nataria would approve of his actions. Slytherin did stop, but refused to teach any students but purebloods ever again. He blamed all Muggles for the death of his beloved wife. Anyone with Muggle blood was held to be jointly responsible for her death. His anger and obsessive hatred of Muggles led to a rift between the four founders. 3 years later, when the other three sought to talk to him about letting go of his hate, a fight broke out. Half of the Great Hall was destroyed in the battle. Eventually Slytherin fled and never returned to the school. Harry read the journal with a new appreciation for the founder of his rival house. How different would Hogwarts be if that stupid friar had kept his bigotry to himself or Slytherin had been able to contain his anger to just the guilty parties. Harry was not sure what disturbed him more, the fact he could understand, if not condone, Slytherin's actions, or that the young wizard writing the journal was named Harold Potter. While Harry worked on his studies, his friends were not resting either. Hermione split her time between the doorway project Harry had assigned her and helping the Weasley twins with research and development on various products. Hermione researched the workings for the Flow network and the items like the Vanishing Cabinet. She felt she was close to a breakthrough and was to demonstrate her findings today. Hermione's time with the twins left her particularly astonished. They routinely performed magic well above any WT level. She always knew the twins were gifted, but they exceeded all of her expectations. Both of them should have received O's on every subject. It seemed that if the spell or potion could be used in a prank, they could master it. The trick seemed to be finding a prank that required the magic in order for them to bother to learn the spell. Hermione told Harry that if the Hogwarts professors had couched all of their assignments in pranks and mayhem, then the twins would have set all-time school academic high scores, rather than the all-time detention record. Ron surprised them all in a few short weeks. Harry asked Ron to help by taking some of the twins' management burden by running Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes, and working on the expansion plan with Mike. To everyone's surprise, including his own, Ron made a fantastic businessman. In 3 weeks, He had organized the purchase of 3 additional locations with the money budgeted for 2. In addition to the shops in Hogsmeade and Paris, he also included one in Salem, Massachusetts in the United States. Salem contained the United States' oldest and most prestigious magical school. Ron, with Mike acting as an agent, also secured a warehouse in London that was fairly new and in great shape. The front half of the warehouse was used by a normal Muggle company for receiving shipments from outside the country. Ron presented the plan by saying the Death Eaters would look for the normal, hidden wizard methods and miss the plain sight warehouse in a nice building. Plus the rent from the tenant paid most of the building's cost. The hidden business genius Ron exhibited shocked his friends and family. The twins reported that their profits increased 15 in the 3 weeks Ron ran the business. Suddenly the center of attention, Ron grew bashful and simply said, "It is just like chess, plan the strategy and then execute it while preventing your opponent from getting behind you." Ginny helped where she could and studied her dada. Ginny wanted to master all of the 6th year material quickly so she could work on the 7th year material with the others. Ginny was determined not to be left out when the others went into danger. Unlike the others, Ginny did not seek to continue training as an Auror after leaving Hogwarts. After her father was bitten by Riddle's snake in her 4th year, Ginny became deeply interested in the healing arts. She had spent time talking to Madame Pomfrey and the healers at St. Mungo about healing as a career choice. Ginny was determined to be able to fight the Death Eaters but set her long-term sights beyond the coming fight. The only one in the neat cottage feeling too much free time was, ironically, Dobby. Although the 4 all slept at the house and ate dinner there, they rarely met at the same time. Dobby kept light, nutritious meals ready at any time. Since Harry, Hermione and Ginny spent much of their time in the room of requirement. There was not much to clean up. Dobby happily ran errands and got the 4 friends anything they needed. Dobby purchased all of their school books and any other needed supplies from Diagon Alley. Many establishments were used to house elves requesting goods for their masters, but usually they arrived with a letter and a Gringotts draft. Dobby arrived with a pouch of galleons and proceeded to buy everything Harry and his friends needed on his own. Dobby was happier than he ever dreamed possible. From South Dot Avenue to a family of dark wizards to a free elf in the employ of, in his opinion, the greatest, kindest light wizard in the world. On the night of August 31st, Hermione gathered her friends in the kitchen of Harry's house. She insisted that the group sit for one dinner together before leaving for Hogwarts in the morning. Ron appeared just before the 6 o'clock dinner looking particularly harried. After the friends settled at the table, Dobby started serving dinner. The dinner was a fairly quiet affair. Hermione ordered that no business could be discussed during dinner. Harry and Ginny sat holding hands under the table and just ate their dinner. Hermione and Ron started bickering about the inclusion of carrots in the menu. Harry knew Ron would eat carrots, but his 2 friends enjoyed sniping at each other. Harry suspected they enjoyed the making up part even more, but there were some things Harry was happier not knowing. After dinner was finished, Hermione cleared her throat. "I would like to show the 3 of you what I worked on at Harry's request." Seeing she had everyone's attention, she continued, "The problem with the flow network is it is possible to end up in the wrong destination or be intercepted en route." Harry flinched at the memory of his accidental trip to Nocturne Alley before his 2nd year. "I looked at the cabinet used by Malfoy last year and came up with this as a result." Hermione walked to the doorway between the kitchen and the hall. Without drawing her wand, Hermione said, "Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes, Diagon Alley." The doorway was suddenly filled with a silvery light that looked like liquid silver. After a second it cleared slightly and Fred and George's workshop could be seen on the other side. Hermione turned to her gaping friends. "I call it a portal. It will take you instantly to the named destination without any way of being intercepted. Like a portkey, you don't have to use magic yourself to use it so underage wizards won't get into trouble." Harry, impressed with her creation, asked, "How hard is it to make a portal?" Hermione shrugged. "Any 7th year should be able to cast the spell itself. The tricky thing is the portal will only accept connections from approved portals. For example, Riddle could cast a portal but this one would not accept the connection. I can also set it to accept the open commands from particular voices." Hermione, "That is brilliant." Ron said. How long does it stay open? About 5 minutes. You also cannot connect to another portal while that portal is in use. I have currently set up portals to each of the Weasley shops, the warehouse, the burrow, and here. I will set up 1 or 2 at Hogwarts. Ron whistled. That will make running the shop so much easier. We can move product and staff around to wherever it is needed the most. Harry and Ginny laughed at seeing Ron start developing business strategies immediately in his head. Harry grinned and shook his head. Sorry, Ron. We need to keep this quiet for a while. I want to use this for our advantage without letting Riddle, the Ministry, or the Order knowing. Ron frowned briefly. Of course not. You can't give an advantage like this away. The fight with the Death Eaters is much more important. Hermione, I am really impressed. I knew you would be able to come up with something, but I did not believe it would be before the Christmas break. This will make things much simpler for us this fall. You are not just the brightest witch in our class, you are by far the best in the school. Hermione blushed at Harry's praise. Thank you, Harry. I really enjoyed the challenge. I may keep researching this for other applications or improvements. Harry smiled. I am sure you will. I have a bit of an announcement to make as well. Harry paused a moment. I figured out how to destroy a Horcrux. It is not really that hard, but it can be dangerous. I destroyed the first Horcrux that was Riddle's diary. Professor Dumbledore destroyed the second one, Slytherin's ring. But he did not have to physically destroy it. He had to convert it back to what its original use was. He had to wear it. The energy released is why his hand was so badly injured. To destroy the locket, we simply have to open it. For Hufflepuff's cup, we may need to drink out of it. Ginny looked grim with Harry's news. How can we drink out of it without being killed by the energy released? Look at what happened to Dumbledore's arm. Ginny looked grim with Harry's news. Harry shrugged. I am still working on that aspect. I will continue to study the magic behind it. I also want to talk to any of the returning Slytherins. They may have heard things from their families without knowing what they heard. Hermione reached down into her lap and pulled out a small cap. This is something I came up with working with Fred and George. Actually, I came up with the idea and those 2 mad geniuses created it. Looking at the cap, Ron asked skeptically, what does it do? Hermione smirked. Remember making the polyjuice potion? You mean the one that gave you a tail and whiskers? Her boyfriend answered. You will pay for that. Watch. With that, Hermione plucked a hair from Ron's head. Ouch. What did you do that for? Hermione did not answer. She placed the hair in the cap and then put it on her head. Instantly Ron was looking at himself. Bloody hell. Ron yelled. Bloody hell. Ron, Hermione called out in perfect imitation. Then Hermione removed the cap and she was just Hermione again. You just need a piece of hair, a drop of blood or a nail clipping. Then it works just like a polyjuice potion without the brewing. Ginny grinned. I am really glad the twins are no longer in school. Do you know how much trouble they could cause with this? Ron and Harry grinned back and together asked, do you know how much trouble we could cause with this? You are not allowed to start talking like Fred and George. Hermione yelled. The 2 of them are bad enough. Ginny looked around. I think we should all take the rest of the night off. We leave for school tomorrow and need a break. Ginny smiled with a mischievous quirk to her lips. I have not been keyed by my boyfriend in over 48 hours. I think I want to spend some quiet time with him so he can make up for his lack of attention. The next morning Harry, Hermione and Ginny were sitting quietly at the kitchen table again, eating breakfast. Noises from upstairs indicated that Ron was dashing around trying to get everything packed. Where is my cauldron? A voice demanded from upstairs. In the corner under your dress robes, dear, Hermione absently called back while reading the Daily Prophet. Turning the page, Hermione commented, has anyone pointed out to him that with the portals we can come back if we forget anything? Harry and Ginny looked at each other. No. Hermione sighed. I did not think so. Ron is a talented wizard, a great guy and I love him, but he is so dense sometimes. Hermione set the paper down. Harry, did you see the article about you in today's Prophet? Great. What are they saying about me now? Nothing bad. Just that you are returning to Hogwarts today. Well, I guess Riddle would have known that already, groaned Harry. It also says you disappeared over the summer and rumor is the ministry was unable to find you. Harry nodded. It is almost like all of Godric's Hollow is unplottable. I talked to Brian Smythe Jones, a fifth-year Hufflepuff in town. He said when he is at school he can talk about home but people take no notice of it and ignore it. Almost like muggles see the leaky cauldron but don't really see it. The Hollow had that effect on both muggles and wizards from the outside. Hermione blinked. I did not know he was from this village. He was in the DA and I never knew. Don't feel bad. I think it was Godric's magic making you not pay attention, Harry told her. Harry called to Dobby and asked him what he would do once he and his friends had left. Dobby replied, I will make sure that Harry Potter's house is perfect for him when he returns. Dobby, since there will not be much to do here, if you would like to return to Hogwarts during the school year please feel free. Harry Potter said, please, to me again. The house elf squealed with glee. Dobby will take care of your house and Dobby told the other house elves that only Dobby would clean your dorm. Harry had to smile at the devotion Dobby showed him. I just have to warn you Dobby that I am sharing the head dorm with Draco Malfoy. Dobby's ears dropped. Once Dobby's former young master talked to Dobby and played with him. Then he became evil like Dobby's former master. Dobby will stay hidden from him. Harry thanked Dobby and returned to the book he was reading. After 30 more minutes, Ron came down the stairs with his trunk and all of his other things. Gathering all of the stuff in a pile, Harry cast shrinking charms, while Hermione activated the portal to Fred and George's Diagon Alley shop. Placing their possessions into pockets, the foursome walked through the portal. Walking into the workshop was like an odd trip through the twins' mind. Strange, half-written notes sat scattered among boxes of candies and other normal-seeming items. Fred stuck his head into the room as they arrived. Turning his head out to face the shop he called out, they are coming down now. Then he walked the rest of the way into the workshop. Fred whispered, about time you showed up. Shacklebolt, Tonks and Remus have been waiting with a ministry car. We told them you were packing your things upstairs. I think Remus and Tonks were just playing along. Harry smiled. I expect they all were. Remus and Tonks have been to my house and Kingsley has probably been told as an order member, but as an Orr he has to pretend he doesn't know. Harry led his friends out into the main part of the shop. Watcher. Harry. Tonks called as they wandered out. What took you so long? Fancy a stop for a last-minute snog? Harry grinned at Tonks' teasing. Maybe I felt you needed more time to work on Remus, he shot back. As both Tonks and Remus blushed, Ginny added, and it wasn't Harry who insisted on stopping for a snog. Fred and George acted as though shocked by the news. Fred started, Ginevra Weasley, I am shocked, to George, that you would be snogging, back to Fred, some boy and say it in front of us. Ginny turned to her twin brothers and raised her eyebrows. Maybe it's because I had two bad example brothers who I always caught talking about snogging Angelina or Katie. Fred and George laughed. In unison they said, we surrender. Just don't tell Mum. With a wicked grin, Ginny said, I would never tell Mum. Angelina and Katie are a different matter. While the others laughed, Fred turned to George and said, blackmailed by our own baby sister. George replied, we're so proud. At the prompting of Kingsley, the group said goodbye to Fred and George and walked to the leaky cauldron. With just a wave to Bill, the barkeep, they climbed into a waiting ministry car. With their shrunken trunks in their pockets, the group quickly piled into the car for the drive to King's Cross. Harry usually enjoyed the walk through King's Cross to platform 9 3/4. Typically, the walk meant returning to the closest thing Harry had ever known to a true home and leaving the Dursleys behind. This time Harry made the walk with mixed emotions. Hogwarts without Dumbledore seemed impossible. Also in an unbelievably short time, the house in Godric's Hollow had become a true home. Ginny's hand slipped into Harry's. Glancing down at her, he smiled and felt his spirits rise. Looking around the station, Harry could spot many of the remaining students and a number of the incoming first years. He was surprised by how young they looked. The new first years looked. Harry could almost see a young, mop-headed boy with a fully loaded cart, complete with Owl trying to make his way onto the platform. Reaching the platform, Hermione started to immediately assume her head girl duties. Pointing out students having difficulties, she started assigning Ron, Ginny, and Harry to help. Kingsley stopped her and said, I need Harry to do another duty. He will meet you on the train. Ignoring Hermione's look of warring frustration and curiosity, Kingsley led Harry to a small room off the platform. Sitting in a chair flanked by two Aurors sat Draco Malfoy. Malfoy sneered at Harry when he walked into the room. Great. Now my day is complete. At least it is not the mudblood. Harry turned angrily and asked Kingsley, what is this? You are going to be responsible for making sure Draco gets to Hogwarts. Kingsley shrugged, it was not my idea. Here is his wand. Harry took Draco's wand in his hand and felt the temptation to snap it in two. After a moment he asked Kingsley, are there any other surprises? The dark-skinned Auror smiled. Good, I can see you are as happy as I am. What would a year at Hogwarts be without more surprises? Harry snorted. A sweet dream. Harry turned and looked at Draco for a minute. He sat in his school robes with a Slytherin badge but without the prefect's badge he had held since third year. Behind Draco's sneering condescension, Harry thought he detected something else. Could you please leave us for a moment? Harry asked. Kingsley nodded to the other Aurors and said, we will be just outside. Then they left. Harry sat in another chair and continued to study Draco. They sat in silence for a couple of minutes. Then Harry spoke a question that had been running through his brain. Why? Why what? Draco snapped. Why when you had Dumbledore in your power did you hold back? I don't know. I froze up on the pathetic old fool. Draco said nastily. Draco, it is only us in the room. I won't tell a single soul. I will tell you I know how much you agonized over it during the school year. I know about crying in the girls' bathroom. I just want the truth. Draco seemed to pale at Harry's words and how calmly they were asked. This did not seem to be what he expected. I don't really know. I guess. Go ahead. I need to know before I agree to all of this. Draco sighed. I guess it is because Dumbledore always treated me decently. All I ever wanted was my father's approval, to be everything he expected of his son. Dumbledore is the only person who ever simply treated me as Draco. Draco dropped his head. I hated and loved both of them for what they demanded of me. Then I failed both of them. A sob came from Draco. Did they tell you about my parents? What the Dark Lord did to them with Snape's help? Harry could only nod. What could he say? I will never admit this again, but, I am sorry, Harry. I understand now some of what you went through growing up. I never wanted to know. Harry was surprised to see tears in Draco's eyes. For the first time since meeting Draco in Diagon Alley 6 years before, Harry felt that Draco was actually telling the truth. Harry felt a moment's rage at Lucius Malfoy. What kind of person would Draco be without his father's twisted views? Harry stood up and motioned to Malfoy. Stand up. Draco stood up reluctantly. When he stood, Harry noticed a wide bracelet on his right arm. What is that? Harry asked. It prevents me from using magic or apparating. The Ministry did not want me running on them. Draco answered with contempt rich in his voice. Harry turned and called for Kingsley to come back into the room. When he stepped in, Harry asked him to remove the bracelet. Reluctant, Kingsley asked Harry if he was sure. Harry nodded. We need to do this. If you are sure about this, Kingsley said while reaching for the bracelet. Once Draco was free of the bracelet, Harry handed him his wand. Draco shook his head. Looking Harry in the eye, he asked, why? You deserve to be able to defend yourself if Riddle and the Death Eaters come again. Let's go. Draco followed Harry out of the room and onto the platform. Why did you call the Dark Lord Riddle? He asked. Harry chuckled. Did you think he was born with that name? He was born to a witch mother and a muggle father. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. The Dark Lord is a half-blood. You are lying. Harry shook his head but kept walking. No, I am not. When we get back to Hogwarts, I will tell you some of the things I know about his life. Harry reached the train and motioned for Draco to precede him onto the train. Harry led Draco into the car set aside for the heads and the prefects. The car was empty since they were all out assisting the students boarding the train. Harry moved to the compartment furthest from the car entrance. Opening a compartment, Harry pointed to a seat for Draco to sit down. This is not going to be easy. I look at you and I see what you tried to do, and Dumbledore offering his protection. Harry said to the blonde Slytherin. Draco paled slightly and asked, "What do you mean you see?" "No one told you?" Harry asked. "I was standing on the walkway with you when the whole episode happened. Professor Dumbledore placed a full body bind on me and hid me from view. I witnessed the whole thing." The last was said from behind clenched teeth. Draco collapsed into himself. The news that Harry witnessed Draco's moment of greatest weakness felt like a dagger to his ego. Draco hated Harry and all of his muggle-loving crew. Nothing had changed Draco's view that purebloods were superior. Yet, a small part of Draco respected Harry as an opponent. Although Harry exhibited all of the nauseating Gryffindor traits of bravery and heroism, he also showed an almost Slytherin cunning and subtlety at times. Much of the reason Draco harassed the Gryffindors for the last 6 years lay in the fact Draco saw Harry as his only worthy opponent in the school. Knowing his greatest opponent witnessed his failure burned. Harry left the compartment when he heard other students approaching the car. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff prefects filtered in first. Exchanging greeting with Harry, they moved into the open compartments. Ron wandered in and approached Harry. "Great, you already got us a compartment. I figured we would be stuck wandering the train the whole trip." "Hold on, Ron. Don't go in yet." Ginny and Hermione were just entering the car as Ron asked, "Why can't we sit down?" Draco's voice came from within the compartment. "I think he wanted to warn you about me, Weasley." Ron, Hermione and Ginny looked startled at the cultured, malevolent voice coming from the car. "Why is Malfoy sitting in our compartment?" Hermione asked in a fierce whisper. Harry's voice was resigned when he answered, "I'm responsible for making sure he reaches Hogwarts safely." Ginny grimaced. "I was looking forward to this trip. His two thugs didn't get on the train. I figured we would have a nice, peaceful trip for once." Harry nodded and shrugged an apology to his friends. Then he turned and led them into the compartment with Malfoy. The ride on the Hogwarts Express tested the patience of everyone in Harry's compartment. No real conversation occurred despite several valiant attempts by Ginny to start conversations. Ron glared at Malfoy all the time except he was on patrol. Draco never really said much. His expressions when he looked at Hermione or saw Harry and Ginny holding hands spoke volumes for him though. As the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry joined in the last-minute scramble to gather everything up and to get their robes on. Stepping off the train, Harry felt an odd sense of displacement. He never expected to be back in Hogwarts. Leaving last spring seemed to be the end of his time here. Harry was not sure if Hogwarts without Dumbledore would ever seem the same. Yet some things seemed the same. Harry heard Hagrid calling the first years to meet him down at the far end of the train. The carriages with the Thestrals waited to take the older students to the castle. Nothing had really changed here. Hermione and the prefects spread out down the train to help students off the train and make sure everyone had their robes on. "What is he doing here?" a voice yelled out. Harry turned and saw a mixed group of 6th and 7th year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws advancing on Draco. Suppressing a groan, Harry turned to where Draco had exited the train after him. Dean and Neville advanced towards Draco with their wands drawn. Several students moved to follow their lead. Draco looked like he was preparing to go down hexing. Dropping his wand quickly into his hand, Harry pointed at his throat and said, "Sonorous." Turning the advancing student mob, Harry said, "Stop right there. Put your wands away." The thundering voice shocked all of the students. Harry ended the spell. In his normal voice, Harry called out, "First-year students, keep moving down to where Professor Hagrid is waiting for you. All other students, please climb into the carriages. Any questions you have will be answered by Professor McGonagall. Whoever starts casting spells now will lose house points and have to face me." Ron watched Harry facing off against the entire upper class of Hogwarts and admitted he was impressed. Ron smirked, thinking he wasn't sure what scared the students more, losing the points or facing the chosen one in a duel. Harry turned to face Malfoy. Draco sneered, "I could have handled myself, Potter." "Probably," Harry acknowledged in a cold, distant voice devoid of emotion. "In a fair fight, you probably could have. I promised I would protect you. I don't like it, but I will keep my word." How do I know that Riddle doesn't have a student compromised in that crowd? Voluntarily or not. In a wild melee on the train platform, who would see a blade thrust or hear a deadly curse? Draco's jaw had dropped to hear Harry speak in a tone like that. Draco's father had tried to adopt such a tone when trying to be intimidating. Harry was not trying to intimidate or scare Draco, he was simply discussing ways the Death Eaters could kill Draco. Draco found his father's effort in the past to be a somewhat amusing affectation. Harry's unthinking use scared the magic out of him. Hermione and Ginny joined Harry and Draco walking towards the carriages. Ginny immediately took Harry's hand. Hermione ignored Draco but eyed Harry subtly out of the corner of her eye. The rest of the students already boarded the carriages and left for the castle. Ron stood waiting at that last carriage. Ron smiled at Harry and said, "I think someone is already enjoying his headboy role." Facing down the whole student body, that was brilliant. It looked like something Dumbledore would do. The feel of cold metal against his neck prevented Harry's reply. A firm hand held the back of Harry's neck, holding him immobilized. Harry forced himself to remain calm when he felt someone start to talk into his ear. "I did not need to use a magic cloak to get you." Harry froze, this time in disbelief. He knew that voice. Suddenly released, Harry spun to find a familiar, troll-looking ugly man looking up at him. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked Mike Dursley. "It seems Mr. Filch needed an assistant and Professor McGonagall asked me to take that job. She also wants me to teach some physical drills." Mike replied. "You are not going to make us train like you did Harry?" asked Ron in a slightly worried voice. Draco's overcultured voice cut in. "I did not think this place would go downhill after Dumbledore was gone. But McGonagall is letting half-trolls in too." Mike smiled and stepped up to Draco. Grabbing the front of his robes with one hand, Mike hoisted him a foot of the ground. "Next time, pretty boy, I'll just let the car hit you." Hermione coughed. "Mike, you really shouldn't threaten a student like that." Mike smiled at her while still holding Draco in the air with one hand. "I was preventing him from getting hurt by these two." With a jerk of his head, he indicated Ron and Harry who both had their wands out. "Harry, Ron, put you wands away. Mike, would you please put the git down?" Ginny asked in a sweet voice. Mike smiled. "Sure," and effortlessly flung Draco back 10 feet. Draco landed in a heap. Quickly rising to his feet with his wand, he yelled, "Reducto." The spell shot from Draco's wand and hit Mike square in the chest. To Draco's astonishment, Mike simply smiled at him. Turning to the four friends, he said, "Take this idiot and get up to the castle. I wouldn't want to make you late. I will see you there." With a parting wave, Mike walked away. The four friends and a very shocked Draco climbed into the carriage for the journey to the castle. Approaching the school, Harry could see that all of the older students already entered the building. Hermione jumped out as soon as the carriage came to a stop. "Hurry! We cannot miss the sorting. What kind of examples will be if we miss the sorting ceremony?" The last was said over her shoulder as Hermione bolted into the castle with Ginny behind her. Ron grinned at Harry. "I don't know, late ones." As they started towards the castle, Ron said, "We had been making good progress in corrupting her over the last couple years, but this head girl business seems to have changed her right back. If this gets any more cloying, I think I will vomit," was Draco's mumbled comment. Draco still seemed shaken by his confrontation with Mike. Entering the Great Hall, Harry saw all of the tables were filled with the older students. The first-year students had not entered yet, but Professor McGonagall already sat at the head table. Harry could see Professors Slughorn, Flitwick and the others from last year sitting at the table. 3 additional chairs stood empty at the table. Ron nudged Harry and pointed to the Slytherin table. Only half of the house table was filled. "I don't think many of the Slytherin 6th or 7th years came back," Ron noted. "I only see a couple," Harry agreed. "I do see Nott off by himself." Draco snorted. "Nott has been by himself since our first year." Harry glanced at Draco. "Do you think he is a danger to you?" "His father is a known Death Eater." Draco shrugged. "I don't know. He never took part in any of our discussions. I just left him alone." Ron looked at Draco suspiciously. "Why would you leave him alone?" You attack anyone you see as beneath you and you see all of use as beneath you. Seeing McGonagall glaring at them, Harry murmured, "We will talk about it later." Harry led Ron to the Gryffindor table while Draco walked over to the depleted Slytherin table. As Ron and Harry went to sit down, Ron said, "This should make it interesting at Quidditch matches." Once they were seated, Professor McGonagall stood up. "I would like to welcome all of you back to Hogwarts. I know this will be a year of learning and growth for all of us. This will also be a year of change. Some of us may be troubled by some of the changes, but we will have to make the best of it that we can." Professor McGonagall nodded toward the main doors. Hagrid opened the door and led the first years into the Great Hall. Harry was slightly surprised at the number of new students. Although not as large as some of the past years, it was much larger than Harrywood was prepared for. Sorting ceremony went smoothly with the fifth student, Anderson, John, being placed in Hufflepuff and the final student, Xavier, Samantha being placed in Slytherin. The division seemed about normal. Harry wondered vaguely if the sorting hat paid attention to the number of students that each house received. Hermione leaned across the table and asked, "Who is going to teach the Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts class?" Ron nudged her and pointed to the head table. "I think we are about to find out." Professor McGonagall had risen to her feet again. "This year we are left with 2 open staff positions. One is Transfiguration, which because of my new duties I am no longer able to fill. The second is our Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which we again need to replace." Some snickering among the students over the always open position broke out, but most were silent over thoughts why it was open. Professor McGonagall continued over the students' thoughts. "We are fortunate that a supremely talented and qualified witch has volunteered her services for the duration of this year. I could not have found a more suitable candidate. I believe all of our student will be familiar with her name. Please welcome Professor Miranda Goshawk." Shocked gasps rang throughout the hall. The author of the one series of textbooks used by every year would be teaching their classes. The studious among the class, like Hermione, felt great excitement and anticipation. Those students that did not feel the need for more work, like Ron, felt a great nervousness. Harry felt neither. He was simply surprised that his neighbor for the past month never mentioned her appointment. During the last 3 weeks, Professor Goshawk often stopped in for tea. Harry enjoyed her conversations immensely. She made a good sounding board for Harry's research. She had an amusing personality. Miranda told a very funny story about Dumbledore wandering around a Muggle shopping mall. Professor Goshawk walked simply into the hall through a side door. A brief bow of her head toward the students acknowledged their surprise at her appointment. She stepped over to a chair next to Professor Flitwick and settled down. Once she was seated, Professor McGonagall said, "We are just as lucky with our Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." The door opened again and an aged Japanese wizard stepped into the hall. Professor Ayoshi recently retired from the Japanese Ministry of Magic, where he was the head of their orders. "We were very fortunate to lure Professor Ayoshi to Hogwarts. I am sure you will all do your best to make an excellent impression on him." Her last statement sounded distinctly like an order. Professor Ayoshi bowed deeply towards Professor McGonagall and then towards the students. He then made his way over to sit next to Professor Goshawk. If Harry was surprised at Professor Goshawk's appointment, this one truly stunned him. Harry had learned after his birthday that Professor Ayoshi was a powerful wizard, but he never expected to find him here at Hogwarts. Suddenly Harry truly looked forward to his classes with the X-Auror. Professor McGonagall remained standing until the welcoming applause for the new professors died down. Then she gestured to her left where Mr. Filch stood and said, "Mr. Filch has posted a new list of forbidden items outside his office door. This includes any items purchased at Weasley's, Wizard Wheezes. Also I have appointed an assistant to Mr. Filch, Mr. Dursley. Mr. Dursley will also be the instructor for physical exercise periods that will be required for all students." Mike stepped up next to Filch but only came up to his shoulder. Standing there, Harry laughed and realized that his friend really was ugly. But Harry also knew that face and short, extremely muscled body hid a sharp intellect and wit. Most of the students reacted in a very unsure manner towards the announcement of an assistant to Filch. Most students had run-ins with Filch before, and the idea of him having a helper made them distinctly nervous. The required exercise periods did not make too happy either. Professor McGonagall spread her arms and said, "Now, as Professor Dumbledore would have said, tuck in." The welcoming dinner proceeded with an air of forced festivities. The students and staff seemed determined to keep the mood light. Harry noticed many glances at both himself and Malfoy. Harry looked over towards the Slytherin table and mentally reviewed the reduced number of students sitting there. With the exception of Malfoy and not one child of a confirmed or suspected Death Eater sat at the table. This accounted for almost every one of the troublemakers and potential threats. Draco sat at the end of the table across from Harry. Where friends surrounded Harry, Draco sat with an empty seat on either side of him. In the time Harry watched, Draco did not talk to anyone else at his table. It appeared none of the Slytherins wanted to be seen as close to their former leader. Looking at the Slytherins, Harry noticed a slight change in his view of them. After reading his ancestors' diary of life in the original Slytherin house, they did not seem to be the stereotypical villains they had been his previous 6 years in the school. Harry did not know if it was the diary or his own growing maturity, but there was definitely a change. Suddenly, Harry realized that as he was watching the Slytherins, one of them had been observing him. Harry caught the eye of Nott. Nott sat with no hostility or other expression on his face. It seemed more a weighing assessment or the way a Muggle scientist would study a new creature than a hostile intent. After a 10-second connection, Nott gravely nodded to Harry and returned to his meal. He did not look up again. The incident left Harry feeling unsettled. Added to Malfoy's unfinished remarks earlier, Harry felt the need to find out about the mysterious Mr. Nott. Leaning into his friends, Harry asked, "What do any of you know about Nott? He is a junior Death Eater like the rest of the Slytherins. What else do we need to know?" Ron asked with a mouth full of pudding. "Ron, don't talk with your mouth open," Hermione said to Ron. Turning to Harry, she said, "He is usually in the top of his classes. He does very well in charms and ancient runes. I believe he is also the highest scoring Slytherin in defense against the dark arts." Harry smiled. Leave it to Hermione to know the academic record of everyone in the school. Seamus added, "He never joined Malfoy's clique. He stays in the shadows a lot and does not say a lot. McGonagall assigned us together on a project in our 5th year. He never tried to bait me or be obnoxious. He said just enough to get the project done, and that was all. Once I was going on about something and he made an observation that left me howling in laughter. He just sat blank-faced and watched me. He did ask me once about you though, Harry." "Really? About what?" Harry asked. Seamus grinned. "He asked if you put your pant on one leg at a time or not. I thought he was barking mad and told him yes. Then he smiled slightly and said, 'Oh good. Malfoy is wrong about something else.'" The rest of the group laughed as Harry sat back to consider what his friends had told him. Dinner soon ended and the students started making their way to their house dorms. The prefects led the first years to their dorms and explained things to the new students. Professor McGonagall walked over to where Harry and his friends stood watching the students file out. Hermione, in her head girl mode, had taken charge of making sure all of the students made it to their dorms with no mistakes. She had been handing out orders to the prefects like a field marshal. "Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, I will take you to your dorm and explain the details of your position with you," the professor said. Glancing at Ron and Ginny, she said, "You can fill your friends in later. Come along." Professor McGonagall started walking out of the Great Hall without a glance back to see if Harry and Hermione were following her. With a wave to his friends, Harry followed after her with Hermione. Seeing Draco standing near the Great Hall doors, Harry stopped and said, "McGonagall is taking us up to the head's dorm now. Give us 20 minutes and then come up. Stay near Ron until then." Ignoring the look of distaste on the blonde Slytherin's face, Harry used his ring to communicate his request to Ginny to tell Ron to look out for Draco. Harry caught up to Hermione and Professor McGonagall just as they reached the portrait that concealed the entrance to the head's dorm. The portrait supposedly contained a knight in armor fighting a dragon. The two, tired of fighting long ago and mostly spent their time playing cards together. They looked up at the group's approach. With a quick look down, the dragon set down his cards and said, "Jin." Ignoring the pained look on the knight's face, Professor McGonagall said, "Wizard wheezes." Standing up, the knight bowed and said, "We are honored to guard the door for the Hogwarts head boy and girl." The dragon, exhaling a small stream of fire lighting the back of the knight's trousers on fire, spoiled the formality of the greeting. Harry and Hermione chuckled as they followed Professor McGonagall through the revealed opening. Harry looked around the common room and was impressed. Each of the walls decorated in the colors of each of the 4 houses. Slightly more ornate than the house common rooms, the room was slightly smaller, but since it was intended to be the common room for only 2 people, it was more than enough. It was large enough for all of the prefects to gather for a meeting if necessary. Separate staircases in the corners opposite the entrance led up to the heads' rooms. A third door, presumably added for Draco, stood between them at floor level. Walking into the room, Harry saw Dobby waving from the top of one of the staircases. Harry assumed that was his room. Professor McGonagall said, "Mr. Potter, please be seated. We must talk and then I have other places to be." Harry joined Hermione on one of the couches opposite the new head mistress. As a former prefect, Hermione had been in the head dorm before tonight. Professor McGonagall started, "Ms. Granger already knows the duties of the prefects and the heads. I will allow her to bring you up to speed later, Mr. Potter. First, here are the passwords for my office and all 4 house common rooms. Please do not enter a house's common room unless your duties require it or you are invited. Next, none of the current staff except for me are former Gryffindors. This has never happened in recent memory. By Hogwarts custom, I am unable to fill that role. Professor Ayoshi has agreed to fill the position for the year. I have no doubt he would have been in Gryffindor." Harry and Hermione looked at one another in mild surprise. They had never considered that McGonagall would not be able to be their head of house with her promotion. "Harry, I agreed to allow you and your friends certain privileges above that normally allowed head students or 7th years. I ask that I be informed of your activities." At Harry's nod of agreement, she continued, "Professor Ayoshi has placed 2 requests. One is that you will assist him in teaching his defense against the dark arts classes for the 5th, 6th and 7th year students. He will tell you the role you are to fill. Also, he will set up private training sessions for you." Harry asked a question. "Professor, how am I supposed to keep up on my class work, be head boy and continue what Professor Dumbledore and I started?" Professor McGonagall smiled slightly. "I expect Ms. Granger will be able to pick up the slack for your head boy duties. She already shows a knack for it." Hermione blushed slightly at this. "Furthermore, I expect you will not have much free time. When you can, I suggest you delegate work to those you can trust. I know you are keeping something from the order. I can understand that. I suggest, however, you take advantage of the order when possible. You have already built your own team from some of our junior members already, I dare say." Harry nodded. "Okay, Professor. I am going to delegate Ron to be the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I may not have time to play and I certainly will not have time to plan practices and stuff." "Very wise, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said, rising to her feet. "I think Mr. Weasley will be thrilled to stand in for you. Good evening to you." Then she walked out of the common room. Before the portrait closed, Ron, Ginny and Draco entered the room. Like Harry, Ginny had never been in the room before and looked around with excitement. Draco stumped into the middle room and slammed the door behind him. Ron muttered, "Goodbye to that jerk. So Mr. Quidditch Captain, when are you going to schedule tryouts?" Harry asked, looking at Ron. "What? Why are you looking at me?" Ron asked in confusion. Hermione giggled slightly and sat next to Ron. "Harry has assigned you to be the Gryffindor Quidditch captain." Shock and excitement ran across Ron's very open expression. "Mate, are you sure?" he asked. Harry nodded. "I am afraid I will not have time to run the team. You may not even be able to count on me as a seeker. I suggest you have a backup." Ron nodded absently. It was already plain that he was mentally preparing strategies in his head. His 3 friends laughed at his distraction. Ginny settled into the couch next to Harry and took his hand. Harry felt warmth fill him. Sitting here in Hogwarts with his friends felt right. A part of him told him this is where he was meant to be. The next 2 hours were filled with laughter and talk as the four friends discussed their schedules and plans for school. Ron was horrified that Hermione planned on another Yule Ball. Harry grinned at his friend and said, "Make sure you ask her first this time." This caused a round of laughter at Ron's sudden blush. Ginny was delighted at the news Harry would be helping to teach her Dada class. Ron teased her about dotting up to the teacher until she said okay and started snogging Harry on the couch in front of her brother. After a while, Hermione stood up and said, "We three need to go patrol and make sure everything is all right. Harry, you turn in and get some rest. From what Professor McGonagall said, you are going to need it." The two Weasleys and Hermione left as Harry walked up to his new room. The room was slightly larger than the dorm room Harry had shared with Ron, Seamus, Dean, and Neville for the past 6 years. A slightly larger four-post bed stood in one corner with a wardrobe and a desk also. A door led out of the room into a small private bathroom. It was decorated in the Gryffindor colors. A fireplace filled one corner of the room with 2 plush chairs in front of it. Next to the fireplace was something Harry never expected to find here, Professor Dumbledore's pensieve. Harry was shocked to find the pensieve in his room. A note was attached to it. It read, "Harry, Professor Dumbledore wanted you to have this. It has been cleared out of all of his memories except for a few that he placed behind barriers. I believe you may be the only one able to access them." Professor McGonagall. Harry sat in one of the chairs and stared at the magical device. After a couple of minutes, Dobby appeared at his elbow. "Harry Potter, I unpacked all of your things and taken your owl to her roost. Do you need anything else?" he asked in his squeaky voice. "Would you please just sit with me? I just need a friend right now." Dobby climbed into the other chair and sat quietly with Harry for a while. Dobby was the proudest house elf ever at that moment. Asked to sit and keep the greatest wizard in the world company, as a friend. Harry woke up to a knocking on his door. "Harry, are you up yet?" asked Hermione's voice through the door. "We really should not be late for the first breakfast of the year. We have to set a good example for the younger students." Harry called back that he would be ready shortly. Rolling over, Harry pulled the pillow over top of his head. Maybe Dumbledore had a good point when he had made Ron a prefect instead of Harry. Harry pulled himself out of bed and proceeded to get himself dressed. A quick shower later followed by a drying charm and Harry was dressed in his school robes. Harry's new wrist holster went under the robe and then the wand. Harry was all set. The great thing about inheriting his father's hair was no one ever really knew if he combed it or not. During the routine, Harry could not shake a strange feeling. This was Harry's first morning at Hogwarts without sharing a dorm. Ron snoring and Neville talking in his sleep seemed a part of the natural background noise of the dorm. The head boys' dorm seemed too quiet. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.